All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well,
Have they
I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just
it was?
vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you
go
use
ahead.
the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of
So
believe
you're
it.
right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are
So it's
telling
really
the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again,
I
you're
am,
believing
yes.
right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just
I
believe that
do,
they
yes.
said that the Earth is measured to have curvature.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
Just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
No, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really.
No.
Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
it is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just
I know that. Listen,
people argue with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up
Yeah.
for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
And this is amazing, right?
it was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So, what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's 2 of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'm with my friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask. And the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by like the center of Earth, and they're showing like how if you were to go like around, like if you were to go across the world, you would be able to like go from like Europe, or like you would be able to go to Europe to like Asia, not Europe, but like UK to Asia, or like you would be able to go to from like Florida to like, let's say like California, if you're like just going around. That's just like a bad example, but like, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay. So,
many hundreds of years.
as far, hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like traveled in ships. There was one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, you know, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah. Parmesan, 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how I guess they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not, you know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, you know, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did. And then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. You know, it just reified what he already thought before.
Can I say one?
So it wasn't just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify, just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem, because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
How can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in
Yeah.
theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I was
there's
thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So and I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun
Well,
comes,
Yeah.
when
What
you're
does the
spinning.
sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. It's moving to like the top left, and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe if you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
Wait, what was
That's
that?
true. That's. He said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because I don't know much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number two. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number three. Point number three is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you.
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
That's some shit.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there is no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah. It's like a bike tire.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth. So
but doesn't that pressure stay in because of gravity and the the center of the Earth? Doesn't that have a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
So you know how if you go deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. the necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of the wherever you're at on the beach or whatever.
Stop.
But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that you know, everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about no, it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. Oh, you guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have two questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah. Let me wrap up these points. Okay. So right. if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system, that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence and whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like? Like,
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right, so flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, you know, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. You know, people would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we could do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
then can't you just walk off the Earth? If the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
All
right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you will be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica. And also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add. But you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round, how did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but we can't. Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that when it's summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and, the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So when it's summer,
opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
Yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west, and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. When it's summer, it's closer to the north. And in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that, and we could, do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly, just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing. We can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very, like, structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're gonna show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel. That people can travel into the vacuum of space. Because all gas pressure needs to be contained. So
if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them.
That's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden... Okay.
And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead. Because
please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes. And matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now, and it's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah,
cool.
12.
Here.
You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of What exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science. That's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils. at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement
can be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling. Do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even
observed?
a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
Yes.
what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person that's, I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from
Every
above.
person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got an
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So
You've
you're
observed
under
it.
the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny
Yeah.
thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Okay. Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, since From
Yep.
whenever this
So-
was interview was out. 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to
It's-
it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or through the moon.
What? So apparently,
So that's why they couldn't have taken
someone's-
that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
according to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait,
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system. You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because-
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according
to
to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say, what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
read enough
actually.
on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at
was-
that. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake.
Let's
But either way,
on that
Yeah,
point.
like a flat.
either way,
I'll try
man,
and show you.
looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them a lot further.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
According to you,
I don't
forever,
know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the
you see-
assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I don't
a
understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
Yeah, visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel? Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick. because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if like, so every part, so right, so every part is the, sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
do you know what the alleged
inches
drop
per mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would
Yeah,
be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth, smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of
criterion.
it before, but, like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area,
Sorry.
no. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor, and you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, you know. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear, And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I
that?
imagine like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the Black Swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken a snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah, it says
well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes
we're
sense.
comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
Just
check
not
it
saying
yourself.
you-
You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's gonna give you right. That's gonna give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right. So that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
Uh,
No, it isn't, is it?
Well,
In
no,
fact, 1 order
sorry,
of
yeah.
magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have
Yeah.
0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Fuzz. Yeah.
That's
agree
that
now.
is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit. What's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God. Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits,
Yeah.
and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be a slope.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space
We
Force
also
is
have
going to
that
be
that you
angry
can
about
look at.
that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all of this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like something you're gonna have a really good answer this? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right,
better
so
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say that there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government.
But
So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. What is it? The 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and?
I don't think it'd be possible, even if
last year
everyone
you
was on board
couldn't
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just
or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by This is going to sound strange. By a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when you're
Right.
here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown
Yeah.
a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel. So
Right, that's
perfectly
false.
logical.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Hello and welcome to the Roundtable Podcast. My name is Shogun. Joining me today is my friend Hank Hill, an expert in the subject of flat Earth and all the questions surrounding the Earth-shaped debate and the problems, anomalies, and questions around the heliocentric model and its alternatives. So before we get into this and the free discussion and debate to follow, please make sure you've joined us on the Roundtable Discord server. We record special events every day at 9 p.m. Central. You can see upcoming events in the announcements channel and all our hundreds of great past special events in the #RT podcast channel. Check out the YouTube and BitChute channels there. That being said, welcome Hank Hill. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak my mind and share information. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much for joining me. So please just take us through this journey in whatever way you think is appropriate.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just ask everybody to be open-minded. Science is never settled. Like, it's not like a religion, right, where you're like a heretic if you're outside of it. In fact, most scientists are supposed to be outside looking at things from outside the box, and that's how new information is found. But not everything is science that appears to be science, and that's the problem with today. We find ourselves in, we're in dire need of a reformation of science, because what is it, right? Is it just knowledge? So can I just say, well, I know how many toes that I have, right? So that's science? That's not exactly how it works, right? So I just want to go over, the basic fundamentals of the scientific method, also known as natural science, right? So the way that it works is that if you have a caveman, he sees a hot spring, water boiling, Well, what causes that? He comes up with a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat, right? So he goes and he tests it. He adds heat to some water. It boils. It stops boiling when he takes the heat away, and it boils when he does it again. So what did he just show with the scientific method, right? He just showed that you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? The water boiling, right? And then you form a hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis, right? It's the independent variable, that thing that's causing the naturally observed phenomenon. And when you turn it on and off like a light switch, 0, 1, 0, 1, you can see the cause manipulating the effect, right? So it's kind of like going into a hotel room. You've never been there before, and you flip on a light and you go, oh, that's my side, right? And then you think it's settled, right? But then, the other person in the hotel room with you, they flip the switch and it affects the same light. So there could be two causes to the same effect. For example, with the water, if you put it in a vacuum, it boils at very low temperatures, right? So the science is never settled for this reason. So we're always like 99 point something % sure this is the cause of that, but it's never settled. So what we have here is like a really old argument over the shape of the Earth, but it's never really been settled. And the reason is because it's not science, right? This is geometry. We're measuring the shape of something. So really, I don't think we should be called flat earthers. I think they should call us flat waterers, because what we're doing is we're going out into the natural world and we're measuring over water. And the best way to do it, obviously, is, still water, right? That's, not a whole lot of waves, not during the tides. And what we're seeing is that we can see too far. Now, I would ask everybody to participate in this part, because this is really interesting. You can search right now, what is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they'll tell you, Google, whatever search engine, they'll tell you what it is, right? And then you can go to an Earth curve calculator right after that, right? So it's 3959 miles. You go into an Earth curve calculator and you type 1 foot observer's height, or eye height, and you just look at the horizon distance, and it'll tell you where the horizon should be, because we can work it out mathematically. So if we can do that, then we can actually measure it for ourselves and falsify it. Now, see, here's where science really becomes important. You got to pay attention to this part. If you're not doing the scientific method, then it's not a scientific theory. And if there's no science involved, well, I could just dismiss it as poetry, right? Because anybody can say anything. Any village idiot can describe something and explain why he thinks this is happening, but you don't really know until you manipulate the independent variable and you see the cause and effect relationship. That is where you know something is true. And what I find, a lot of people are just going around committing all these false cause fallacies. So it's like this. How do you know the moon's gravity is affecting the tides? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see the cause and effect relationship. So it's just something that's widely accepted that nobody really knows what's causing it. I mean, you could say it has to be the moon's gravity, right? But that's a fallacy. What if it's the sun's energy? Just for example, like, we haven't tested it, so we don't know which one it is. Both are equally true. Now, a lot of people will say that, it's knowledge that they have that the Earth is spherical. Has they been out there and directly measured it? If you haven't directly measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. And if you believe that someone else has done it, well, you're just believing what they're saying, right? So it's a belief that you have that it's spherical. It's not an actual knowledge type thing. So what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know that if you measure the curvature over the water, which it should be 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to measure yourself and detect that. But the thing is that all over the world, people are doing this with different apparatuses like lasers and flashlights and mirrors and telescopes, long zoom cameras. And we're all agreeing that we can see too far, right? So the question is, why? Why are we seeing too far? Well, the flat earth is going to say because the Earth is flat, or at least it's not the size of the sphere that they told us. Maybe it's much, much bigger. And some of the measurements I've seen with the Black Swan indicate that it could be, the Earth's radius could be the what was it? Like the moon's circumference, 238,000 miles away. Like, that would be a really big Earth, and they would be hiding a lot of land, and this whole global warming thing wouldn't really make sense under such conditions. So what we're trying to figure out is, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, well, what is it? Well, you would say that's what you call flat. That's what we would say it's flat. So you believe that it's spinning because you see the stars in motion, but according to classical relativity, all motion is relative. So how do you know it's the Earth spinning or the stars spinning or the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth? You don't. You can't tell. It's relative motion. So ever since you stepped foot in kindergarten and they started saying, you live here and the sun is over there and we're spinning, that's not really true, is it? Like, we can't verify that inside the solar system. You would have to have a third reference frame outside of the solar system and observe the Earth from there, in which you can't do. So because you can only observe the Earth from here, well, we all say that it appears geocentric. And that's what we all witness. Sun, moon, and stars make an orbit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So you might believe that this is settled science and the Earth is spinning, but science has never settled and it's never been proven. So you might believe that someone else has proven it, but that's just a belief that you have because you yourself haven't done any test or experiment, and there's none that you can do to prove it because nobody can feel it, nobody can measure it, nobody can falsify it. And Karl Popper, he was all about, if you can't falsify it, it's not science. So he was really into that, it has to be empirical, it has to be testable, it has to be repeatable, but most importantly, it has to be falsifiable. So the third claim is that if you go high enough, you can see the vacuum of space, right? So if you just keep going up and keep going up, you'll see it turn into a sphere. You'll see it start to spin, and then eventually you're in the vacuum of space. And we all know that you can't buy propane without propane accessories. I mean, Hank Hill said that on his show every single time, without fail. Got to have the propane accessories, man, because you can't just take gas pressure, right, and put it in a vacuum without a container. If you got a vacuum, you got some sort of container that you've used to create that vacuum. And we can't have high pressure systems sitting next to low pressure systems anywhere in nature without a container. So if you want to, grill for your mother on Mother's Day, make sure you get your propane in a container, because if you put it in your hands, by the time you get home, your mother's going to be very sad, right? It's not going to work out for you. So here's something I want to illustrate. Like, imagine if you could, okay, this is your three beliefs. Here's my three beliefs, hypothetically. Now, this isn't actually what I believe, but let's say I go high enough. I believe that you could see like unicorn nipples and Pegasus breasts. And then I believe that if you keep going higher, then you can see, green grass on the dark side of the moon. And that's what's causing the tides. Like, those three claims are just as scientific and unfalsifiable as the claim of curvature, spinning, and the moon gravity thing and the vacuum thing. We can't verify any of that. So they're all on equal footing, scientifically speaking. They're not even really a scientific theory. It's more like a postulation that nobody can disprove. So when they say, well, you got to prove it, if it's your claim, you have to back up your claim. And then if you don't, they can just miss your claim without evidence. It's easily dismissible without any evidence. So all I'm trying to illustrate here is that anybody can go out and measure where the horizon should be and see if they can make observations that they shouldn't be able to see. All you need is an Earth curve calculator, binoculars, a mirror. I mean, these sort of things will get the job done. And I've been out there and I couldn't detect any curvature at 1 foot above water. I was standing in the water at the ocean. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to do anything but to test it yourself, because it is falsifiable. It is something that you can actually prove. And when you ask globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the shadows, right? They'll tell you to look at everything, look at a pendulum, all the stuff they tell you to look at, but they'll never actually tell you to go measure the Earth's surface. And I'm not talking about, the Earth is like completely flat, like a piece of paper. Of course, there's topography, right? That's why we measure over the water, because if the Earth is over 70% water, then you would expect it to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be, unless the Earth is 70% flat. Well, that's what we're measuring right now. We're measuring flat water all over the world. And this is what the argument boils down to. And this is where the nitty-gritty part is, so you should pay attention right here the most. So we see an object with the horizon further than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but it's not. It's somewhere else. And we're saying that this is because it's about weather condition. It's about how the eye works with perspective. It's about, how far you can see, because you can't see forever if you're in the atmosphere. You can't see forever, period, because you don't have, owl eyes. You have human eyes, and they're very limited, right? They're really good at detecting food or danger, within 100 yards. Not so good at 3 miles away, right? We can't really detect a danger from 3 miles away with our eyeballs very good, because where in nature would we have danger 3 miles away, So when you look at this thing, you have to look at it like, why would the globe earthers tell you to measure the sun, moon, and stars? Why would they tell you to look at everything but the surface of the earth? But the flat earthers, the one that, the dumb ones, they're telling you to measure it directly. Now, if I were to go buy you like a new pair of custom boots, right? They're going to measure your feet, right? They're not going to go in there and measure your head, right? They're going to measure your feet directly. So that's what we're asking. All flat earthers are asking for is show us some curvature over the water, right? And what they do is they show us, partially blocked images or objects, right? And oftentimes they don't even know it, but that itself is still a black swan. And this is how the black swan works. If you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant, and she's pregnant with triplets, and she lays on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? So if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So with these observations that we're making, you guys keep showing us white swans and going, no, it's not a black swan, but it only takes one black swan to debunk all the other white swans. And you can show me 1 million white swans. If I got one black swan, then I've debunked you. That's how the black swan argument works. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every observation must be, sorry, I forgot it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the Earth doesn't have that radius, we can see too far, which we can, then it's not an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. So what we're saying here is that we're testing it and it's failing. And this is the crux. This is where it's at. They say light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. So I don't know how you would verify that, because light travels in a straight line until it reaches a different medium, right? So this is what refraction is. Light goes from atmosphere into water, right? You can see the straw bend in the glass, right? Now that's a big bend because that's a huge difference in density of the water and the atmosphere, huge difference. So what they're saying is light is bending down because of temperature. So the temperature would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder every mile for it to keep bending down like that. So if they want to prove that this is what's happening, they have to get a black swan observation, and they have to get people out there, like 10 people every couple of miles or whatever, and measure the temperature to prove that that's actually what's happening, because so far this is their just so story, right? We're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing in places we shouldn't be seeing them, way past the horizon. And they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Well, they got to prove it. They can't just use a snapshot of the temperature of that day. They got to measure the water, the air, everything for 10 miles to prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, causing the light to bend down, down, and down. Otherwise, light travels in a straight path like it normally does. Now, it does bend when it goes into glass, or there's from atmosphere to glass or atmosphere to water or water to glass. It does bend there, right? The light doesn't actually bend. What it does is it changes its angle of attack, right? So it's coming in at this angle, it hits a different medium, and the light slows down, and the angle changes. But then it goes in another straight line until it comes out of that medium. So light usually travels straight. It's not really bending. The light is just changing direction. So if they can prove that light is bending down at all these different angles because of this temperature, now I don't really think the temperature does that. I don't think there would be any way for them to demonstrate this, but this is what they need to demonstrate at this point to explain why light is bending down. So I think I just about wrapped it up. So make sure you don't make like the same mistake of putting like a false cause on something. How do they know that's why the light's bending down, or that the light is even bending down, period? How do they even know that? They would have to be able to demonstrate it, and I don't think they can. So Ronan, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we are going to open it up for audience questions, but I'd just like to take the privilege to start by asking like a very short interview of maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to the audience from that point on, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So, Hank, for someone who is brand new to this, and obviously you just gave a ton of great information, right? But say you had someone who's brand new and you only had the chance to point out one flaw that they could intuitively grasp with the heliocentric model that would make it clear to them that they should look into it further, what would you choose at all the different things you've researched to be that one introductory wedge to get someone to look into this?
Well, I would say the surface of the water, right? But a lot of people are going to say that that's so dumb that they're not even going to entertain it. So let me give you something that you can entertain. Imagine you have all the matter in the universe in one spot before the Big Bang, plus 95% of the universe that you can't see or observe, which they need for their model to work, which is the dark matter and dark energy. So everything you can see, plus everything we can't see in one spot, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well, wouldn't it? If mass attracts mass and this causes the bending and warping of space-time, or whatever kind of gravity they choose, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well with a hell of a lot of pull, wouldn't it? How could anything escape that gravitational pull?
Right. Well, thank you, Hank. So there's a lot of people here. So let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question that comes immediately to mind for Hank? And again, obviously always being respectful is the name of the game. But does anyone have a question? I have plenty more, but I want to give everyone a fair chance.
Yeah, I got a question. Hank, when it comes to the flat Earth theory, the most striking situation about it is the fact that the UN made over 123 countries sign a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty, and preventing people from going to Antarctica. I've seen flat Earth model, and most of the models states that the Antarctica is basically the edge of the flat Earth. And it makes me curious why the UN made over 123 countries sign that treaty. And, it kind of boggles my mind the more I think about it.
Well, the flat Earth isn't a theory. We all observe a natural stationary plane of existence. I don't think anyone here can say that they've experienced curvature or axial rotation, right? So it's not a theory. It's what we all experience. It's what your senses are telling you. So I would say if you believe flat Earth is a theory, what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge that you receive from your own senses is lying to you? So, and another thing, it's not a model either. A model is like a toy, right? It's like, this is what we think is going on. This is what we're going to use to make predictions off of, and they may or may not benefit us in technology and other aspects. But a model isn't reality, right? The dirt between your toes is the reality. And I would just say that the whole UN thing, I think it's a lot like Iceland. They told the Norsemen told the rest of Europe that it was Iceland. So they said tundra, basically, in modern English, right? They said, oh, it's just tundra. You wouldn't want to go there. You wouldn't want to live there, right? Because it turns out that they were ethnocentric and didn't like foreigners. Imagine that. So I think that's what's going on down below, right? They say that down south, it's all tundra. Well, wouldn't it if Yeti crab can exist, right, and these are just crabs that can live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean near these geothermal vents, wouldn't it be possible with these geothermal vents to irrigate that thermal energy and maybe make even places that were livable if they did it correctly? So I think that it's just hidden land. That's what I think it boils down to. Hidden land.
Thank you. If I could ask another question, with the advance of technology that we've had, right, all the different technology like drones and rockets and videos and cameras and so forth, is there anything that's come out in recent times that is sort of like new visual evidence that helps to prove either that the Earth is flat or to debunk the globe or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's come out new as a result of technology that Flat Earth has been able to show?
Well, yeah, it's not actually a new technology. It's the sextant. It's actually a very old and ancient technology. And we're understanding that it has to be a triangle, right? When you're triangulating something, it has to be a triangle or it doesn't work, right? So if you're trying to get your position here on Earth, right, and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then it's not going to be a perfect 90 degrees at that angle, right? It's going to be some more acute angle, and you wouldn't be able to get they wouldn't work. The sextant it wouldn't work. Now, there's a big misunderstanding. A lot of people think that you have to go up to measure the curvature, but why would you have to leave the Earth, the thing you're trying to, measure, to measure it? You're right here on the surface. Wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to measure it here directly? And because of topography, that's too many variables for the average person who isn't like a mathematician. So we say do it over water, because anybody is smart enough. It doesn't matter who you are. You're smart enough to plug in the numbers in the Earth curve calculator and decide for yourself whether it's flat or it's curved. And that's all we're asking people to do.
Does anyone else have a question or comment? So Hank, you also believe in the firmament? Is that a necessary component in your thinking as well? The solid or semi-solid dome over the planet as well?
Well, we don't know the shape of it, but a lot of us think that it's a firmament, dome-shaped. Some of us think that it's a flat top, flat ceiling. And because of this, think about how perspective works. Let's say you have a drone, right? And you lift off and you stand on the liftoff pad. It's going to be right over your head at the zenith position, 12 o'clock, right? And you start, let's say it's a really good drone, okay? So you start going west and it gets lower and lower and lower and lower till it kind of disappears into the horizon, but the altitude of the drone isn't changing. It's still, right under that 400-foot ceiling that they give us here in America. And it's still at the same altitude, but it appears to get lower, right? And then let's say that, once it leaves, you can't see it no more. This would be illegal to do. This is not advice. But let's say you could circle back around and come back around from the east. It would appear to rise like the sun, even though it never left that 400-foot altitude ceiling. It's never getting lower. It only appears to get lower. And that's why the sextant thing works so well, I think, is because anywhere in the world, if you know what time it is and where the star's location should be, you can almost pinpoint your exact location on this Earth. And the stars, they don't change. The position of the stars, they never change. Only the wandering stars, the so-called planets, those are the only ones that change. Right? All the other stars have the exact same position for 32,500 years, according to the BBC and the oldest known star chart that they found.
So what do you consider planets to be? Are they flat as well? Are they there? Are they do they have a spherical shape? What are planets to you? The wandering stars that you mentioned.
So to me, it's a light in the sky. And what it's made out of, what it's doing, how much it weighs, what's the mass, I don't know. It appears to make certain patterns in the sky at the exact same time that you would expect it, over and over again, so well that we can predict where it's going to be for thousands of years in the future. Now, that doesn't sound like a result of a random Big Bang. That sounds more like a Swiss, watch, a timepiece. One of those really high-end, really ornately designed watches. That doesn't sound random at all. So what are the planets? The honesty is we don't know, but they're more dependable than anything else we've ever seen.
So whenever there's like a meteorite, like something that comes from the heavens or comes from outside of the Earth, and it breaks through our atmosphere, and then it hits the Earth, how is that possible with a firmament dome?
I would say you'd have to show me, because when they've dug and tried to get the iron from these so-called meteorites, they can't never get it. It's like they dig and they don't find anything. They don't find the iron they were looking for, they were hoping to get, and they wasted a lot of money trying to do that. So I would say, because you see a streaking light in the sky, right? How do you know that it's made of ice and metal and all these other, known elements? When you see a light, why don't you assume that it's like all other lights, right? And all other lights in nature is plasma. Fire is plasma, right? Lightning is plasma.
Well, I know I have seen some in museums and stuff, right? And the others are sold for huge amounts of money.
Well, you can also buy Martian real estate. I hope you don't, but
This is true.
so how do you verify that's from some other place? Do you know what other places are made out of? And if they're made out of the same material that we have here, then how can I verify this rock has been to this place that is supposed to exist out in a vacuum, where there's these gas balls like Jupiter, where all the gas doesn't, do what it normally does and fill the available volume. It's just sitting there in like a big pile, right, of gas that's in a perfect sphere, and it's not doing what it should always do. So I've recently come up with this understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. And this is basically the gist of it. Entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold. So if you got a cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, it's all the temperature is leaked out and it's reached equilibrium. So it can't get any colder because it's in equilibrium. So the same thing with a charge. If you have two car batteries, one's completely charged and one's completely dead, you hook them up with the cables, 24 hours later, all the high charge is going to move into the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. Then you're going to have two halfway charged batteries. So the gas pressure works the same way. If you have a propane tank with 250 psi, despite all the gravity and bending and warping of space-time and mass attracting mass, I'll give you all of that, it still doesn't contain it. Once I open that propane tank, even though it's facing up away from the pull of gravity, at the surface of the Earth, where it's only stronger in the middle of the Earth, but we can't get there. So this is the strongest source of gravity. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, and you come back 5 or 10 minutes later, and it's going to be 14.7 psi at sea level. Well, I'm going one step further, right? So this is specific gravity. Anybody can look it up. Specific gravity is the only gravity that is actually testable by the scientific method. So let's say you got a pail, right? And you put an apple in it, right? So you pour water in the pail, the apple rises. You take away the you take away the water, and the apple sinks to the bottom. Well, what did you manipulate? The cause, right? So what is the cause in this case? The relative density of the object. That's what I manipulated. And what was the effect? The effect was I proved that if you manipulate the relative density of an object, this is why objects here on Earth go up and down, except for birds and aerodynamics. Every other object in a medium is going to reach its equilibrium, and then it's going to stop. So if you drop a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum, they're going to go at the same speed until they reach their equilibrium, right? Now, if you do it in an atmosphere, let's say you do it above the Kármán line where there's no atmosphere, allegedly, right? And you drop the bowling ball, it's going to go down really fast, and so is the feather. And then as the atmosphere starts to increase the pressure, right, it's going to reach terminal velocity, which means it can't fall any faster. So that 9.8 meters a second, yes, that happens. Thank you. But it doesn't always happen. And yes, when you drop things, sometimes they fall, but they don't always fall. For example, a anvil will float in mercury. I know it sounds crazy, but we can show you the GIF that you put anvil anywhere on Earth, it's going to fall down, except in mercury. It floats like an ice cube because the relative density is more powerful than any gravity you can throw at it. And they say gravity, well, that's just one definition of gravity, right? So there's Newtonian, there's Einsteinian, there's dark gravity, and then there's specific gravity. So this specific gravity is the one that you can test. It's repeatable, falsifiable, testable. No matter what object you have, if it's in a medium, it'll seek its equilibrium. And think about the water cycle. The water changes phase, it turns into a gas, it goes straight up. I mean, defying gravity. And then people say that you have to have gravity in specific gravity. It's like, no, you can't mix the two. You can't hijack on that word. You can't just get on the gravity train and say this proves the bending and warping of space-time, because the bending and warping of space-time is just a concept. Like, I'm a Texan, so I have this concept about liberty and freedom, right? And governing myself. Like, you can't take those away and bend them. You can't bend my liberty because it's just a concept, right?
How does the concept of gravity, or what you were just explaining, prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. What it does is it illustrates that not every gravity is scientific. There's only one scientific gravity, and that's specific gravity. It's one that you can test and falsify. So if I tell you that iron floats in mercury, this is a test you can do, right? If you tell me that a massive object will cause the bending and warping of space-time, the bending and warping of space-time that happens in space as well, right? So in this near-perfect vacuum where there's no material, there's this bending and warping of this non-material, non-physical space-time, right? So it's metaphysical. It's like talking about God and angels. Like I can't test it. I can't prove it. I can't put it in a jar and take it to the lab. I can't paint it yellow and see what it does. This whole bending and warping of space-time, it's not scientific. Einstein had no hypothesis in his paper in 1915. It was all mathematical and equations and stuff. So math isn't science. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, with the Earth being flat, what's underneath? Like
the Russian borehole, they dug almost 8 miles, and every step of the way they predicted what they were going to find, and they were wrong every time. And when they got to 8 miles, they couldn't dig any further. So we don't know. And that's the thing about flat earthers. If you talk to a real flat earther, we're all hyper empiricists. If you ask us something we don't know, we better say we don't know, or else you better cite some sources to back up your claim. We're never going to go into speculation unless we say, hey, I'm speculating, what if the sun causes the tides because it has more energy and it would, disrupt the material. Let me think of a better way to phrase that. It would, and this is, hypothetical, this is just an example. Let's say it would perturb the water molecules and cause the tides. Right? That's just a speculation. So I don't have anything to back that up, so don't hold me to it. That's what we say when we're speculating. Any other time we're talking and you ask us to cite our source, we're going to be more than happy to stop what we're doing and cite our source and back up our claims.
That makes sense.
Question, if I can.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
You wanted to say following from that first?
Yeah, I had a couple more questions, but I can wait until after.
Okay, well, if you want to ask a few, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Okay, so first question, on top of all those, were you raised thinking the Earth was flat, or as a globe?
Absolutely not. I grew up in Texas, and we have a regular public school system. But when I was in the first grade, I discovered the science books on the bottom labeled space. And my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, she was the head librarian at the public library. So I kind of had free reign with all the space books that I could consume. And I was so into it that I debunked the moon landing before ever hearing someone else say that it was fake. So when I saw the flag waving in the wind, I knew there was no wind on the surface, because before 2019, the moon was in outer space and it was considered a vacuum. After 2019, now they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, according to space.com. But yeah, I was raised globe earther, grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, space video games, etc., etc., etc. But I was following it so close that I started seeing problems. And there definitely is problems, specifically when you try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum physics. There's this thing called the cosmological constant crisis, or the cosmological constant problem, right? And this says that when you compare what we theorize compared to what we observe, you're off by an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. This is the huge factor, according to Michio Kaku. He said, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, oh man, you need a new theory, right? But they don't do away with the theory. They just keep ad hocing explanations where they make up on the spot as to this is why this still works. Now, any village idiot can tell you why it still works. So according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation to create enough pull for the outer stars, because it's the opposite of a solar system. Pluto has the longest year and Mercury has the shortest. Well, in the galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center have the longest year, and the stars in the outward arms have the shortest year. So it's like taking kids and put them on a merry-go-round and see what speed they fly off, and then increase it by 10 for your next experiment, and pray to dark matter that it's going to come save the children and that none of them get hurt. Right? That's what's going on. The math doesn't work out at the galactic level. Now, as far as making so-called predictions, which are actually postdictions, because it's a pattern, the sky is like a clock, like a pattern. They say they're making predictions, but they're all postdictions. But the math works out at the solar system level, but it absolutely doesn't work out at the quantum level, like I said earlier, quantum physics, and it doesn't work out at the galactic level, and that's why they need the dark matter theory, because it doesn't work.
So when you realized at one point in time in your life that the earth is actually flat, it's not what you were being taught in school or what everyone around you thought, did you find that you were talking to everybody, trying to get them to see that that was the case, and then maybe be ostracized by people or ridiculed by people? And if so, how did that affect your life?
Well, the thing is that I'm backing up what I'm claiming, right? I'm telling people to go do it themselves. So when I tell people, let's say 10 years ago, I told my uncle, yeah, man, look into that 9/11, that Building 7. He's like, oh, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. And then a couple years later, he'd come around and be like, you know what? You were right. I'd be like, what was I right about? What are you talking about? He'd be like, about, Building 7, about how it collapsed. And then a few years later, September the 3rd, I think, a few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska, did a 4-year study with another college professor from Japan. And this college, it's a structural engineering college. And they nearly quoted me word for word. So this is what the outcome, the abstract says. The abstract says that in Building 7, it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns. Now, a column is what holds the building up, right? So if it was a fire, it would have been a progressive collapse, like dominoes, because the fire doesn't poof the whole building up at once. Only some sort of explosion or timed demolition could do something like that. A fire isn't capable of doing that. So in Fairbanks, Alaska, when they put their stuff out, I could just grab that link and just post it wherever, and I don't have to say anything. Nobody has to believe me, because this is now what the experts are saying. So if anybody ever ostracized me, that's their problem, not mine, because I can look at both sides of the coin on every situation and weigh out the evidence like a sober judge, instead of getting my emotions involved. And then, you got your preconceived bias, you got logical fallacies. Once you understand all these things and you know how to govern your own emotions, then you can look at things more clearly rather than having the cognitive dissonance. Now, the people with the cognitive dissonance, that's their problem. That's something that they have to work through, right? And if they treat me different while they're going through that, I don't really care.
Well said. Thank you.
If I can ask you a question now, So postulating, you said that there's a firmament, whether it be a dome or a ceiling type of firmament. Do you believe, like as the Bible says, that above that firmament is water, that there is perhaps outside of that or above us a watery layer or water beyond the firmament? Is that part of your understanding?
So this is the law of correspondence. It's a natural law. As above, so below. So they say that there's water above and so there's water below, right? So we know that there's deep underground oceans, right? North Texas, the Panhandle, is connected to one of the largest. They found a whole bunch of them in China, right? So we know that there's water below, and if there's evaporated water above us, then it has to be above us. But when you're talking about on the other side of the firmament, I mean, who could know such things? We could speculate that, there is a firmament, but there has to be a container because you're breathing right now. So if you got gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment. So there has to be something. It's like you can't eat a steak without cow. So nobody's eating a steak and wondering whether or not cows really exist or not. So yeah, there's something up there, but who knows what's above it or who knows what it's made out of.
So a follow-up question to that. Do you believe that the Earth's moon, the moon that's visible from Earth, is inside of the firmament, or is it in here with us, or is it on the other side, or is it part of the firmament?
I would say it's hard to tell the location of the moon. They say that it's 238 miles away. 238,000 miles away, but we can allegedly see a piece of it that's like 50 miles across with our naked eye. So when you do the math, that doesn't really work out. So we don't know where it is. We just don't think that it's as far away as they say that it is. And we don't know that it's made out of, who knows what it's made out of? The astronauts gave petrified wood to, I think, Holland and passed it off as a moon rock. So we don't know what it's made out of.
Question. If I assume that under the model of flat Earth that you're describing, the South Pole is, not actually some singular point, but spread around in, a circular fashion, where the North Pole is, in fact, more of a representative focal point, correct?
So we don't have a model. Anyone that ever tells you that we have a model, it's incorrect, because at this point we're consolidating facts, right? So we're not free enough to create a model. And the truth is, you don't have a model either. You don't have a scientific model. In fact, your model doesn't work either. So just to be clear, if you've seen concepts of a flat Earth, it's like a disk flying through space or turtles or something involved, we're not claiming that. Nobody claims a model. If you're claiming a model and you're a flat earther, you're obviously new and you don't know what you're talking about, because what people do is they put out these models that are straw man versions of what we're claiming that we live on, and then they debunk the model. And then they say, oh, this is fact checked. We debunked this. Well, you debunked a straw man. Classic. So there is no model. Now, I've seen the concept that you're referring to, right? That's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming is that you can measure water and it's missing curvature.
Isn't that a bit of a double standard, though? Because you're effectively trying to debunk other models while simultaneously not presenting any to be tested.
Okay, you want a model? I'll give you a model. The water has zero curvature. Go test that. If you don't mind.
Well, if the Earth is flat in any configuration, then I should not be able to fly around from any point to any other point without crossing over any sort of central place. Wherever the center of that flat space is, it would, if it's round, it's wrapped around itself, and I can go without crossing over a path I've already been. Places would be connected two different ways, effectively, in either direction. And so the easiest way for an individual in their own life experience to then test things, would be either to charter a boat or a private series of private planes or so on and so forth to fly or sail from point to point and see what was actually closer to what, and if they could get something from multiple ways to see if, it was wrapped around. This is something you could do in your own individual life, correct?
Yeah, you're talking about making a map. Like, we're not trying to prove where the continents are as a relationship to other continents, because all maps are incorrect slightly somewhere. There's no perfect map of the world, right? And what is going on is we have Cartesian coordinates maps. They're all in grids, right? Squares. If the Earth was a sphere, wouldn't the maps be wouldn't they be rectangular coordinates? Because rectangles fit on a sphere, right? But they're all flat Earth maps because they're Cartesian coordinates. So if you want to know the shape of the Earth, yeah, you can fly around and go to space or whatever you want to do, but I don't know. I just think that you should measure it directly. I don't know why that makes sense, but like if I wanted to prove to you that I had a 12-foot boot size, wouldn't I just give you my foot instead of, well, you can measure my fingernails, or, you can take a train, right, and ask other people, right, how big my foot is. No, I would give you my foot and say, see, it's a size 12, told you. Just measure it directly. I don't know why everybody comes up with, we could go to Antarctica and we could take flight and we could take rockets and we can go to space. You're not going to space, sorry, but you can go to the ocean. 95% of the population lives near an ocean.
Well, the thing that I am suggesting, it would involve simply chartering boats. You could do this if you had an ocean-worthy vessel. Like I'm not giving saying go become an astronaut. I'm simply putting out the thought process of being able to test if the surface of the Earth is wrapped in some way. Now you could say that potentially you could have a cylinder. And that would also be wrapped. But the notion of whether it's wrapped, so you could come from either direction to a similar point in all spaces, that is a testable hypothesis. An individual with a boat could do. They wouldn't have to make any measurements. They would just have to say, can I get from here to here without crossing this? Did you understand what I don't know if, I'm wondering if I'm communicating clearly is what I mean to say.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then you should be able to go to Argentina, South America, and take a short flight across the ocean to South Africa or Australia or New Zealand. But what you'll see is most of the flights, they go towards the north, and then they come back down towards the south. Now, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be like direct flights. And if there are, I would say that book it, see if you can go on it. So I'm not completely disagreeing with you. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that what's that going to prove? Okay, we don't know how fast they're going up there, right? Nobody has like a speedometer that they could take with them. And you're going to be a lot better off just by measuring it directly, because at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So when I was in North Beach, me and my wife at night saw the lights across the way. And it's like those light poles aren't 66 feet above the water, right? So anybody can do this. You don't have to take my word for anything. I'm just an egghead on the internet, right? Who knows, right? I may be lying, but all I'm asking people to do is just go measure it for themselves and find out. If it's curved, it should be easy to prove it, real easy, because you can't see past a certain point, and it's going to be like that every single time. And you're never going to be able to see further. But the problem is we keep seeing further than we're supposed to be able to see, and we've debunked horizon, and now everybody admits that it's a refracted horizon. That's what the flat earthers are saying.
Well, the comment you made earlier about refraction, you were talking about light coming down through the atmosphere, but the light coming across the atmosphere is different, because the light that comes, conceivably from space, according to a globe model, passes through the atmosphere directly and comes down. Whereas light that is coming, through the edge of the curve that you're looking at, be passing through larger amount of atmosphere, because it would actually be going across in that way, and so it would experience a greater amount of, it would refract more so because it's going through a much larger amount of atmosphere, because it's coming through sideways at a much more a much higher angle.
Okay, so if you got a star right over your head, it's not passing through a bunch of different layers at an angle. right? But if you got a star that's, say, like between 30 and 60 degrees, right, that's going through a bunch of different density layers, and you would actually see more refraction in stellar objects than you would looking across the same medium, because if you're 1 foot above the water and you look across 10 miles away at 1 foot above the water, you're in the same exact medium, the same density. Now, if something is several stories high, the higher up you look at the building, yeah, it might get wonky up there because now you're looking through different layers of atmosphere. The higher you look up at a building, you're not supposed to see it, and you see it, and you look up, it's kind of wonky and wavy up there up top. That's because you're looking through different layers now. But if you just look at the bottom of the image, that's going to be clear, except for, okay, this is really important to understand. What you know about light is very little. Me too, right? I'm in the same boat with you. Light is incredibly hard, difficult, not easy to understand. So when you're looking at Chicago from Michigan, right, at like 50, 60 miles away, you're not actually seeing the buildings. You're seeing the light reflect off the buildings. So as the light is reflecting off the buildings and headed toward your eye, it's expanding in all directions. It's diverging. The image is stretching like you're zooming in. And you can see this when you're at the bottom of the pool and you look across and you see a light on the other side at nighttime. And the light looks huge, right? But then you get close and you change the bulb and it's actually a very small, tiny little filament. But the way that light works, it expands in all directions. And if you look at the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, the light intensity drops 4 times. So the intensity is what changes. Light does travel forever, but not at the same intensity. So I guess it could never go down to 0 because it's always going to be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. So when you're looking at light from that far away, it's like, say you got a cowboy and you want to read his belt buckle to see which rodeo he won or whatever, right? As you zoom in, his feet are going to get cut off on the bottom. Well, the same thing's happening to the image of Chicago. The light is diverging in all directions and stretching, and one of those directions is down towards the water. And when the light bounces off the water, it never hits you in the eye. So this could cause false horizons. And anybody can look up Skunk Bay time lapse with grids and see what I'm talking about. You can see that as the day progresses, there's a GIF. I'm sure somebody's posting a GIF right now. And you can see how it looks like the other side of the bay is getting flooded out as the day progresses and the sun perturbs the atmosphere, but it's not. It's just the light, or the way it's interacting with the atmosphere, it's causing a false horizon in front of it when the actual real horizon is actually behind it. And you can see it. It's clear as day to see the false horizon come up, swallow the buildings, and at the end of the day spit it back out like it never really happened. But it's really difficult to see this sort of refraction happening where you can notice it, because when we're looking at refraction, it normally takes instruments, right? So in this case, we took a time lapse and we sped it up. Now you can see it, right? But what really happens is that the horizon changes places throughout the day based on interference of the conditions of the atmosphere and the sun interacting with it. Sorry if I went on a rabbit trail on that one, but it's very difficult to understand what light is doing.
I followed what you were saying. I disagree with a little bit of it, but one of the larger points is I don't understand how many of the points you're making actually relate to the differences between a globe or flat model of the Earth. Like, then, for example, you're pointing out many flaws in, institutional sciences and what they pretend to know, what they don't really know. I mean, they've changed what they think the speed of light is on occasion, things like that. And these are true. Fair enough. But there's a difference between, okay, they're wrong about some things, or they don't always admit when they're wrong about some things, and therefore flat Earth. I guess I'm just not following how a flat Earth. It seems like you are looking for things which can't be explained, and then therefore, if not everything can be explained, the Earth is flat. And I'm being critical, but I'm being bluntly honest.
Yeah, I just want to say that, that's not my argument. My argument is go measure the water yourself and falsify or verify it. That's actually my argument. That's my real argument is here today. Everything else about a model, we don't have a model. We don't live in a model. The earth is the real earth that's outside. You know, when you go walk around and you get dirt between your toes. That's what the real earth is. And it presents itself as a flat stationary plane. And you can all go outside and verify this. So the whole model thing, we don't have that. We're not worried about models. We're not free enough as a population to go test this world and its boundaries and see what it is and what shape it is and, you know, what it's doing and where the boundaries are. As far as I know, we have these mandates from governments saying that we can't go to Antarctica and we can't tell what it is. So all we got is what's right here, right? And this is the real Earth, and you can actually go test it and see what it is. Now, as far as the other stuff that I've talked about, gravity is important, right? Because how are spaceballs made? In the heliocentric model, gravity pulls the matter together because mass attracts mass. So if I debunk mass attracting mass, which I don't need to do that, Professor Shankar has already done that for me, Professor of Physics of Yale. And, you know, I can cite my sources for that and show you that mass attracting mass, that's 106 years out of date, pseudoscience. And then the whole bending and warping of space-time, yeah, you can't prove it. So I can just dismiss it because there's no hypothesis test or experiment that we can demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time. So, yeah, all I'm trying to do is let you know that the real shit, sorry for cursing, is the specific gravity. And you can test it with balloons. I mean, all children, you know, like to play with balloons because, you know, this is what the real world is, right? Not everything falls when you drop it. Yeah, you drop your cell phone, it's going to break. Did you expect the atmosphere to hold it up? No, there's not enough buoyant force in the atmosphere to hold up your cell phone. But there is enough buoyant force to hold up the balloon.
So I know you'll say, you know, we don't know and we can't know, but is space travel just out of the picture? You know, like, should we not even be bothering? Is that a pipe dream? The whole concept of exploring beyond this realm, do you think?
Well, it's kind of funny because what do you mean by space, right? You're in Canada, I'm in Texas. So there's a great deal of space between us, right? Yeah, we can travel, right? You could come to Texas and I could show you the Gulf, right? But as far as us going to live on Mars one day, I mean, that just seems bizarre to me to think that you could go live on a light in the sky. I would think it would make a lot more sense that, you know, we could go terraform Antarctica. Doesn't that make more sense?
Perhaps, yeah, quite possibly. Do you think that the nature of the Earth as we observe it is explicitly indicating an intelligent designer, like a creator? Like, does that go hand in hand with this understanding that this is some kind of a created realm?
Well, to me, it does, because when I think about what Native American life was like, and the man would just go out early in the morning and just get, you know, fruits and berries and fish and deer from, you know, everything we need is here. It's almost like an anthouse for humans, right? And then when you look at the information theory, right, and this is the part that you need to type in, functional sequence specified complexity. When you look into that, I mean, you'd have to have a great deal of faith to find a Rolex watch in the woods and think to yourself, my God, how long did it take for the woods to create this magnificent, you know, timekeeping device? That would require some wow faith that I do not possess. So when I see something with intricate design, specifically functional sequence, right? That's what the DNA pattern is, whatever you want to call it, the code. It's a functional sequence with specified complexity. So we know the difference between a sand dune and a sand castle. Everyone on Earth, every child on Earth knows that the sandcastle has to have had a crater. You're never going to get a letter from the mail from no one, right? If you trace it back, it's always going to go back to the three things that information exchange requires: an intelligent sender, an agreed upon medium, like English, and an intelligent receiver. So if you send an English letter to a man who only speaks Mandarin, no information was exchanged. All three requirements have to happen. And the only way that could happen is with an intelligent sender. So yes, I would agree that this place is special. You are special. You're not mold on bread. You don't need to die. We do need to take a better care of our sacred rivers, water, soil, air, right? I'm not, completely down for destroying the earth, but I think that the climate change thing has been hijacked by people who want to tax the West. I mean, why wouldn't they want to worry about China, right? They got companies over there that produce more pollution than entire countries. But yeah, let's tax the West because that's going to solve all the problems, right?
I see. And you mentioned Antarctica, and you may have mentioned this before, but do you believe, I've heard some people say that maybe our little ice wall enclosed part of this world is just one of many scattered throughout a wider ice plane, or that there could be other realms beyond the ice wall, but on the same plane. Do you subscribe to that concept?
No, those are called outer ponders. Although I have a few friends who are outer ponders, we don't all agree on all the speculative stuff. But these outer ponders, it does make sense that there could be, hypothetically, other people from other continents that we're unaware of. Whether they're in another container, I mean, that's all speculation. So I couldn't really, definitively say what's going on, but there are a sect of flat earthers that are called outer ponders, that they believe that there's maybe more land outside of this container that we're in. And maybe they don't even believe in a container, some of them. But yeah, most flat earthers, we all agree the water is measuring flat. Like, we all disagree on a great deal of many other things, but we're not really at each other's throat. We just say, okay, you and I, we're not going to agree on the subject. So we're going to agree to disagree, bury the conversation. We're never going to talk about this again because we're not going to change each other's minds. So let's stand on common ground. And that's what we're doing. That's why we all get along, is because we have common ground.
That common ground always includes that the earth is motionless. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know of any true flat earthers who think we're flying through space upward at 9.8 meters a second squared, which is really important to understand. Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So why is there a controlled opposition known as the Flat Earth Society? They say all the wrong things to make us look like idiots, and none of us are society members. I've never met one in 6 years. I think I'm getting to 6.5 years now. Yeah, that's all globe earthers making it look bad because we're being censored. If you know about Veritas, they had was released by a Google whistleblower, and Flat Earth was one of the things on this Google blacklist. So if you'll notice, when you search Flat Earth, you're going to get 100 debunk videos, and you might find one or two videos actually made by flat earthers. And this was a request of the government asking the alphabet agencies like Google, Facebook, and YouTube, like, hey, what are you going to do with all this flat earth stuff and all this fake? Right? So now in everything that's flat earth related, you're going to see that it's an archaic theory about what people used to think the earth was like. Yeah, like back during the Egyptians lived and we could build buildings that lasted for thousands of years into the future, people thought the earth was... Yeah, that's an archaic theory, but guess what? 2,000 years ago, apparently there were some Greeks back before archaic times who thought the earth was round. So you guys have a model, just like we do. We don't have a model. And you guys have an archaic thought on what the earth is. I mean, think about it, guys. If you're a heliocentrist, Helios, well, that's the sun god, and Apollo is the guy from Revelation, Apollyon, right, who comes out of the bottomless pit. And, all this stuff like Jack Parsons, he was a known occultist, and he was like with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard, and they were all hanging out back in the day. And it's like the NASA was started by Nazis. So Wernher von Braun, like, is a Nazi guy, and other Nazis got tried and, hung, but these guys got to lead like NASA programs and all this other stuff, and the planets are named all these pagan gods. I mean, obviously, it's the Big Bang as a creation. There's no science involved. The first step of the scientific method is to observe natural phenomena. Nobody observed the Big Bang. So if it can't even pass the first step of the scientific method, how can we prove that this static that everybody sees on their tube TVs from the 80s, 1% of that actually comes from the cosmic background radiation? How do we prove that's from the Big Bang? How could you possibly prove that? How could you prove that they're directly related unless you can manipulate the Big Bang, which is the cause, and see the cosmic background radiation as the effect? You can't do it. It's not science. There's no science in cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, paleontology. There's no science involved. It's not natural science, to be specific.
Does anyone else have a question or comment for Hank Hill or in general? Will you have the chance?
I have a question.
Go ahead, my friend.
Hey, Hank, it's Matthew. So how do GPSs work in the middle of the ocean? And then also all those big, those big 6-foot diameter satellite dishes that we've seen since the 80s and 90s before we had the small ones. What were they pointing out in the 80s and 90s?
Well, it looks like 45 degrees from what I could tell. Yep.
Depends on your latitude, right?
Right. Okay. So they appear to be pointing like halfway between the sky and the earth. Right. So if you were to see, what people don't realize that the underground marine cables, it's like over 90% of our communication, right, is these submarine cables that go from continent to continent, right? Because radio signals, anybody who owns a cell phone, they know that the light doesn't travel forever. So you go outside to take out your trash, you start losing the Wi-Fi signal. You go down the block and you've lost connection completely, right? This is because of the inverse square law. So these communications like this, they're not very good. They're not very good over long distances and weather patterns and stuff like that. So the best way to do it was, the cheapest way is to send it from the ground, right? And it's interesting because you got projects like Google Loon, where Google is going to put Loon satellites so that they could get internet to rural places. And then you got America came out and admitted that parts of the government were putting out balloons to surveillance the American population. And it's like, why would they need balloons if they got 3,000 satellites up there? I mean, they should be able to see like everything we're doing. We should get like live feeds. And, back in the 90s, they would just like zoom in on nude beaches and show you that this is what they're doing with the satellites. But I don't think we can verify any of that stuff can actually be done. So where does the source come from? I don't know, but it sure would be expensive to send it to space just to send it to Earth when we're on Earth and we could just send it across with cables. And there are wireless communications happening, but they're just not as good or as cheap.
Like the whole thing, we went to the moon and they made a phone call to the president, but we can't fucking make a phone call in Walmart by the milk section.
Yeah, my wife, she's all about the moon being fake. But yeah, if I can't get good signal, and anybody who knows me knows that I can barely get good signal while I'm at work. Like, how come I can't get good signal, but they can live stream from the moon in 1972? When the LEM took off in 1972, you can actually see the LEM taking off, and they say that, that was a robot camera that just happened to take off, lift its, lens at the exact same time that it took off. Like, but I can't get like good signal, on the interstate. Come on.
So there were balloons in the 80s that were stationary, so the satellite dishes never had to point somewhere different. And then there are satellite dishes on the equator that point straight up, or are those fake?
I'm not saying satellite dishes are fake, right? I'm just saying that it doesn't have to go all the way to space, right? We could put balloons up if you need to, get over a great distance, right? But a lot of people talk about you can bounce light off the moon. You can bounce radio signals off the ionosphere. So I really see, no real point in having to send up, a rocket into outer space for us to have signals with each other. We're here on Earth, right? So NASA, I think their budget for helium is like the highest in the world. So what do they need all that helium for? I understand specific gravity better than you do.
So, Hank, for those of us like myself who can't do math and don't have instruments of any kind, what are some of the ways, and you've probably covered this already, but just some of the ways that people can use their own senses and their own intuition to start piecing this together for themselves? And maybe
First of all, a lot of people, the Earth. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I am sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, people say that the globe is common sense. And which senses are you talking about when you say that it's common sense? Because can you see curvature? Can you experience motion? Well, they say you wouldn't be able to feel it. Right? So I would say, common sense, number one. What does water do when you pour it out? It seeks equilibrium. Right? Like every time, no matter what. And it's the physics of water. It's very easy to understand that it would be level. That's why we call it sea level. And that's why I'm telling you that you can go out with a mirror, right? Like a dressing room size mirror, put it in the water and face the sunset or the sunrise and have the other person on a lake, right, a body of water, and have them see if they can see the reflection, or get a spotlight and see if they can see yours when the sun goes down. Right? You can test it very easily because at 10 miles, there'll be 66 feet of curvature. Now think about this. Say I got a 6-story building, right? And there's a deer on the other side of the building. Now I can't shoot the deer with my camera or my rifle because I can't see it. Right? It's a 6-story building. It's blocking, right? That's what kind of bulge of water is going to be between you and the other person at the lake. It's going to be a 6-story building of water. Now, if you're claiming that you can shoot that deer with your rifle due to refraction, I'd like to see that, because I don't believe that's how ballistics work. I don't believe that when you see a target, it's not really there. When you see a target, it's really there. Like it's not because of refraction. You can't see a deer behind a mountain or behind a hill. And all we're saying is what we're seeing is what's actually there. And the globe earthers are going, nuh-uh, what you're seeing is actually refraction, right? But then you ask them what kind of refraction, and tell me what kind of mechanism is causing this, and how do we verify this? And nobody knows anything except for the word refraction. They just it with refraction, and that's not quite how it works. It's kind of like saying, if let me think how to put it. It's kind of like when someone says, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. I don't have to listen to you. I can just dismiss everything you're going to say." Well, that's two tactics, really. That's stultification, right? And it's another one that I can't remember right now.
But to further expand on your question, Shogun, about how people can get involved with this too, is simple, like camera too. They have for these cameras now. You get the Nikon P900 or the P9000. These long distance cameras. You can go out to spots. You can find objects that should be hidden, tall mountains that should be hidden by the curve, tall landmarks, or just other things in general too. It's not much, these cameras aren't too expensive, but these are things you can do yourself.
Thank you.
Just with the Earth curve calculator, anybody can do this. I mean, even if, I don't know about other states, but in Texas, you can drive on the beach. I mean, even if you just drive up to the beach and turn on your lights at a cove, right? And then someone's in the water, right? Or on the beach, right? If, you do the math, right? It's really easy to plug the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, and they're going to calculate refraction and all that stuff for you. It's really easy to just punch in the numbers.
Can you do the same with binoculars, not just a camera, like a high-powered lens or something?
Yeah, you could use lasers, binoculars, telescopes, high-end cameras, right? There's lots of stuff that you could do. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to falsify or prove that there's curvature. Now, I've already demonstrated with the Skunk Bay time-lapse that you can have false horizons due to atmospheric conditions. So if you see that, if you see a white swan, this isn't like a one-time measurement type deal. What we're seeing is black swans all over the world. People are seeing stuff they shouldn't be able to see. So if you get a white swan, I'd say just measure it again. Just keep going back to the same spot and measure it. And, you know, the thing is that it should be done like over a matter of, in my opinion, as much as possible. You want to test it as much as possible. But I went out there the first try on 4th of July, right? Really steamy day in Texas. And I seen it during the day and I seen it at night. So with or without the sun perturbing the atmosphere, I still seen it with my naked eyes. I could see the buildings. I could see the white paint, right? And then I could see the lights.
Well, this has been a lot of great material, a lot of good information. Does anyone else have a question or a comment they want to get in? If not, Hank, thank you so much for your time and for your knowledge. I was just wondering, do you have maybe like a takeaway message or a parting thought you want to leave with the audience here in the room and also those listening later on YouTube and BitChute?
Yeah. Think for yourself, question authority, right? And if everyone were governing themselves, would they need to be governed from without, from the outside? So if you govern yourself and everybody follows natural law, then people can't stomp the breath out of other people and other people get pissed off and riot and steal stuff and burn stuff down. If everybody would just follow natural law, then, you know, society would be a lot better off. So, you know, take a look at the 10 Commandments. It's pretty easy to follow. I mean, all you have to do is love your neighbor, and if you love him, you won't steal his wife or his car or his life, and you'll be cool to your parents. And, you know, that's all it takes. Love conquers a multitude of sins. So, yeah, don't believe anything that you see, especially if you see it on TV, right?
Wise words from a wise man. Thank you, Hank Hill, again for your time. Thank you to the live audience and everybody who came to listen to the podcast. We do these podcasts every day pretty much. We'll have them usually at 9 p.m. Central Time. We'll have one tomorrow on the subject of distilled water urine therapy and the God Complex with Destrix. But you can see on the announcements channel, there's always new events coming up. And all the past special events, debates, interviews, etc., can be found in the hashtag RT Podcast channel. All the channels have different, YouTube channels have different episodes, so check them all out. Like, follow, subscribe. Thanks so much, guys, and God bless.
Yeah, my only point of the sun was you guys asked, like, how does it work? Like, I don't think anybody knows. We can tell you its path, what it appears to take, maybe from one location. But from multiple locations, it becomes more uncertain where it is. I mean, it's within a range, you know, like it's not like way off, but it's off a little bit. So it's hard to draw conclusions when you, with a certainty, geometrically position where it is at all. This is
What
in the
about-
gold model. So
Yeah.
people have done this in AutoCAD. Seriously, people have like taken went to time and date in SunCalc and took those elevation angles and tried to intersect at where they said the sun was supposed to be, and they can never get it to work in AutoCAD, which is like 8-digit precision.
What about like the moon?
The moon?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't fucking know, man.
Hey,
I mean, these are things we can never really know the true causes or what they do. They're intangible to us. All we can do is look at them.
But there's an explanation to it already.
I mean, but they're not really scientific explanations.
They are actually.
So why are they better than the stories that they were told? What the moon and sun were before? Why are those worse stories?
Wait, what?
Before the Copernican model, right? They told stories about what the sun, moon, stars, all that shit, where they had convoluted stories about what they were. So why is that any different? They they couldn't touch the sun. The only thing they've done that's different is they've said, this is mathematical. We can make predictions. Our story's right because we can make predictions because we've attached to the variables, we've attached names, places, things called physics. You know, there's a a guy named Oliver Heaviside, and he was a self-taught mathematician. He invented vector analysis, and he tells it. He starts one of his books with this little story. Says it was once a joke upon a mathematician when he took his symbols for realities as S for the sun and M for the moon, meaning the variables in equations are not the realities. We can predict things with, motions of bodies, motions of objects, and all sorts of physical events, but it doesn't mean the underlying theory which we attach these variables to is correct or true.
But like at least,
And I can
like
give
they're
you
giving-
a literal example of this with the Mayans. Now, the Mayans predicted the transit of Venus better than the Copernican model, better than any other model. But their story that went with their prediction was Kukulkan, who was a dragon, right, was going across the sky. So because their predictions are better, should we believe the Mayan story of why Venus is transiting the sun at this particular time?
Wait,
You
how
see what
did
I'm
we
saying?
get
Do
from?
you understand what I'm saying? Like, they had a story, they had math, they had predictions.
How did we?
They had a
but
different
like-
story, which we find implausible.
But like, what do you have? You just say like you don't know, and it's like that's all you're saying basically. You
Because
don't know.
I'm taking a position of natural philosophy.
Okay.
But what about
where,
what is
like,
it?
the only thing you can say that is empirical and really know are things you can deduce from systematic experimentation and determining cause and effect relationships.
What about solar eclipse? How is
Solar
that
eclipse?
possible? Yeah.
Well, what do you mean possible? It
How
happens,
is it
so it's
possible?
possible.
No, how is it possible with like the flat Earth grid with
What makes you think that the solar eclipse is associated with the geometry of the Earth? What is the
What?
connection?
I'm confused.
What
with,
makes
like,
you
what-
think that is connected to the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection? What's the logical connection? Okay, there's just the sun's in the sky and a black thing goes over it and it turns black. Where's the logical connection between that observed phenomenon and the shape of the Earth you are on?
That's what I'm
I
asking.
don't-
Like, what are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
It's like on.
I'm trying to make the
on
logical
model.
connection, dude.
No, wait,
You're
on the
acting
model.
like the shape of the Earth has
Can
to
I
have
speak?
some relationship to that event. Why does it have to have a relationship to that event?
I'm trying to explain it. Okay.
Okay.
So in the model, you see like the moon and the sun circling, right? And they like never get near each other or nothing, right? And how is it possible for like the sun to like overlap the moon if it's like that?
Okay. Let me ask you one
Listen,
thing.
I don't know if Retch, are you on?
Why doesn't everybody see the eclipse at the
Hold
same
on.
time?
Retch actually has. Listen, Retch actually
Because
has
you're
a model
different
that
places,
demonstrates it.
and it's a globe. And if you're on the other side of the globe, you're like you can't see it because
Exactly.
you know.
I'm just trying to argue my side of the story. So, if you're saying that the eclipse is a thing that somebody controls, why
What?
doesn't everybody see it at the same time? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Nobody said that.
Okay, well, you were talking
Are
about
you
the
on
eclipse.
drugs?
I'm
you
definitely not
drinking?
on drugs. Nope,
Are you drinking?
I am not.
Then where the hell did you get that from? You can't even answer a simple question on the logical connection between the object in the sky that you see, an observed phenomenon, and why it's connected to the shape of the Earth. It's a simple question. You think it's a foregone conclusion, which is obvious. I'm saying it's not so obvious. So tell me, what's the obvious connection? What would lead you to that
You have a
conclusion?
good point. No, I'm saying you have a good point, right?
What was the
We
question
don't,
again?
we don't know. We might not know what it is. We could be assuming everything. I don't know.
Listen, do you think? Listen, even Copernicus, wrote, "We can never attain the true causes. We can only make models and make predictions of past and future events." Okay, so even he said that, and you're talking about the Copernican model. You can't attain the true causes of events like eclipses, solar eclipses, any of that stuff. Seasons, because they are visuals, right? They're visuals. You just look at them. Can't manipulate
Wait,
them.
how are
They're not
seasons
tangible.
visuals?
They're visuals, so you just see them.
Right.
Have you done anything other than see the moon? Have you done anything other than look at the sun? Have you done anything other than look at Mars, Venus, Jupiter? Have you ever done anything other than just look at them?
No.
Okay, then. So they're just visuals.
Right.
Okay, so with the Earth, we're talking about something that's tangible.
Like seasons.
The Earth is certainly tangible.
Seasons are not. They're not.
Right.
They're not visual. Seasons are not visual. You can actually like.
Seasons are a correlation theory, and there's two things of seasons. So there's meteorological seasons and there's astronomical seasons, and they're loosely correlated depending on where you live.
Okay.
So meteorological seasons lag what's called the astronomical seasons by some amount. Could be 2 months, could be 3 months. It depends on your climate. So there's a loose correlation there. Right. It's attributed to the tilt of the Earth, but that's probably in doubt because it could also be the length of day. So the exposure to sunlight, the angle of the sun is irrelevant if the day is 3 hours longer, right? So saying it's the tilt and it's the angle that the sun hits the Earth, how is that proven if the sun is actually in the sky for 3 more hours? See, these are like little stories. It's like it's your interpretation. These are philosophical issues. They're nowhere even near scientific. But to get to the matter, the real crux of the matter is what's the shape of the Earth, right? It's not even a science question. It's only a question of measurement. Just like what's the shape of your table? What's the shape of your house? What's the shape of your head? Right? You don't need a scientific theory for that. Do you?
Well, because
what's
we
the
know.
shape of my table? Well, we come up with this theory.
No,
well, we know. Right.
That's different because
it's different, right?
We know the shape of my head.
Different than science. It's different than science because it's a different type of question. It's a what is this question? It's not a why is this question.
Okay.
So we can do that with the Earth. We can solve this what is question by just measuring it directly without appealing to theories and hypotheses and just say, hey, let's take a tape measure and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
People have like.
So we've done that. That's what I don't think you get. We've done that.
Measured it, and like people don't do.
We've measured significant portions over large bodies of water, and there's no measured curve. Multiple times in multiple countries by multiple people using multiple methods.
Okay. Well, I think that there's no measured. Well,
no, there's measured curvature. I guess it's just like depends upon the way they interpret the data that they get.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how they do it.
There's definitely curvature. No, they've measured curvature for sure.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Measured curvature.
Oh, here we go. I knew I was gonna wake your ass up.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, maybe. 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
One of the best conversations I've ever been a party to or witness to.
You in the background? Yeah.
I've heard so many the amazing conversations I've heard here in the last 2.5 years or so. It's incredible. We used to have the arena. It was like quite quite active. Like it was like all the people from Gem Pandas were still coming in, and it was radical takedown methods were being utilized by us, and it was really just astonishing, to be to hear all that and to learn all of to learn those arguments from all these greats that came before me, and the rest of us.
That was a slam dunk by Miggy.
No kidding.
Complete slam dunk.
Yeah.
Do you guys get people from? Do you actually get trolls often anymore?
Yeah. Yeah, we got like 10 or 12. We got 10 or 12 of them the other day, all at one time.
Yeah, we had a gang of 3 of them come in. They were all friends and throwing the ball back and forth.
Yeah, but all of them were just like being really strange and couldn't keep up, couldn't get their logic centers functioning enough for just entrance. Couldn't pass the entrance exam.
Yeah, well, I mean, one guy started talking about how he heard that the moon was made of cheese, and he was like hanging on to it for all it was worth. Right?
Well, he was just goofing around, right?
Yeah. Well,
No.
I mean, the other guy was like, I don't know, I would just like to punch you in the chin. This guy from Britain. I'd just like to rip your bloody face off. It's a weird shit like that. Like, what?
So yeah, I mean, when somebody holds on to an idea like that for all it's worth, you just hang on right with them and you put their feet to the fire, right? That's it.
Yeah, but those guys are like trolls. You don't actually get a serious guy. Like here, I'm here to really argue against your standpoint. Do you guys like get that? No. I'm actually serious. I'm
what did you just say?
more.
What did you're asking about how they approach us? So what did you ask? I'm sorry, I missed it.
It's my microphone.
No, you're good.
okay.
He
I just
was
lost
asking.
focus.
What he's asking is like how if we get serious Globers in here, and we have a
You
community
get
of
serious clubs, yeah.
a few guys who are serious about trying to persuade us or trying to put their evidence forward, whatever you want to call it. Matthew Learns is a good example. Jesse is another one. He used to come around a lot. And those guys will just talk. The thing that we hold on to at that point is just the one point, which is where's the curve? And when you ask them for the curve, demonstrate it, everything falls apart. The mathematics aren't there to support their model. That's the issue.
Right. So really what it comes down to is we've only from the very beginning, just asked them, if you're making a positive claim, provide the positive evidence. And so after years and years, thousands of times they've said these things and said they could back it, and then have they can't back it with anything. They never have. So after thousands of times from these people, they end up just getting permanently muted, banned, permabanned, because they've done this so many times over and over again. They haven't been able to muster. Look, it's not up to them, but they are trying to be these globe heroes or something, and making all these positive claims, providing nothing at all. So they couldn't muster from any other source any kind of evidence either. That's really the point. It's not up to them. It's
That's
just
a
they
huge
haven't been able
red
to find
flag.
any. That's really should be the glaring thing for everybody, is that even the ones that are interested enough to go, I'm going to go look, which is very rare. I would say way less than 5% of any of them. But there are a few that come in, change over. But through all of those people, thousands of people that have come through here that have never been able to provide from any source a citation from anywhere with irrefutable positive proofs, repeatable, all of that anything empirical, repeatable, testable, observable, falsifiable. Like if they don't have anything from any of those, then they've never been able to find it. So the thing is, neither have any PhDs, doctorate level astrophysicists. We've had them all come in here, or supposedly they were pilots, fake astronauts. We've had fake because when you test them upon this information, we have experts in every field here. Hold on, we have experts in every field here and across the board. So we're easily able to just test their merits on what they're saying they know about. And it's pretty easy to find out they have never done it. They're just lying. That's the dishonest part. Now, you could spot that pretty easily. Just find somebody that knows about surveying for real, or find somebody that actually knows about gyroscopes, or find somebody that actually knows about how light works. Yeah, we got everybody in here, mechanics, mechanical engineers, architects, we got everybody in here. So it's really easy. But they don't have anything. The globe never has had anything. So they're in the wrong category as soon as they come in. They're in a philosophical realm, talking about things in the sky that can never be proven, never will be proven, probably. No one will ever know what those things are and how they work. Like Copernicus said, like in the last thing I was going to pause there when India was talking, even Copernicus said that we can never know the causes of these things up in the sky above us. The mechanics of how it works, we could never know how they work. We can only presuppose, guess, and try to make predictions on what we've already seen. That's all.
Right. Well, that's like an honest statement to make. What was that guy who made he's claimed to be the father of evolution? Even he said that evolution is nonsense. And then there's the Copernicus, who said, my theory is, by the way, nonsense. So please don't put my name to it.
You mean Darwin? Yeah.
Yeah, Darwin.
Darwin about the eye. I mean, he said it a couple times, I think.
Yeah, every single one of these things that these men that get propped up, they all said that the shit they said was nonsense. It's like a classic thing. It's like a bizarre. I don't know what's going on. This guy didn't please. It was just a crazy idea. Don't make my name attached to this idea. And they're propped up as the proponent of that idea.
Yeah, Newton. Yeah, how they do that is just
Newton,
really weird.
When
they're all
the third guy.
I'm sorry. Kepler, Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, Tycho Brahe, whatever you could go all the way back to.
All got tricked.
Plato, if these people even existed, man, really? Those could all be stories too. So we could take analogies of these personalities that are being portrayed and go, okay, what could be gleaned from these stories?
Sure.
Like, for instance, I love Plato's Cave because it fits the globe so well, man. It really does. The fantasy of living in that fantasy world, you're looking at shadows. They're not real. We're talking about what you apply that there, and they want to continue to go back to the shadows that are only some opticals, visuals. They always watch how they do this. They're always taking you to the visuals, not the reality not the actual visuals, not actual. We're in actual.
The story is even more fucked up than that. Plato's Cave, because even if the door is right there, and somebody escapes, they come back in, trying to convince everybody, "Hey, the door is right there. You could escape. There's a better world out there, and all that." So that guy actually who goes out, he comes back in, trying to save everybody, and it's like it's even more fucked up than that. The analogy of the Plato's Cave is it's a fucked up one.
Well, it's quite profound, actually.
Yeah.
Even in our own lives. Like if I look, okay, put myself in the place of the prisoner.
Yeah.
And then it fits pretty well. And then, so if you see yourself in there, then you go, oh, so other people are like that too. I escaped because I listened to people behind me. They said, they're only shadows. We got the keys. Other people choose to not leave their chains. Literally.
Yeah, but the prisoner is looking left and right, and there's other people looking at the same shadows on the wall.
Yeah.
And those are people, and I'm not even chained. They realize that the chains aren't even locked. I'm free to go.
They still choose. Yeah, they still choose to look at the.
Yes, then they see the cave door opening. They go outside and they're like, "Oh my god!"
The TV
they come back
screen.
In.
They're stuck to the TV screen. That's the cave wall.
I mean, you can, like I said, you could apply that analogy to anything, but yeah, it's like
that's awesome. Yeah,
even the prisoner who gets actually realized that he's not a prisoner, he comes back in after he goes out. Trying to convince everybody, hey there's a better world out there. He gets them back in the cave.
That's like
He's
us.
trapped.
It's like we're going back in. We're trying to pull people away from the cave, and they're fighting with us and arguing with us about the shadows, visuals. Once again,
yeah,
that's it. That's what you got. That's what you, when you separate that out, when they come in here, you could tell when we start talking about Earth, they start talking about the sky. They have already diverted to visuals from reality. They went to apparent instead of actual. So we could stop them right there.
You think that's a lost cause? Actually trying to convince people that the Earth is flat. I think that's
not
kind of like a lost cause.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is, because it's not possible to convince anyone. Yeah, that's an impossible task. Yeah, I never try to convince anybody. It's only about giving them information and maybe sometimes slapping them in the face, figuratively speaking, with the language I use.
Yeah.
That's what my job is. And people go, oh, you're being so mean. Fuck that. No, I'm not being mean. It's purposeful. What I do is purposeful. There's a reason behind everything I do. But sometimes I get emotional, and then I can be, really, I'll use an old term, cantankerous and emotional and reactive instead of responsive.
Cantankerous. Don't you play the guitar on live stream?
What's that?
Honey?
I'm sorry.
Did you play the guitar on the live stream?
Yeah, I have for a couple of years here. Yeah, ever since I've been on there.
Wait a minute. Did you say cantankerous on a live stream? That's
I
hilarious.
did say. Oh, is that what you asked? I'm sorry. Cantankerous. I did say cantankerous. Yes, I did. I admit to that. If I am accused of being cantankerous, I admit it. I can't say.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Speaking of cantankerous people, live from Japan is Jin CBR1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jin CBR1.
Did Jin get banned?
All the way in Japan. I don't know. It may be too early in the morning. He gets up about 3:30. Oh, there he is.
There you go.
Jin.
There you go.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, hey? Mr. Hinkle, David
I'm doing good. Are you doing good? It's been a while.
Thank you very much. Nice
What's
one,
up,
everybody.
man? I'll go here. Go ahead.
Has anybody seen the curvature of the Earth anywhere?
Nope, it's missing. Like a date, she stood me up.
What
I
about
know.
that? Have you detected that spin?
We keep hearing tell of it, but we've never ever found anyone that's actually.
We've heard rumors.
Rumors.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's looming, is it?
We
It's
have,
looming.
man. Thanks for stopping by today, Jin. Good to see you, man. I also see KJ in the building.
Yeah.
Sunny, Paul Kicker,
Yes, I appreciate the warm welcome. Yeah, it's we had a day of rain yesterday. Today it's drying off now.
Yeah.
Temperatures dropped significantly.
And now we got some rain. It must have come from you. It's your fault.
Yeah. apparently, you guys are set to have a cooler temperature this weekend. It's going to be colder for you this weekend. Apparently, I just heard the weather.
It's a good season to pick some mushrooms. Do you go out to pick some mushrooms?
Yes, I like mushrooms. Yeah.
Like right after you should go out, pick up some good mushrooms.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I have actually done that, and I like the smell of the damp earth. Actually, yeah. Most people don't connect with that, from the city. Country dwellers do, yeah. So, that damp minus iron aroma is just beautiful.
It is. Also, like that damp wood. The trees give off. Yes, they definitely do give off a fine odor. That little.
Yeah. So I don't mind hiking in the rain either. So, I like all that because that damp earth aroma is just beautiful. And then the greens and the browns and the golds, mixed colors. Very, very therapeutic on this flat earth.
Hey, buddy. Hey. Come here. Here, come here and check this out.
So we should be able to see this curvature with our eyeballs. I've just come out of the Geo server. There's a guy called Bacon arguing away that,
faulty spark plugs could be one.
You're not going to notice curvature if
What
you're
we're
flying
going
from
to do
New
is real easy
Zealand.
to do.
Someone's hot micing.
1 minute, GS Spike's hot miking me.
Then you have to have all sockets. Go on there and take it off, and you take off all 6 of them.
Ball kicker is being like a total cockney.
Shout out to Flatty. Flatty, they're nice to see you, sir.
You just need fresh metal. It's all corroded.
Man.
Just a second, Jim. We got ball kicker hot micing. Okay, so I muted him. Go ahead. Jim.
I just stopped him.
Okay.
I was saying, thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot. I was going to say there's a guy called Bacon in the Geo server, and he's trying to say that it's not possible to measure curvature with your eyes.
He's a nerd. Can't stand that dude. Sorry. Needs his eggs cracked.
Yeah. He's
I
trying
don't
to
know who
say
that is.
So he's basically saying that at 10 miles you can't see a 6-story building. Is that what he's saying? Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I can't tell.
Yeah, you'd see a naked woman and you'd see all the curvature on that woman.
But you can't see it on Earth.
But you can't see it on the Earth curvature. But
the Earth.
But you'll recognise every curve on that naked woman. 10 miles away.
Of course.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's just ridiculous what they're asking us to believe. That's what they're asking us. His name is Bacon.
Bacon. All right.
Well, he ain't making no bacon.
I call him sausage. I call him sausage or egg. Egg, bacon, and sausage. British breakfast.
A British breakfast. BB.
Yeah.
I don't want to have that, but that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean,
I don't eat bacon or sausage.
Actually, it's quite delicious.
I don't eat bacon or sausage.
I like sausages.
I don't eat
Love
sausage.
the sausages, mushrooms.
Nobody wants to listen to the Nobody wants to listen to the sausage and bacon denier. I don't eat either anymore. I used to eat bacon almost like 4 times a week.
Yeah, no, I don't eat bacon at all.
Stop eating it. Me either.
But
stopped about 8 or 10 months ago. I stopped eating bacon. almost a year now.
Yeah, I haven't eaten bacon in my childhood days, so you know that just bacon is just completely off the menu. But sausages, like I'd have like 2 or 3 sausages, 4 eggs, double tomato, double mushroom, slice of toast, marmalade, and there's your English breakfast. Beautiful.
I love the marmalade and toast, man. I love all that. I really love that kind of food. Actually, I would eat that.
Yeah, it is.
If I went to England, I would eat all the local fare. Like I would eat it. I would try it.
Do you like mushrooms, Johnny?
I do like. I like a lot of different kind of mushrooms. I like sautéed mushrooms and omelets. Like I love that.
Nice.
Like
yes.
I made. What are the big mushrooms? I used to know what all those were called. The big, huge ones. Anyway, you make it with Gouda. You make it with goat cheese and these big, huge mushrooms. Fry. You like saute it all, and then you make the omelet with like really good sharp cheddar cheese and just all super good ingredients. Put like a little bit of spinach in the omelet mix, and fry that baby up. I can make like gourmet food, man. I learned how to cook myself, and I can make gourmet food just with very few ingredients. As long as the ingredients are high quality, that's the key.
I can respect that. What kind of topics can we actually talk about here other than the flat Earth? Can I actually Yeah.
Oh, topics. Well, don't we, guys? We go into all different sorts of things, but we try not to get too far off topic. Like, no politics, no medical, like none of that. Like, there's things that are off topic because, for the sake of the server itself being taken off or deleted.
We call that high-level espionage.
Yeah,
Right.
so we
It's that like. Can I talk about Mandela effect? Can I talk about?
Yeah, people will get triggered, but go ahead. You can talk about. People do talk about Mandela effect.
Yeah, Mandela is like nice stuff. People don't even really comprehend that whole idea, right? No, we're talking about like the when the juice is loose and people get stupid. That's what we're talking about. Everybody knows about the juice. Everybody had a fight with the juice in the last few years.
I don't want to the juice
Kool-Aid. The scare with the Kool-Aid Cocoa Puffs. Kool-Aid of the Cocoa Puffs variety.
Well, that's the environment. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy out there. It's like a battleground.
True.
Ideally, there's somebody out there listening that might think they live on a spinning ball right now and they want to come in here and discuss it. So please come on in.
I would love that to be the case.
Yeah, because that's what our purpose is here. That's kind of what our what is that called? When a company makes their
mission operandi.
Mission statement. That's it.
Operandi, yeah.
Operandi.
Raison d'être. Reason for living.
Well, we want to stick with the Earth itself and like how, why, and where and when that it does measure flat and used as horizontal.
Here's the
Would
thing.
there be like a slam dunk, like evidence?
Yeah, it's already over. It's already been over for 5 years.
It's over, but is there like a slam dunk? Let's pretend that I'm just a goofball.
Try to pretend you're a Glover. It's pretty difficult with a straight face, but you could try it. I think a lot of us have tried it.
So here's the thing. You can go to a hardware store and you can find a level, right? Because I need a TV to hang, a level to hang my TV on the wall. Make sure it's level. And I can also buy this thing that measures pressure. And Sonny, what's that thing that measures pressure called?
What, a barometer?
Barometer, gas gauge, all kinds of things that measure
pressure gauge.
Right? So the thing about that is we have these two observations or these two tools. And the thing about that is you can't not use tools to observe real life. And real life doesn't lie. Therefore, tools don't lie.
Yeah. Hey, Jen, you're kind of feeding back a little. Jen, if you're not talking, could you mute?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I was going to say something, but I'll mute myself. Sorry
Okay,
about that,
no,
guys.
go ahead and say it. No, it's a good
Hey,
time.
yield, you're up, Jen. Go
No,
ahead.
I was just paying attention, so I'm going to...
Yeah, just when we're speaking, it's reverbing through your mic or something. It's bleeding through. Anyway,
I'd actually like to hear Jin speak on this subject. Actually,
I would too.
What do you think?
What
you good for that?
What's the best killer? What would you use as the opening act? Like I'm trying to make a case that the Earth is flat. And here's
you
my
could
first
do that.
thing once
You
I-
could do this. Just go with gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum.
Yeah, but the classic things doesn't hit.
What?
Doesn't hit with a lot of people.
People don't get it. Yeah, I get that. Well, then you could just start at number one, the curvature. Where, when, and how is a direct curvature of the Earth ever measured? I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I'll just go with no curvature, large bodies of water not displaying convexity that can prove the end of the globe. Done.
That's a good one. Right there. Curvature, large bodies of water at rest. Never curve.
The one and done, and actually Sunny, not Sunny, oh my gosh, Miggy was in yesterday speaking about the one and done, and the one and done, in fact, is the curvature.
Yeah, it really is.
It doesn't show up. Because at that point, you can say, okay, do you know what the curvature is? They'll say no. You say, okay, go to Google, look up Earth Curve Calculator, and then they'll go and they'll look it up, and you say, okay, over this distance, what do you think the dip should be? And then they'll go and they'll punch in the number, and then be like, okay, and then they'll hit enter, and then they're the ones that are going to self-discover it, right? And we just sit back and say, you go ahead and look for it, but it ain't there. So whenever you realize that it's not there, you can come back, and we can fill in the rest for you. That's pretty much it. It's one and done.
What about that guy yesterday who was kept acting as if he didn't even understand what drop over distance meant on a ball? Like he was talking for like half an hour. He still didn't understand the concept or something. It seemed like that. That's really odd when people get to that level. Like you don't understand that if you're on the surface of the ball, it has to drop away. He's like
Yeah, that's right. And if it drops away, if it drops away, like you said, that means if you're in an aeroplane going to like the South Pole from the North Pole, the plane is going to follow the curvature. So you're going to follow that drop. You have to.
Right. Well, that's one. Well, that's one.
Because it exposes. Because that very truth exposes the hideousness of the ball. They try to make up that you're a retard. You're talking like a child.
But Jen, I wouldn't go to the sky. I wouldn't go to the things in the sky though. That's the whole problem. When we start going into the sky with them, we don't need to go to planes yet. We need to stay on the surface. Well, we see things right on the surface. That's where we're looking. I wouldn't go away from the surface. I would just say, look, we have lighthouse observations by navigators of over 200 miles. That's objectively true. You could just
radar that can see 2,000 miles. Radar.
Yeah, or 10,000 mile linear propagated Marconi freaking radio waves to Australia from London. What? 10,000 miles? That's a one and done right there.
So the lack of
that should be a slam dunk, right then and there.
Should be.
It's not. They have excuses for all of that. So then you just stick with the curvature because it's strictly geometric. Strictly, just completely geometric only. Stick with that. The islands off of Santa Barbara, the islands off of Miramar Beach and Black Swan, those islands at 30 miles. Boom, that's done. And now the new one, 31.82 miles, the new Black Swan. And I couldn't believe it was from that long ago as well. But it's Anacapa at 31.82 miles. There's something like 600 feet of missing curve.
Right. And remember, we're looking just from 12 inches of the Earth's surface. Just 12 inches, and you can see that far. That's what's amazing. That is exactly what's amazing about this long-distance observations, that you're taking only 12 inches, and you can see 30 miles. That's just... I don't know how they can come out of their houses, these heliocentrists.
How could they?
Once they've heard that.
Has it actually died down? That's why I asked. Do you guys get heliocentrists coming in
Yeah, like I
anymore.
was saying before, look at ebbs and flows. We have quiet times like this for sometimes for days.
Well,
But
actually,
then
I'll
we
just
get
say,
people come in, and we had 15 or 20 in a matter of a couple hours, and we had like 10 people in VC check-in. That was just the
Do
other
you
day.
feel like it's on the rise, or is it dying down? Because if it's
Oh,
dying
flat
down,
Earth is on the rise. Let me tell you something.
Flat Earth is on
Flat
the rise.
Earth itself is on the rise, and I'm talking to you from Japan, okay? And in last year's university English textbook, they covered the anti-vaxxers and they covered the flat earthers. It said that more and more people are becoming flat earthers each day. That's what they said. This is in Tokyo, Japan.
What? People are finding out.
Yeah,
Why
listen,
is that?
listen. It's the law of averages, okay? If there's not going to be evidence to support something being defended, even if it's widely defended and wildly defended, if it's not true, eventually there's not going to be anybody around to defend it. It's just flat Earth's going to keep growing, and the globe Earth is going to be keep being outed as the lie, and you know, so on and so forth.
Odd man out.
So I guess my point in that is. The reason there seems to be a lull is because, well, more and more people are catching on, and it's getting harder and harder to justify waking up every day saying, "Yeah, I don't care that it observes and measures flat. It's still a globe somehow, right?" It's got to be hard to get up every day and continue to lie to yourself and others. A lot of people will stop doing that and start admitting the flat Earth truth. A lot of people won't. But either way, we're going to start seeing less and less people defending the globe because it's just impossible to defend. There's nothing to defend.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, so
and then
I have a point. Being melancholy in the chat, if I may shout out my friend who just joined in VC Verified. That's the only role. So asking you, my friend, if you wouldn't mind, how's your journey been to finding us and finding it about wanting to know more about this realm that we dwell upon? What are your thoughts, Melancholy, if you're available for chat?
I definitely think it's flat for sure from the scientific evidence. I'm not good at the science of it, but I see the science of it.
Understood.
No science, actually. It's just geometry, and I'm sure you got that.
Well, that too. I'm not good at that stuff.
Yeah. No stress.
That's all right.
I'm curious about specifically is like your journey, because you engaged in text, which you really appreciate. And I just like to know, because you're new to this, is how has your journey been? Because we're on that subject right now. So if your experience would be awesome.
Well, about a month ago, my friend Davey asked me the question. So I automatically said, "Oh, it's a globe. That's what I'm taught." And then he then shared a lot of the videos, and I sat here and I watched it. Then I started questioning it, and now I don't question it no more.
I love it. Now,
well, that's nice. How do you feel about it? What's your emotional state of mind now? To interrupt you.
Well, it kind of messes with your brain. Then when you try to, tell other people, and then they have that same answer. And I do it very simply. I use the example of, why do planes not just fly away if we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour? Because like I said, I'm not good at the geometry and the math and everything behind it, but I give them something to think about with the gravity as well. Why do we not sink in the ocean if we're floating there? The gravity should pull me down. And so things like that. I'm very simple-minded.
That's really nice. Yeah, I mean, I know and appreciate your frustration. So yeah, excellent. You keep it going, because we always welcome the newcomers. Thank you very much, and welcome to the flat Earth that God created for us to live on. Not religious in any way, shape, or form. It's clearly obvious man didn't make this Earth. When you start to look at where you've traveled and that, it's all been a leveled flight. There's just beauty in that. The beauty of it all. I'm totally in love with this realm.
It's the simple design. Realize that it's no, you're the center of everything, and everything in the sky revolves around or spins around you. Don't need to worry. I've got your back.
I roam the servers looking for fresh meat to destroy. I move around in the servers looking for new comers to the heliocentrists. I've been lucky. I've met up with a group in a server called the Rhetoric server. It's a young bunch, the TikTok bunch. Now they're a rough bunch of individuals. They are totally brainwashed. I'm an old man. They're calling me and everything else, but it's slowly but surely they're beginning to come round. And say, I like this guy, Jim. He always presents the truth to us, but I still think it's a globe. But he presents all the memes and the videos, so they get it. They're coming round slowly.
Yeah, you guys should listen.
To them.
You guys should listen to your elders, because we've been through a hellstorm in life. To live this long. Holy crap. So like there is something to that. Well, that's one thing I never did when I was young. Like I didn't pay enough attention, and as I got older, I started paying more attention to people that were before me. And I've heard amazing stories about the way things were from those people.
Stress the importance of your health. So look after that, because that's you're gonna need that as you get older. Okay.
Hey Jen, I didn't tell you. Jen, I didn't tell you. You'd be the one to tell. I took my bicycle. I have a really good electric bike. Yeah, I can pack all kinds of stuff on it, but I carry a trailer with one wheel, and I put 50, 60 pounds of my gear in there: food, water, camping gear, my tent, my pad, my sleeping bag, everything. And I traveled up about 8 miles the first night. That later, the next evening, I rode another 21 miles, ended up in this very secluded beach. I have to hike down this lifeguard road that's steeper than 10% in some places, winding up and down these 300-foot tall cliffs. You get there, it's about 6 or 8 miles of open beach with 300-foot cliffs behind it. Nothing but the ocean and me, and I camped there for 3 nights.
That's nice.
Yeah, the ocean right there every night. That fresh air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should share some of those images that you took, if you took any.
I didn't because look, my phone ran. I don't have any, but I'm going to do it again. It's not going to be the only time. It's going to get better. I'm going to do some skin diving eventually, hopefully with a GoPro underwater and everything. But I need another battery and a solar panel. So I have to wait until I get some of these other things, because it was super difficult on the way back. I ran out of power the last few miles.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah, I usually have 2 batteries when I do that, when I go camping and that. Yeah, and I do have a solar panel as well, which is it sits on the car, and then the sun hits that, and I'm charging up the spare battery all the time.
There you go.
So,
that's the way to go. So, yeah, I need a small portable one.
And then when I'm hiking, it's on the back of my rucksack, and I'm playing my music, and then it's charging up as I'm hiking up. So yeah, I like that. That solar panel thing's a really, really convenient piece of kit. It's a military one.
Nice.
What the military use.
I think if like if a disaster happened, this place would be a good place, because I know I could get to high ground where it would be defendable. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's important.
Oh yeah.
Have some place that, like, so if it became like whatever, a code orange, whatever they call that.
Yeah.
Civil unrest. I've never seen it here to the extent where I'm worried about it. But it feels good that I know I can get to a place where there's nature there, where there's enough room.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard to find somebody that was determined to just be cool and stay still. I found fresh water and everything coming down the cliff.
Yeah, brilliant, man. It's nice when you can do that and you cycle. But the thing is, you're doing it all on your own power.
Yeah, I had to. I ran out of water. I had to find fresh water, so I had to use the iodine tablets. I didn't get sick, and I didn't die. And I even used some seawater for my soup, people said you can't drink it. That's bullshit. You can drink seawater, like you eat seafood.
Yeah, in small quantities. Yeah,
yeah. So just it was super salty, but I needed the salt because I was probably depleted from all that working out, that
Cycling.
riding. It's like and in
Absolutely.
survival mode.
Look, I've actually sweated to the point where when the sweat dried, it's literally like salt. Like, you know,
it is. Yeah,
my friends used to take my friends in London used to make fun of me because I used to sweat a lot, and when it dried, it was my face would be white, and I said, they said, look at Jin, man. 1 minute they see me literally steam coming off my body, as the sun is drying it, and then when I'm finally dried, my face, you can see the salt crystals on my face, dried white lines. Sweat lines, amazing. I've got pictures of myself like that.
Yeah, so I left with everything that I thought I needed. Of course, you don't have everything, but that's okay. You learn to live with what you have with you, and hopefully you've packed well and planned well and organized your stuff, because that's critical. You're out there. You need to know where everything is. You need to do spot inspections. But anyway, I left on Wednesday night. Not till very late, because I didn't make a decision till really late. And then it took me a few hours to get everything ready. And then I left. I got there at 2 a.m., 8 miles away. I camped there. So last Wednesday I left. And then I got to the second beach on Thursday night, stayed Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. And came back on Sunday morning. By noon, I was home.
Yeah, when I'm cycling at night, I definitely wear an orange jacket. Got to be a high visibility orange jacket. Rear lights are flashing. Front,
I got lights
front
flashing.
headlights are flashing.
I just have a front headlight. My controls on. But look, I was on a place where there's more than 20 miles of nothing but bike path, straight right along the freeway. It's just awesome.
Yeah, you're lucky. We don't have that in Japan. We don't have that. I'm in with the traffic most of the time.
Yeah, now they actually have a trolley.
Very visible.
Now they actually have a trolley, so I can just take a trolley and walk the last 5 miles or 4 miles. So I could do that too.
Yeah, I've got a bike trailer I've got a bright bike trailer that I use. It's yellow. It has the silver fluorescent striping. It's got the reflectors. And it has a flashing three modes, this red light.
Oh, that's nice.
Flashing mode and an energy save flashing, if you will, intermediate.
Wow, that's nice. See, I have a little thing back there, but it's just a reflector. But I bet I could make it. I bet I could put a light in there. I could fix that thing and make it light. But mine has a big old flag, like a flag, about 6 foot tall flag.
Yeah, I've got that as well, yeah.
And mine's all red.
It came with a flag about, my one is about 1, 2, 3, perhaps 3 foot long flag, which is just too long, because when you're cycling, the wind catches it and it could whiplash people standing on the curb and things like that. So it came in 2 halves. So I only used the flag end. The bottom end I put away. I don't need it. It's way too long. Way too long.
I've never whacked anybody with mine.
No. It's way too long. So what I do is I just use the bottom half only, and it's neat.
I would hardly ever ride it that close to people. Mostly was all on bike paths. Sometimes some.
Yeah, well, I'm on the streets, you see. It sways a lot because it's so long and very long. It sways. It's the Bumblebee trailer, which I got it from Texas.
Oh, yeah. Does it have 2 wheels? Does your trailer have 2 wheels?
Yes, it's a 2 wheel. Yes, it's 2 wheels.
Oh, see, look, mine's only a single track.
Yeah.
I like it single track because look, I can pull that on any trails that I can get my bike through. I can get that thing through.
Yeah, well, mine does quite well on the trails.
Yeah, I bet
mine does very because it also carries kids. Maximum weight, about 45 kg.
That's a great one. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's aluminium, but then I use it to do the shopping, the laundry. I'm going to get you a picture right now of my trailer. You see what
I have one too. Let me see. I have one somewhere too.
Yeah, because it's nice to bring it to life, as it were. Bring it to
Hey,
life.
Jen, I got a question real quick, completely off topic.
Yeah.
So my lady and I were at the grocery store the other day, and we saw aluminum foil. And we have a little thing of aluminum foil in our kitchen, too. And there's no I after the N. Aluminium, there's no I. Why do you guys pronounce that? Just curious.
Can you say that again? Because I never heard.
Aluminium, you put an I
Yes,
after the...
aluminium, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Aluminium, that's correct. Aluminium, that's correct.
Right. Why do you pronounce it aluminium instead of aluminum, which is the way it's spelled?
No, that's the word I learned when I grew up, as I was growing
okay.
up. Called aluminium. That is the British pronunciation. Aluminium. Yeah. We pronounce every single
Minium.
letter.
Here, hold on. Let me show. I'm not trying to be a dick. I just really want to know if that's just a culture thing. Because there's no.
I would always go with the British pronunciation, as English is British. You see what I mean? So,
Here's what's weird. If I type it into either way into Discord chat, it says both are spelled correctly. So I don't know what that means.
Yes, but I would go with the British pronunciation, as English is from England, yeah? So I would go with that first and foremost.
Yeah, okay.
So aluminium is the way, aluminum is the American pronunciation.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's crazy.
interesting,
Okay,
isn't it?
I was just wondering.
Yeah, no, it's just, it's just the British way of pronouncing the word. When I heard aluminum, I thought, oh, what's that, aluminum?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the American way.
Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
There's
No, you're
several.
welcome,
There's
man.
a lot
You're
of.
welcome.
There's a lot of words like that were British. Trying to think of. I'm sure Jen could think of a lot of different words. How they're like to add something. Wait a minute, like a Y to. Wait a minute. I'm trying to think of which ones.
Well, I mean, there's a culture like we have,
like lane will have Layne. Is that true? Like something like that.
not in Britain. I've never known.
Okay, well, there's other words though in British though that are spelled differently than the American usage.
Yeah. I just can't think of them offhand now.
I can't either. That's lame. Boomer.
Yeah, never mind. The thing is, you have subway, and we say underground, for example. That's what's funny as well. You have your subground, right? Subway, sorry, and we have our underground system.
Yeah, and then in some cities like Chicago, they have the L. It's that called the L because it's an elevated train. But actually, it goes underground.
You call it a trash can. Trash can in America, and we say rubbish bin.
And you guys understand the head to be the toilet, don't you? That's a
That's right.
nautical term. The head.
Yeah.
Now, what is it? The loo.
The loo, exactly. The loo, exactly.
So that's a word for bathroom. The loo.
Correct.
Or the head.
Yeah. Whereas you say, "I'm going to the can." Is that not
The
right?
can or the John. The John, because John Crapper.
Yeah, we say going to the little boys. The other one is we go to the little boys' room and the little girls' room.
John D. Crapper invented the first flush in America. That's
right. That's right. Yeah.
John Crapper. So you got Crapper and John from that. Interesting toilet terminology from the past.
From the past, yeah.
Created from the past. Okay. Whatever.
But I do like it. Do like the differences. Very interesting.
Yeah.
The use of language and that, But when there's a clash of words that are the same and there's a pronunciation, I always go to British pronunciation, of course. English is from England, so Britain. So it has to be correct, really. By default.
So, Jin, you ever see those pictures of an eclipse? Pictures I posted at 9 minutes past the hour.
Oh, let's have a look. I haven't been looking at the screen, but
No,
let's
no,
have a
still
look.
trust. I just figured you probably get a kick out of that. It's something that I can't remember who hooked me up with it here, but we dropped down this this Alaska Airlines footage. Shoot, I'll be right back. Sorry, I got a call.
Here we go.
I'm in the wrong bloody. No wonder I'm in the wrong.
All right, here we go. 50
I wasn't in the
words
live stream voice check.
I'm sorry. 50 words spelled differently in British than in American. So here we go. There's check.
Brilliant.
Or check. CHEQUE or CHE.
Yeah. QE. Yeah, that's
Checker.
the French. That's the
Checker.
French pronounced spelling.
Yeah, checker instead of CKER as an American, QUER. A dialogue ending in GUE and dialogue in American DIALOG. Analog, once again, ending in GUE, ours ending in LOG. Catalog, same thing. GUE, LOG. Monologue, same thing. LOG.
Yeah.
Dreamt.
Kellogg. Yeah.
Dreamt. DREMAMT or dreamed. DREAMED. Burnt.
AMED. Yeah.
BURNT or BURNED.
RMT.
We say burned, you say burnt. Learnt, LEARNT, learnt. That's in British.
I'm just looking at
learned,
some of these beautiful pictures.
LEARNED.
Yeah. I'm just looking at these beautiful pictures that were posted by Kiwi. Kiwi posted.
So here's the thing.
You look at
and what I wanted to point out,
shots he's posted.
Glat was
very
here
similar
the
to
other
what
day.
I've taken. Wow, look at that.
And the thing I want to just point out is like the second picture down, if you zoom in on the actual sun itself, you'll see how perfectly placed the moon is within that to cause the shadow. And then in the third picture, you can see on the floor, right, which is the clouds in this case, the actual shadow line that little black dot creates. I'm just wow. that set me back.
That's amazing. But that's shadow, isn't it? Beautiful shots though. Beautiful shots, I must say.
I mean, I grabbed those out of so it was the Alaska Airline video posted on YouTube, and I just screen
through the cockpit window. Look at through the cockpit window. It's window. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, the cockpit window image. That's really nice. See how it's facilitating a slight curve, isn't it? The cockpit window.
Well said. But interestingly, those other pictures that are taken are through the airplane windows, and those airplane windows, if you observe the horizon line, I mean, I would imagine this cruising altitude. Here, let me look it up. What is the cruising?
It's probably about 30,000 feet. That's what it looks like. 30,000.
Yeah, 35,000 feet is the standard cruising altitude of the 747. So, yeah, you are at 35,000 feet. And even at that height, and I'll post another follow-up picture for comparison's sake, of course. Bear with me.
Yeah, it is interesting. I'll give it that. Beautiful shots, mind you, though. So you were actually on the plane at the time, yeah?
No.
You took these.
Hell no, I didn't.
Where were you heading?
Nah, man, I snatched these pictures out of a video.
Oh, right. I see. Yeah. I mean, look. There's no curvature there, is there? I mean, you're not seeing any degree of curvature there. You know, that's. I don't know why these heliocentrists argue. There's just too many proofs and evidences that lead to proof. Just too much. It's just a slam dunk. Looking at these images, there's no curvature there, man.
Well, I'm going to post, and here's the thing.
Even the one that's offset. You've got one that's offset at an angle. I think it might be the fourth shot.
I think that's the captain.
Often at an angle.
The captain.
Yeah,
that's the cockpit window. But look at that picture that I just posted.
Yeah, I'm looking now. Yeah. Oh, I mean, look at that.
So the thing about it is, all I'm stating is it's the consistency.
Hang on. What skyline is this? It's not the Chicago.
Toronto.
What is this?
Toronto
skyline.
Yeah, so
beautiful,
this is
isn't it?
The northern bank of Lake Ontario. From
Oakville. Lake Ontario. I know Lake Ontario. Yep, I know Lake Ontario.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
My son took that.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Now, Lake Ontario.
Wow, your son took it. Nice. It's about how far? 50 at least.
I think it's about 30, 35K. I'm not going to give it more than that. Not going to give it more than
5 kilometers. Yeah, so that's 18, 21 miles. So that's 21 mile shot. Beautiful, beautiful shot.
And again, it's like, gentlemen, it's friends and whoever's here, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful shot.
It's the consistency of the horizon line that I take.
Yes.
Right? So we've gone from Atwater's level, right? We've gone from Atwater's level, and then we've got up 35,000 feet, and what we've observed is the consistency of the horizon line, and there has been no deformation, no deformation at all that has brought itself forward. And what's remained consistent is the horizon line, and the thing taking a picture of it is level with it.
Yes. And the lovely, look at those lonely clouds, cotton wool clouds passing by. This is a beautiful shot. Really is. Captured everything. It's breathtaking. What a lovely shot that is. And like you said, that the horizon is right in your face.
Yeah.
Not a single dig of curvature can you see there.
Sonny, that's ridiculous. Thanks for the side-by-side.
What do you call that?
Yeah. I thought I would just do them right there so you have that comparison.
Of the picture, the integrity there. The lack of curvature speaks volumes. Yeah.
You can put a ruler up to that. I have a big screen. I could actually
you could.
12-inch ruler up to that.
I got a 12-inch ruler.
Let's just see.
Toronto, Lake Ontario. Beautiful.
You'll like this, Kiwi. I have a Architect stainless steel 12-inch rule, padded one, non-skid.
Nice. Non-skid. You got the cork on the back?
Huh?
It's got cork on the back, make it non-skid.
Yeah, it's got felt or cork. It's got cork on it. Yeah. So let me see. I'm going to put this right up.
You see, when you enlarge the shot, you can pick out curvature on the buildings. Actually,
you can see
there. It's got some curve going on. Circle. Yeah.
Crazy that dark line that's in the first picture is exactly right along the ruler's straight edge.
Wow. Let's have a look.
Yeah. And then the smaller one, I can actually put that right up there as well. And that water line.
And where you posting your images, man?
Right at the ruler's edge. Oh, that's amazing when you do it right like that with an actual straight edge on your screen. If you have, I have
Thank
flat
you.
screen.
That is a straight edge, man.
Yeah, straight edge. That's why we use it so accurately in navigation.
Yeah. I mean, there's no curvature there. There's no curvature there, man. This is. I mean, there's another slam dunk. Dunk.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Bruh.
This place has been like a refresher course in navigation for me, and now I think I'd be much better at navigation than I ever was with the knowledge I have.
Yeah. Well, I've never really been worried. If I was at sea, I know I'd find land. Not scared at all, you know. If the Polynesians could have done it, I can definitely do it.
I'll tell you this, one thing I do remember, both of us, me and this skipper that went all that way, those 6,000 miles on that 51 foot, it was basically he and I that did the whole thing all the way. So we were always kind of, can you imagine we're out at sea and there was always this kind of confusion. How are we going to put this curve? It was always like we were just using angles of a protractor, the sextant, from the horizon as your 0 point, measuring an angle to a known luminary, looking up in the book, finding out where its zenith is, and drawing the straight triangle. We were always kind of like confused. Well, we have these adjustments for, there is refraction adjustment, but it's for the opaqueness or diffusion of the light through gas, through the, it's just a slight deviation. But I don't remember there ever being anything about a curve, because all our charts were flat. I mean, if we factored in a curve, then we were wrong. I'll tell you that much. If there was, I'll have to look into it further and actually get a course online or something maybe. But one thing you can always do when you're navigating along coast is the triangulation of coast that you use during coastal navigation, where you lay the triangle down on its side. It still has to be all 3 straight lines. Can you imagine how far off you'd be if you're trying to do an angle from a shore, on a ship to a known landmark, if it was curved from you to that landmark, or from you to that landmark and curved to another landmark? How could you find your location like that? By angles. It couldn't be done. This is done every day. It's being done right now, every single day, thousands of times over and over again by people sailing along coastal shores of horizontal seas.
Shots that Kiwi posted in the live stream voice text. Brilliant. Great capture, man. Great capture. You snatched them and they were really nice. Really nice.
Yeah, take credit, but I'm not done yet. I got something coming. Hold on. You guys brought up the creativity in me, and I gotta thank Sunny for this one. Bear with me. Now,
Yeah.
where's my
I love those photographs where you look at them, right, and you just see beauty. I was moved, right, when I saw, emotionally moved when I saw Jay Tolman Media when he did that Hudson Bay, right? And the thing is, you watch the video and he shows you the Google Earth map first, okay? And you think, yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, he's making all these measurements. And then when you actually see Hudson Bay from his infrared camera, I was moved. I just said, wow, look at that. 500 miles of pure flatness. Not a degree of curvature. Hudson Bay. I said, wow, this Earth is beautiful. This Earth is beautiful.
Yeah,
that was
Jay
2016.
Oh, and they hate it. they hate Jay Tolan so much because he's
I know.
perhaps the only one that's showing something like that, destroying the globe model, not just times over like we've done with things like the Black Swan, right? But hundreds of times over. Like, you're fucked. The globe never had a chance when Jay Tolan came on the scene.
Spat out my coffee.
And they hate it.
That's
they're like,
right.
they're like, oh, I confronted Jay Tolan. Oh, this and that. Oh, Jay Tolan, this and that. And, you know, oh, he didn't. And this, right? It's like, you guys, you can't get past the fact that you can now see hundreds, if not thousands of miles, okay, in every direction. You can't get past that. You can't run away from it, Globers. I'm so sorry. That fucked you completely.
Really? Right
Guess
into
what?
the ground.
Toon tried to say, Mac Toon to say that Jay Tolman Media is trolling the flat earthers. I said, no, he's not, because you see him set up the equipment in front of
Bro, you can't fake what he's shown us. You can't fake that. I'm sorry. You can't do that. It's not how it works.
You can't, yeah. They said, no, he's a man of impeccable integrity. He's jolly, but he does his work brilliantly. You know, try to say Jay Tolman Media was trolling the flat earthers. Bloody ridiculous. Bloody ridiculous, man. Trolling? He's not a troll. No way. No way at all. Yes. I love his stuff, man. Love it. He's got his longest one was 1,200 miles. That was his longest. 1,200 miles. We don't mention him enough, you know. He doesn't get enough of a rating and that, you know. But I always bring him up. I always bring him up, mate. Jay Tolman Media, Media One, thank you very much. When I saw Hudson Bay for the first time, at that altitude, all that expanse, no curvature, shining Hudson Bay, all the landmass around it. Yeah, I was totally moved.
Yeah.
It's a flat earth. It's a flat earth, no doubt. Fucking beautiful. And then he did the California section of it. And that, he went down there. Yeah. I've bookmarked all his stuff, man. I'm always shoving it in their faces. Anyway, I know it's flat because I've never experienced the curvature, not in 60 years. So I knew it back in 2015. I knew it. 3 minutes it took me. 3 minutes, and it was one of I've made an error. That was my initial reaction. Smacking my head, said I've made an error. Shit. How did I miss all those clues? Shit, man, it's flat, man. Fuck, it's flat. Shit, I've made an error.
Don't get mad.
Yeah, I'm a fool. And then, you know, after that, I wanted to be like Superman and just fly across the earth. That was my next emotion. I just want to fly across it. But I knew it was just beautiful. Fuck! It was flat all the time. Wow. Yes.
I'm going to change that image. Use it different.
It was always flat. You know what I said to myself? What made this earth? Because it's level, isn't it? It's level. Spirit level, yo. Who made that? What made it? Such precision. Such beauty. People haven't begun to live. When I say people haven't begun to live, it's because they haven't connected with the flat earth yet. You do wake up. Not that I was that far asleep. I wasn't that far asleep. That's why I got to the flat earth very quick. Minutes. I wasn't depressed or anything. I fully understood because I was already with nature all along. I always had nature as my foundation. I never divorced myself from God's creation ever. So it didn't take me long. I didn't have any depression. What I had was like a relief that no asteroids are going to come and get us, you know, and all that nonsense.
Smash you to pieces.
Yeah, that's right. So all that stuff, all those kind of mad ideas just melted away. Yeah, I became a helium balloon. I'm a helium balloon that's never going to come down, surveying the flat earth. Yeah, just love it. Can't wait to fly the next time now. Whew. That's why in my avatar, that is Jin CBR1, top of Diamond Head, shouting out, look at the flat earth. You've got eyes, but you cannot see. Horizon. Who of you here have heard of the flat earth? I said. Anybody heard of the flat earth? And a couple of them put their arms up. I goes, well, check it out for real. There it is. And then I said to them, what are the odds that an African boy born in London, living in Japan, here on holiday in Hawaii, shouting out flat earth? What are the odds? Get on and have a look. Take my picture, I said. Take my picture. Flat earth t-shirt on. Ah. Yeah. I blasted them with that. Diamond Head. I said, don't ever forget me. Because the flat earth is true. Don't forget me. There's something to remember. Then I went on to the Honolulu beach, having a discussion with about 25 odd people. And the number one question that came up from somebody anyway, said, is North Korea going to send a missile to Hawaii? This is in 2018. I said, no. No, that's not happening, man. I don't know where you're hearing that. No. Attack Hawaii? No. They were worried that Hawaii was going to send missiles to the island. I said, no chance of that. If that happened, just imagine. I said, imagine that happened, we'd need a new map. North Korea wouldn't exist on that map. They'd be blown off the face of the flat earth, I said. Started talking about horizon and the lack of curvature. And then I showed them all my, all the videos. You know the universe, the planets in a cluster spiraling and shooting through the universe. I showed them that one, and then I showed them the Rob Skibber's Sun and Moon doing the dance through the seasons. And I asked them, which one makes more sense? Is this right now we're supposed to be flying through the universe, spinning like this? Is that what's happening? Do you feel that? Have a look. Have a look, everybody. Have a look. Feast your eyes. And some of them asked for the links, of course. Yeah, I know you've been busy living your lives, but I've been busy watching what's going on Earth. We're not doing that. This is what's happening. The sun and the moon are over our heads, rotating through the seasons. That's what works. They were mesmerised. It was a frenzy to get the links. You know, you thought I was selling like hot cakes the way it was going on. I even flat smacked the Jehovah's Witnesses for about an hour and a half outside the hotel because they called me. They called me over to try and introduce me to the Jehovah's Witness. I says, no, you lot. Every Wednesday as a kid, we had a man called Frank from bloody Jehovah's Witness, and he always came when I wanted to watch a children's program. So I said, no, I know you guys. Not interested. But can I interest you into the flat earth? Before you teach your Jehovah's Witness thing, you should be knowing your environment. Look behind you. Look at that perfect horizon. Where's the curvature in that? The earth is flat earth. And then I showed them all my videos and everything. And the top man there, the leader of the group, was just busy taking links. How long have you been into this? Since 2015. 3 years now. Really? Yes. Haven't you seen any of this before? No. That's right. Started flat earth. The earth is indeed a flat plane. It's not hurtling through the universe. Otherwise, you believe in this. That was it. You know, the simulation of the planets hurtling through the universe. I said, that's what you believe, but this is what I know is happening. Can you see it? With the sun and the moon dancing on the top. And he had to agree. He agreed, and then he said, I've got to do more research. I said, that's right. That's what you've got to do. You've got to do more research. And then I said, they didn't go to the moon as well. NASA didn't go to the moon. If they did, we'd have real pictures, but we don't. We only have CGI. We only have CGI images, I said. That doesn't make sense in this day and age of high definition. Even your camera's got high definition lens in it. What's going on? And then there was these two women with them, and they were like standing, trying to distance themselves. And I said to them, look, I don't think I'm better than you guys. I'm just bringing you the message, okay? So, there's no need to look like that, yeah? I said to the two women, because you need to know your environment. I know you want to help people, but if you look around here, these are all wealthy Japanese people, okay? And there's a Jehovah's Witness in Japan. So they've come for their holiday. You're not going to help them. They're wealthy, they're happy. You should be dealing with the homeless people. They need your help more so. Middle of bloody Waikiki there, Honolulu. And, nothing but wealthy people around. Tourists, Japanese tourists. So they're not going to be, they ain't got time for you guys. But I had to translate a few meeting and greeting phrases for them to help them meet the Japanese. So they can get their attention. So I did that and I enjoyed it. Flat smacking in Hawaii. Flat smacking in Los Angeles as well. That was good. In Los Angeles. That was a really good, that was really fun. I had a whole massive crowd. A guy in a wheelchair as well. Guy in a wheelchair, very interested. He looked like, what's his name? I can't remember. Famous actor. Smokey and the Bandit. What was his name? Burt Reynolds, yeah. Guy in a wheelchair looked like Burt Reynolds. He was really interested in the flat earth. The homeless people there in the crowd as well that I was talking with, not far from the Sheraton Hotel that we were staying at the time. So I ended up buying them. Some of them were asking me to get them a beer. I said, no, I can't give you any alcohol, but I'll buy you food. No alcohol. Food, yeah. Alcohol, no. Take your pick. And then I went into the shop with them. Roast beef salad sandwiches, fruit cocktails, and water. That's what I bought them. Nothing else. No booze. When you're homeless, you shouldn't be drinking, man. You can't afford to be drinking when you're homeless. I'm sorry. I don't care how hard it is. That's a luxury you cannot afford, and I'm not going to buy it for you. But yeah, they ate well, drank clean water, so gave them some real nutrition. My best. I was with them right up to 6 o'clock in the morning, from about 3 in the afternoon, non-stop. A serious flat smacking that was. Actually, I felt that I was visited by the secret police, or should I say plainclothes police officers. I got that feeling. A couple of dudes came up and ran about 3ish in the morning, probably in plain clothes, trying to make out they were ordinary citizens. You can tell security. Yeah. I had nothing to hide. Talking flat earth, man. Being hoax. Yeah. Just doing the laundry, guys. So, it's got to be done.
Yeah, I just did all my laundry after almost a week at the beach. Still getting sand out of everything.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all good.
But yes, I thoroughly enjoy flat smacking. Love it. I don't thrust it in their faces, when you start pointing out the anomalies in the heliocentric model, I explained to them with a little bit of an emotional flavour. I said, we should be able to see the curvature, don't you think? It's curving, isn't it? But yet you've never seen it, have you? You've never seen it. That should mean something. How comes you've never seen the curvature? You've travelled by plane, haven't you? Right.
At the beach is a really good place because you have that horizon just sitting right out there in front of your
That's
face.
right.
You just use that
That's right.
as the guide.
Right. No escaping it. There can be no excuse.
Even the clouds, because we have a low cloud cover, but a lot of times it's super clear underneath the clouds, and even the bottoms of those clouds are going perspectively.
Level.
They have all
level, man. It's like there's
yeah, they're all level too. Like it's a trip. You see them
it's
going
like there's a sheet of
lining up.
glass. It's like they're on a sheet of glass in the sky. That's what it looks like.
It's really wild.
Like they're on a sheet of glass. Yeah, man. Yeah. When I saw that, I was moved again. I was moved again by those cloud formations. Sheet of glass, man. Wow. It's just, it's just amazing, this Earth. That's when you wish you had wings. You could just fly. God's creation, man. Yeah, no. Well in love with the Earth, man. Well in love with the Earth. Taking that away from me at all, man. You've got to be dense and Walking Dead not to have that connection. Sorry. And dead. You can't connect. So. Ugh. Another song. Let's see. Right already.
Well, I posted it. That's I cleaned it up a little bit. Hope you guys like it.
Oh, it's another quiet moment, eh?
I could continue playing the playlist that was on previously, and we could stop at any time during.
Okay. Have you seen Quantum Eraser lately?
No, not in about a long while. Actually, Not in
Hasn't he?
here.
Hasn't he been in the server?
No.
Oh,
I haven't
right.
seen
What's
him
happened to
here
them
in
then?
just a year.
Nathan,
Well,
really?
might have something. No, not a year. Well, how long? 3 or 4 months, maybe.
Nah, he stopped coming here after the Witcher thing happened.
The Ether War.
Yeah, some division definitely happened with that. Sad to see.
Who stopped coming?
QE.
Yeah.
But I mean, it wasn't like he was here frequently before that. But he did come. But he did come from time to time.
Is that more important thing?
Pop in. Yeah. You know, a month wouldn't go by. A month wouldn't go by without him popping in at least. You know, because he was a regular. You know, he popped in at his own pace. But what's happened to him then?
I don't know. It feels like, from my perspective, that there is some underlying war going on. I feel like half of the content that is coming out from FED is pretty much just slamming Widget because of the ether idea and trying to cherry pick a lot of things. I don't know if it's for content or if it's.
Him and Widget aren't getting along because of the ether crap.
Yeah, I think it's that. I mean, have you seen, if you go to QE's YouTube channel, like 3 of his last 5 videos or something like that is like 12 hours of slamming Widget.
Widget used to be into that whole fucking QAnon shit. That's why I was like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you, bro? You know what I'm saying? So I get it, because Widget sometimes he gets in some out there shit, man. Sometimes I'm not cool with all that crap he does sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they disagree, but to the lengths that this show has come from all sides, it's not just QE and Nathan. Like, I mean, Widget is also acting like, I'm not gonna shit on him, but I mean, just as butthurt as them. So it's like they have to come together and talk, I mean, or something, because, I mean, it's bad content. It looks bad for everyone. And
Widget's kind of fringe, though. That's what I'm saying. He's not like your traditional straight shooter flat earther. I'm saying he gets out there into some kind of fringe stuff.
Definitely do not like the divide.
But I mean, isn't that the point of figuring things out? Actually thinking out of the box.
Yeah, but sometimes Widget gets out of the because QE is more of a biblical flat earther, which Widget is not. You know, he's kind of different. You know, that's the difference between the two.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would.
Because ether has nothing to do with the damn Bible. So I'm sorry. You're not trying to throw that in there. And, so, you know, when you start going into that, like I said, he was into that QAnon, like John, was it JFK Jr. was freaking in disguise? Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on.
Here's the problem.
Widget was talking about Trump being a savior of America. Widget was saying, I said, no, you can't be meaning that. You can't be meaning that Trump is his own man. No, that's bullshit. That's BS.
I think whenever we start talking about people's personalities, we're always going to be wrong. I don't care.
Now when they tell you what their personality is, it's different if you're assuming stuff. If you're assuming,
stop talking about it. It's because it's not worthwhile. It's futile talking about people's personalities. We can talk about principles here instead.
Well, anyway, fraud. Do you remember when we both got banned on the same day?
Yeah, that fucking douchebag. What was his name? Meme.
That's it. Memus.
Yeah. So he got put in his place, so because that was some bullshit. So he had to get put in his place. So
I didn't know about that. Can you enlighten me? Because I didn't know about that.
After that happened he got put in his place a while back, not too long ago. So because a lot of people got, you know, they get that card. Oh, I'm an admin now. I can just do whatever I fucking feel like. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe we both went at the same time. Pow, pow, we're gone. Wow. Yeah, that was just absolutely amazing. And we were right, though. We weren't condoning. We weren't condoning the behavior, but we were just saying, now you know what it feels like. That's all. Now you know what it feels like from our perspective, you know? Yeah.
I don't like when people get that power hungry crap and want to abuse their powers and stuff.
Do you remember you said, don't ever talk to me like that, right? And I said, that wasn't good. Right, you're gone as well, Jim. Bang. You know, because when he banned you, I said that wasn't good. You know, that wasn't fair. And then bang, you're gone. Fucking hell, you know.
That's why I never liked the titles that they gave people in here. That makes it seem like the hierarchy. I never was a fan of that stuff.
I said that at the very beginning. Yeah, I said that at the very beginning.
I get it. You need to, you need to administrate sometimes, but you know, they were just giving it to anybody. You know, like, oh, you're one too. Oh, you want to be one? Oh. I'm like, dude, do it then.
Yeah, I was gold plus, right? And I said to them at the very, very beginning that I'm not really into trinkets. I'm just here for the flat earth, really. But thanks anyway. I appreciate it. Really do. So, you know, gold plus is getting kicked out like that. 10 a penny, you know. Flavor of the month 1 minute. Flavor of the month 1 minute.
To have my name on there. I don't want any title, none of that crap. I don't need it. You know,
It's not a necessity, is it? It's not.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and what was I going to say? Oh, you made me forget now.
You think?
Oh, that was it. In order for me to return to 24/7, they wanted me to apologise. I said, I'm not apologising.
Fuck
I
out of
didn't
here.
do anything wrong. I didn't
apologize.
I didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, that was silly. I said, you know, I was at the Free Nelson Mandela concert in 1988. I was there. I'm going to apologise? Me? You're mad. You don't even know. You don't even fucking know. Huh?
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
Hey,
Is that Miggy?
Yeah. What's up, Jen?
Nice one, man. How you doing?
Hey, they won't drop the price on this thing for nothing.
What's up, man? Where you been at?
I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you a little bit.
Have you?
Yeah. I've been listening on the YouTube. I haven't popped in, but I've been on other servers. You know that Gem Panda. I've been out there in the travels. I bring us victory. We've been victorious in that Gem Panda server. They're talking about making me a mod, by the way. Not that I want.
Oh, yeah?
You know?
What?
Yeah. Can you believe
They're
that?
making you a mod?
Yeah.
You should be a mod here.
To be a mod,
there.
No. Don't get me wrong. Look, I'm more interested in the people who go to the live stream, YouTube live stream, and listen. That's where most of my target and my energy is aimed at. But I've got to go through the cesspit to get to them. And I say that to them. I said, I'm here to cleanse you of all this toxic lies that they tell you. Jin CBR1, the cleanser. You know, really going in there, giving it to them, man. You know?
Knocking him around, huh, Jen?
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Oh, Lord.
You know, I'd be a good salesman. You got to do it any which way but loose, man. Every which way but loose, man.
It's much more fun to talk about to somebody who doesn't know anything about the topic.
Well, Jen's got a knack for keeping setting the record straight. So, I mean, he's gonna do it no matter where he goes. So, if he's over there, then kudos.
That's the only reason I'm there. That's the only reason I'm there is to set the record straight. That's it. And I'm shouting out the videos because some of these guys can't. In Gem Pandas, they don't advertise the links that we put up. You know, like when you put up a video, you can see it on the YouTube. They don't have that on there. So I have to give them the name of the videos. I give them the name and the length of the videos. Go watch them. If I'm wrong, you can come and tell me to my face in the server. Get in and go watch it. You know,
interesting.
Yeah, man. They tried to ban me 3 times, but I was reinstated by. There's a couple of guys who got my back in there, and they reinstated me all the time. Yeah, because they know that I'm just pushing out the truth of my way.
Now you're about to be a mod.
Well, without
that's what they've been saying. That's what they've been saying.
Yeah, without Gen CBR, it's just going to be an echo chamber over there. So, I mean, they need you in there.
They do exactly that. And you know, as a flat earther, I rock their world. I just rock them to death.
Yeah,
rock them.
Of course you do.
Yeah, that's
they
what we
need
got to
a
do.
token.
That's what we got to do. You know, we can't have a server. You cannot have a server that's just lying to the listeners and they're very comfortable in their lie. So I come in and I'm like a bowling ball, wrecking ball. I come and stop this fucking lying, you lying bastard.
They're just like bowling pins, huh?
That's it.
Knocking them around.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're honest to yourselves, when have you seen that curvature of the earth? And don't be silly, don't start to be dishonest because it means you'd be a walking contradiction to yourself and the creator is not going to be happy with that. Okay? Where did you see it? Where? Answer that question.
Well, let's in that same spirit, man, let's do an all call. So if anybody's on the 24/7 YouTube channel listening in, you guys are welcome to come into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. There's a link there provided. You can join us. We're having a conversation right now amongst ourselves, but you can join us for a conversation of the shape of the Earth. We want to specify that we are looking for the radius, the diameter, and the circumference. So if you think you have evidence of that, you can come in here and we can talk about it. We have a lot of people on the panel right now. We got Fraud, we got Glatflobe. I am Kovac. It is I, Jin CBR1, Julius J, Kiwi 2 times. You got KJ just joined us. Flatty, Quetz, Uncle Bob, and Tim. Did I miss anybody? Nope.
Yeah,
I
thought Flatty was there, but I think he might have gone. But yeah, we are here waiting for you. And what I'd like to know is, what is your best proof that you've confirmed that the Earth is a globe that you bet your family's lives on? Okay, that best proof, that proof you have that confirms to you without a doubt that the Earth is a globe that's spinning in the vastness of space. What's that evidence that you have? Because your family's lives, imagine, your family's lives are hanging on the balance, and you're going to bring the proof that's going to rescue their lives. What proof is that you have? Let's have it. Come in.
Yeah, it's interesting because some people are actually resting on the foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and everybody right now is running around, the majority of people, with this, secondary information that they've received, and they don't know they're none the wiser of the shape of the Earth. And they might be like hearing me right now, being like, I know what the shape of the Earth is. I can Google it if I want. And, of course, if you come in here, we're going to challenge you, because evidence is not the same thing as what you might think it is, because evidence to you might be a picture from space. And, you need to come in here and we can talk about what evidence is, because you have a wrong idea. Because I can say the very same thing. I can say I have a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building. But that is not evidence, is it?
No, it's just...
And satellites do not equal space. Good day, Mickey.
Yeah, Kiwi brings up a good point for those of you out there who are thinking about satellites. Well, we got satellites and, they're going around Earth and they're going around a globe. How do you know that? I mean, this is a very provocative topic, right? For you guys that are, if you have to think about anything, this isn't something that you can just brush off and say, pfft, yeah, right. No, this is for real. We are really talking about this in 2022. For you guys who are still sleepwalking out there or listening to me, you guys are sleepwalking. You're not really understanding that this information is something that is key to your understanding of the things that you don't know right now, which is the shape of the Earth. You think you know it, but you don't.
Yeah, I mean, with the satellites, right? You might think you're seeing them through the telescope, and every person that I've asked, they said they saw a light. But I say to them, well, that's not going to be confirmation. You would need to go up there, touch the thing, and read the nameplate, and then you'd know at least that hardware is there floating around that Earth ball. Because that's what we're saying. It's geostationary. It's not falling back down to Earth. What's keeping it up there? I tell you, there's a lot of things you're carrying that are a lot of baggage there that you haven't had a good look into yet. Okay? Gravity, for example.
Something that we do talk about in here, and it get raised here a couple of times, is it possible that something could be up in the sky moving around? And I would say yes, because technology has proven that. There is such a thing as, balloon technology with these satellites and what they've been using. Also, there's drones, there's solar-powered craft that can be up there. We don't know. Like, there could be some technology that they tap into, so the realm of possibility is still there. But there's a big but, right? But you can't have something that's in a medium that doesn't exist. So the medium in which you think that they're existing in right now is not real. It's all fantasy. Brought to you by people that have given you the information. So
even the universe.
We invite you into the conversation. We want you to come in here so you can have a conversation about it, because you might be thinking that we're all crazy and this is a crazy topic. It's interesting, or something you just want to smoke a doobie to and just relax. But I guarantee you, the critical thinkers that are in here are going to give you a run for your money. And that's the most important thing for you right now that are listening. This isn't something that you should just be complacent about. This is something that should be active in your mind. The process of thinking and always being able to do research and be curious about the world around you should be an ongoing process. We never stop learning, right? But yet, very comfortable in your own skin when you're just sitting back and looking at things come out in the TV and you're just like, oh, we found a new exoplanet. Urgh. That's great, because all the information has been given to you. You don't have to think, right? Well, this is different. You do have to think.
Yeah. A new guy joined the chat.
Yeah.
Ah, that's great.
Oh, welcome.
All right, we got Bacon Pancakes just joined us. I'm going to unmute you right now. Bacon Pancakes, welcome to the chat. 24/7 Flat Earth welcomes you. We are talking about the shape of the Earth here in this forum. So, what do you think the Earth is, Bacon Pancakes?
Dirty.
That's just left you, Miggy.
What's that?
He left.
Yeah.
Whose dog and what kind is it?
Yes, my bloody chalky Chihuahua Yorkshire Terrier mix. He doesn't shut up for a minute.
It's so
awesome. Chihuahua, the most aggressive dog.
Chihuahua, baby. Chihuahua. That's unfortunate, man. I was hoping to chat with this individual.
Yeah, we do want to poke the bear, as it were, for a little bit and see if there's anybody out there sitting around thinking about this topic. And there's a lot of people that jump in here, maybe just lurking, want to listen. There's a few people that come in here and say, well, I just want to see what you guys think. Well, we're on here all the time. 24/7 Flat Earth, that's the name of this Discord. We're on here all the time. You can hear us having conversation about it. But we're always talking about the topic in this forum, and it's always for your benefit so that you can see what a challenge it would be for you to actually think about the topic of the shape of the Earth. So, that being said, you guys are very welcome to come in here. And also, I'm going to mute you when you come in here so you can talk to us. Now, we don't need no childish things where you're making noises or it's funny, or just have a talk with us. We want to speak to you. It's pretty important, actually. And you'll be amazed at what you can discover if you actually start to think critically.
It's funny when you break through the education line, so to speak, and you put them in a corner, they start quickly realize they don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, one of the things, and I've been in this truth business for a while now, but what I have seen over my time being in here is that there has been a stereotype that has been pasted over people that talk about subjects that are taboo, such as one like they think the flat Earth is, right? So it would seem that the projected stereotype is someone who lives in their mother's basement, and somebody who is wearing a tinfoil hat, and someone who is smoking tons of marijuana, and so on and so on and so forth, right? But I am neither one of those things that I just mentioned. And I have the ability to challenge anybody who would come in here with an academic
Wait, hold on.
scholarly type of personality to come in here. So anybody's welcome to come in here who thinks that they have that sort of mind and challenge me. Go ahead, Glenn.
Mickey, what the hell is marijuana?
Chug.
What the hell is that?
Can you bring your junkies down the basement?
That almost sounded rhetorical if I wasn't, listening carefully.
Well, hey guys, do your moms let you smoke weed in her basement too?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
The bathroom and turn the fan on.
I think what happens is that those types that are listening would just write people off, because I think at the very beginning of the movement there was conferences that were being held, and outside of them there were people dressed in all sorts of silly outfits and on and so forth. But this right now, the conversation as it is right now, is a very challenging one for anybody who even thinks about mocking. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you come in here and you're being legit and honest, that this is going to be a very hard topic to debunk. So come on in here. If you think that you have evidence, if you think it's an easy Google search and you're going to be able to knock us down in one hit with just a couple of keystrokes, it won't happen. Not now, not ever. And nobody's waiting for the person to come in here with globe evidence so we can all go back to the globe. It's not going to happen. Never will. The truth is the Earth doesn't measure curvature, and it never will.
So you go flat, you never go back.
So we are excited actually to share that with you. And some people say, "Well, why do you do this every day? What's the purpose? What's the mission?" Well, if somebody was being told a lie and you knew it, wouldn't you tell them? Now, that's different for everybody, right? Because some people don't have a moral compass. They just don't care, right? Who gives a shit? Excuse my language, but that's what some people say because nobody cares anymore these days, but we do. We're on here every day. We do it because we love our fellow neighbor. We want them to know what the truth is and also to tell their neighbors. Because a more enlightened society that we have, the better we can advance technology and the human race. Because otherwise, we're just going to be sitting around stewing in our own ignorance. That make any sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
I'm a little bit more jaded than that, but here.
And for those who would come against us, may your chains rest lightly upon you.
Miggy, do you think that it's lost some steam?
No.
You get more trolls?
No, we didn't lose steam. I think we've kind of
no, from
I
the
guess
opposite side.
we ran through the trolls. Those who highly opposed flat Earth at the very beginning, those anti-flat earthers, we've actually cut them to the quick, and so they don't have a leg to stand on.
Like you said, that's a very difficult position to take because it's
Anti-flat
completely-
Earth.
Well, yeah, just even defending the globe.
No, well, I mean, you have and I put them in different categories, right? You have those who are just normal globies, right? They just know about information. They don't really know if the Earth is a globe or not. They just they're going to regurgitate what they know, type in some keyword searches in Google, and come in here and say, "Well, I thought satellites proved the Earth was a globe." Things like that. They don't know. So those guys, they're just victims of the information. And then you got, of course, the ones right above that, which are the professors who profess the knowledge of the globe. They were taught and they fully believe and they fully want to teach it. And then you got another group of people, the anti-flat earthers, the ones who wake up every day who love to hate flat earth, who make channels of it, and they are the dumbest ones ever because you see their cartoon examples on their thumbnails.
Do they actually
on YouTube.
show up here?
It is ridiculous.
Do they actually show
Absolutely
up here?
ridiculous. What is that? It is I?
Do they actually show up here?
No,
The guy-
they used to. Anti-flat earthers. Well, I take it back. There has been, I think, in the last time I can remember, maybe two. Science Bob.
Matthew.
No, Matthew's not. He's not an anti-flat earther. He's more of just
Not
a
really,
glober.
no, yeah.
He's a one who would say I would say professes about the globe as one of the ones who teach. He's got to teach. I think he's a teacher.
He's a professor, yeah.
Right. So he's just professing it. But when it comes to we've actually grilled him on it, he only believes that the Earth is a globe. And he can have, you see, this is the thing. You can believe the globe is whatever it is. That's fine. At the end of the day, you're going to go to sleep and it's still a belief. But when you come in here and you say, I know the Earth is a globe, then you're going to have to belly up to the bar and stand before this council and then demonstrate to each one of us how you know. And guarantee you, it won't be easy. This isn't just a cakewalk where you're going to hit a couple of key searches.
It's never
on
happened.
Google.
See, that's my problem, Miggy. It's actually never taken place. So I'm wondering, has that steam died down from the opposite side?
No, it hasn't. It's just they don't know what else to throw at us because they've tried to throw everything but the kitchen sink. They've tried the sextant argument. That doesn't work. They tried the satellite argument. That doesn't work. They tried the Coriolis. That doesn't work. They tried refraction. That doesn't work. Everything they've tried to throw at us doesn't work. We've been able to go right through every single one of those arguments and discussions. And now, one of these anti-flat earthers that are out there with their videos, right? All of them don't have a clue of what this specific server, this Discord server, has in store for them. None of them, I guarantee. And if you're listening and you're a glober, go and tell those guys, hey, there's some people in 24/7 that can knock you out, or they say they can anyway. Why don't you go in there? And that's what we're waiting for. Because those guys are afraid, I say, of coming in here. This is the one place they don't want to step foot in.
No,
Yeah, I
agree
said
with
it. They're
you.
afraid.
I agree with you because it's a done deal. It's a hard
Here,
decision
here.
to take.
Dude, listen to their juvenile playground responses to us, man. They're calling us names. They can't even come in here and talk to us, right?
Yeah.
Crazy. So, like, listen, when somebody...
That's why I asked, did they lose steam? Because you would have to.
No,
after
let's let
actually
Glad
looking
flow.
through the information, you would have to actually come to the conclusion that, okay.
Yeah, it
Earth
is. Let's
indeed
hear Glad flow about it. I think he was going to say something real quick.
Yeah, to me, it's and I don't disagree with that at all. You should continue that after I say that. I just wanted to say that I feel like it's like they know we're right, and some of them have nefarious ways of being here. I believe some of them are just here to poke fun at the bear, and the bear that they don't really understand. They might be afraid of the bear a little bit, but anyway, the information stands on its own, and so what I have to try to battle every day is my own personal emotional reaction to their emotional reaction to the information. I don't want to fall victim myself of the same kind of thought process, not because I'm like I deplore the person acting that way. It's not that. It's just not a good way to act. And if I'm going to try to share information with somebody and learn from somebody, right? You never know. I can't react emotionally to the information. I can't focus on the personalities either. By the way, I'm going to try really hard to stop focusing on the personalities and just convey the information in the best way, most absorbable way that I can. That was a rant, but thank you.
Yeah, well said. Glad has, was it the last guy who proposed to be an astrophysicist, which we found out he wasn't, really took him to task, and he failed. The other guy that Glatt was talking to failed miserably at a response that would be even somewhere near coherent to something that would be resembling somebody who studied to be an astrophysicist, which he wasn't, clearly, by way of demonstration. I mean, just by how he responded. Completely repeating everything verbatim off of Wikipedia and such. So we are looking for those who will, if you're in academia, let's say, and you're a professor, and you're like, I'm teaching this, I know what's going on. Come on in here. We'll have a conversation with you. And if it's so true that you say you're holding on to the keys to the kingdom, as it were, with Globe, then you would be able to easily knock down all these guys who think that it's not. And so, yeah, it's really just an all call for those who are listening. We do, however, have Glass that just joined us. He's just joined the server, it looks like. I'm going to unmute you, Glass. Welcome to the server. We talk about the shape of the Earth. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, Glass? Is it a globe? Is it flat? Okay, I don't know if Glass has some trouble with his microphone, but he's not responding, or maybe he's just AFK, or perhaps he's just lurking. Who knows? But needless to say, I really do this all call every now and again, and it's for your benefit. Because if you're listening and you think the Earth is a globe, and it's so easy to debunk all these folks who think it's not, then if it were that easy, I guarantee you none of us would be here. Because some people in this server have searched like incredibly amounts of research, like years and years, and searches upon searches of everywhere they could think of information could be dug up, and all types. And there isn't any information that leads us to anywhere near to solidifying or being able to recognize that the Earth has been measured to have curvature. There isn't any. It's void. It's all calculations, mathematical jazz hands, and just a bunch of hokey pokey, or whatever you want to call it, hooey. There's nothing. Smoke and mirrors, guys. That's all you guys have been listening to. People that are telling you they're regurgitating knowledge of the globe, but they have no evidence of it.
It's hard to admit that you've been duped, right? It's hard to say, gosh, maybe they did pull the wool over my eyes on some stuff. Like, that's perhaps one of the biggest struggles for me personally, as just trying to do self-work. I was like, man, okay. So, I mean, no, but not everybody's lying to everybody all the time, right? It's silly. That's silly to think that. But some people are lying to some people some of the time. And to be able to decipher from what might not even matter. It's all about how do I develop my process of thinking so that I'm considering the information objectively without bias. And that's so hard to do. It's so hard to admit that I had a bias in the first place. I thought I had a good bead on things, right? I'm an adult. I've been doing a lot of shit in life. I've seen some things. I think I'm learning. And then I find out something so devastating to my current worldview. For me, the paradigm shift was I had to choose between, just forgetting it altogether or diving deep, no matter how uncomfortable it made me. And anyway, so that's it. If I can get over the emotional hurdles, the stigma, right? The stigma of even looking into information such as this, then I can progress. I just want to share the information with you. I don't even care if we get along. It'd be great if we did, but I don't want to convince anybody of anything. If I've convinced you, I've not done my job. I want you to have the information, and then I want you to make sure that you've made your own decision on the stuff.
That has been the staple of the server for anybody that comes in here. We're not looking to convince you in an argument. This isn't a tug of war where at the end we're going to be like, hey, I won. Because that's not going to be anything that we're going to relish in. What we relish in is that you actually come to us and say, I checked it out, and it doesn't check out. That's when we're happy, because you looked into it and you found out for yourself that it doesn't add up what they're saying. And you've thoroughly looked into, because that's one of the things we ask people when they come in here is like, and if they claim that they're been a flat earther or something, we usually go a little bit on light on them because of the fact that they say that. But at the same time, people don't just sit on in the server and just claim flat earth, because I even go through each and every one, like every now and again, I'll make sure something, if you're in here claiming a flat earther and you really don't think the earth is flat, or you come up with some other cockamamie idea, like the earth could be curving upwards or some other garbage that I've heard other people saying here, then I will find you out, and then I will call you out. And I'll do it publicly here so everybody can hear if you are truly someone who knows that the earth doesn't have any curvature, or you do. And that's something that people need to be made aware of. Because when we talk about the earth has no curvature, it's not curving up or down. There's no convexity or convexity. So that's what we're talking about. And it's important because there has been some concave earthers that think that they're enlightened and they're the third level of knowledge. First is globe, second is flat, and then third is concave. No, it's not. There is no curvature measurable, period.
One last thing, I got to dip, but it's all about curvature. When I was growing up, I loved the fact that the teachers, for the first few grades at least, tried to keep things very simple so that I could understand big concepts in a more human way, right? A limited sense of understanding big concepts, so I could absorb the stuff properly. And so if I just keep it to curvature, even just in my head, right, in my continuing with the logical thought process, if there's no curvature, there's nothing else to that model that could actually make sense or work at all. I don't care what kind of math you got. I don't care what kind of observations you've done, okay? If you can't find curvature, you can't find it, it's nowhere to be measured, seen, experienced. The human condition cannot experience Earth curvature. That being the objective reality in which we live, it can't be a sphere. If there's no curvature, it can't be an oblate paroid. It can't be a spinning pizza, okay? Can't be anything if there's not curvature somewhere. Got to be able to find that. And that's as simple as we can keep it, because then if you got the curvature thing worked out, then you can actually come to a decision and move on. Like, this argument shouldn't be happening, folks. It's out there. It's flat. If you can go find it yourself, cool. If not, can we just move on? But I mean, it's not the reason. I'll end it here. The reason I'm so passionate is because I have faith that my fellow man can get this. I feel like you can get this, guys. I feel like everybody can understand this. Thank you.
That's why I asked what's the killer? Because I feel like there's a lot of killers.
Curvature. It's the number one kid. If you can't find curvature, drop over. Okay, and I want to be more specific. Horizon drop over distance. We should be able to. We shouldn't be able to see. Listen, we could see way too far. And the reason the anti-flat earthers come against that, all you got is we see too far. That's the reason they perform damage control on that statement in the first place, because it's objectively true to reality. We see way too far. Okay, you just have to accept that and move on, kiddos. It's not hard. Anyway.
Yeah. That's how. That actually fucks me up, because we're actually in the situation where we have to actually point out something so obvious. And it's like it's not getting through to people. That fucks me. That kind of makes me go crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
actually,
I would say this though. It is and I know there's a lot of flat earthers that are kind of in your shoes on that topic. But just as Glatt was explaining, and the way I would put it is that if we are hard pressed on convincing, that will get under your skin. It's because it did for me at the beginning of my journey. I had a lot of zeal and passion for speaking about like the truth of flat earth. And for me, if somebody wasn't getting something, it was going to bug me to no end. And just like the way you explained right now, it gives you like a raw feeling, like it uneasy. It does. Right? And it's not, and you're only human. We're all human, right? So it's like, we're looking at it from a standpoint of like, why are you not getting this? You know, like it's really, it bugs us, because it's like, it's different when you talk about something, and I'll say it this way, but I'm not going to get into it. But it's different when you talk about like spiritual things, right? Things like that. That's still a little bit something where people can't understand. This is physical, guys. You can actually touch and see and measure and test and do all kinds of things with things in the physical realm. So that's why it's a bit more difficult when you actually talk to people about things in the physical form, because you're not giving them something that is immaterial. This is something that is very much material. So something that we talk about like in curvature, or an obstruction that should be in your viewing distance from blocking you from something from point A to point B that you can't see the thing in point B, an obstruction would be like, and I give you an example, like a mound of dirt. If your friend walks over a mound of dirt and then goes beyond that hill in front of you, that mound, you can't see them any longer, right? It's a physical obstruction in your view. It's as simple as that. And so when we're talking to people, right, we break it down in the most simplest way, and it's the most easiest for you to understand. There's nothing complicated about it, right? But yet, the people who devised this idea, right, put it in your mind that you are able to see that person on the other side of that hill on certain times of the day, or perhaps when refraction is helping you see, because it looms your vision over the hill to the other side where you can now see your friend again. And I'm not even kidding you guys. If you're listening, this is the most ridiculous thing, and I know, but this is what they're proposing when it comes to curvature. This is what they're saying. As we know, right? Because you and I can test this out. Have your friend walk over the hill every single day of the year, and you tell me one time that you can see your friend on the other side when he goes over that hill due to refraction. I 100% guarantee you will never see that happen, ever. Yet, on the instance of curvature, however, when it comes to curvature, you will see the thing on the other side of that hill. That is what they're saying. This is what this whole looming over the curve happens, and they have explanations. Isn't that crazy? And that is why when people are talking about that topic in here, it gets under our skin. Because we're like, how is it something so obvious that when we're talking about physical reality, that you don't get this? It should be physically impossible for you to see the thing that's over the hill on any given day. There's an obstruction in your view that you can't see the person on the other side, or in this case, like if you're talking about curvature, a boat that goes over the curve. On one day you can see it, on another day you can't. How is that possible? It's physical. It shouldn't move. You shouldn't loom your vision over that hill. On that instance, you can. On the one where he's walking over a mound of dirt, you can't. Doesn't that make you think? If you're thinking that the earth is a globe, it should. It's as simple as that. But yet, this is the challenge for you. If you think that the Earth is a globe, this is the challenge for you to actually start really critically thinking about your worldview and on the information that has been taught to you. Because if it were true, 100%, then you would definitely see the person on the other side of the hill at one day or the next, and then the next day you can't see him, and it would be like the hill was, your vision could see over that hill one day. And like I said, it's just sounds so far out ridiculous. Like, how is that possible? I'm even saying this because that's what's being proposed to us, guys, when it comes to the globe. That's exactly what, and they'll call it, you know, I know CB had the clip to it, but Nathan Oakley was talking to a few people who are anti-flat earthers, who they themselves claimed it to be like, what is it, like 5 different kinds of names all clumped up to one name. Super looming, hyena, refraction, whatever. It's got a weird, funky name, but that's what they gave it because they have to have an out for what happens if something disappears over the horizon. And so that's what you got. With the globe, you got lies. You got, you know, words being made up. Yet in physical reality, when you see your friend go over a hill, nothing ever changes. Always the same. There's never going to be a time where your vision will be able to see that person on the other side of that hill. That's how it is, guys. I mean, it's the simplicity of it, right? Because we speak to people in a very plain words, something that you can understand. I mean, you could measure something that, you know, had curvature between point A to point B over a distance. And you definitely, most certainly could, if they were going over a hill, mound of dirt. You could do that. You could measure when that hill started, exactly when and how much it goes up in elevation, or what was the curvature slope and everything. You do it all. But with the Earth, why is that so difficult? That's weird, huh? All right, so I unmuted Glass once more. Glass, you have control of your mic if you do have a microphone. Are you there, Glass? Glass is not here. How's everybody feeling today? Pretty good?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Doing well. Thank you for asking. How you doing, Maggie?
I just doing my all call. I do it every now and again. But I do it because I know that maybe perhaps there's a one chance that there's one critical thinker out there, or perhaps there's somebody who thinks that the Earth is a globe and they want to come in here and defend it. Either way, somebody will pop in here and we'll have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, the all calls definitely work.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
I used to do them more frequently back a couple years ago, and it would bring a lot of people in here, especially those who were in the lobby, because the lobby is full of people who are just keyboard cowboys,
Itching.
Just interacting away. It's weird, right? Because it's funny how people can easily hide behind a keyboard, but when it's time to really unmute your mics and have a conversation, it's people don't want to do that.
Well, case in point right now. I mean, obviously the people may be busy, but at the same time, there's times where we do the roll call and you go through the list and you see people with no roles and you see them exit the chat.
Yeah, all the anti-flat earthers have are just name calling and snide remarks. And I don't have time for that. I would cut through all of that and say, you're wasting my time. Get to your information. Because it's weird, right? If somebody has, like CB said it before, but it's like somebody has a winning hand, why are you withholding it? Just lay the cards down. Let's see that hand. Let's talk about it. You got the information, you got the goods, well, bring it. So wrong with that? Everybody should be rejoicing that you have the information that sets the record straight. But since you don't, here we are.
Moving.
Yeah, they fill your head with so many different ideas, right? The earth is spinning. You just can't feel it. The earth is curved, but you just can't see it. Interesting stuff. Cool story, bro.
Cool story, bro. I love it.
We got Andy, hold my beer. What's going on, man? Join the chat.
Yeah, all right, Mickey. How's it going, dude?
feeling?
Yeah, I'm good, dude.
Yo, Andy.
Let's see what's in there. Professor Heretic.
Yo.
Such a weird name you gave yourself, dude.
Well, I mean, anybody can call themselves a professor nowadays.
Yeah.
So I'm just going with the trend.
Banker.
But they're mostly
Yeah. Professor Banker could try that.
Banker.
You got Sonny on the plane. What's up, Sonny?
Hey, how's it going?
Nothing much,
I had
man.
to start. When people start talking about other people, I have to leave. I just can't deal with it.
Yeah,
So,
it's,
yeah,
it's,
I'm doing good.
it's the way of things, man. I mean, people. I was listening to the conversation earlier. It does sometimes. Well, you know, if you felt like you've been done wrong, you know, it's just kind of the person kind of airing their emotions about it.
That's true.
But you know, I mean, I try to stay drama free, man, as most as I can, because
Yeah.
I mainly focus on what's important, and that's the idea that everybody right now is running around thinking they know the truth about the shape of the earth, and they really don't.
Yes. Isn't that that's the key point? That really is. So I just assume get on with the topic instead of avoiding by whatever means on both sides. Yeah, I know. Yep, Earth is still flat and stationary. Contained. These are the facts that we do know.
Yeah, I was, and I'll touch a little bit about what the beef was too, Sonny, because what happens with flat Earth, and I even said this from the beginning. There's a lot of misconceptions with ideas that people used to have at the beginning of the movement, and I say the movement, but it's been going on forever, right? The topic, but the movement, was it like 2014? You guys can help me out on this. Like 2014, what like really popular on social media? It was like 2013, 2014, somewhere around there.
According to the statistics,
It was 2014, 2015, 2016. Those were great times, okay?
Yeah.
2015, 2016 in particular.
The height of the explosion of the information, like spread through social media like wildfire. But what I would say at that time, the infancy of the movement, right? Because that's what I'm calling it. The movement was riddled with just every possible conception of what the earth could be outside the globe. Everything, dude. Like, you got just weird stuff happening. So yeah, I do understand, like, some people could name flat earth in certain circles, certain categories because of that. I mean, they have credence to it because it's, I understand it was kind of wacky at that time. But there was a lot of good stuff coming. Like, within the all of that stuff, you could glean just the good bits of it, and that's where we're at. Where we were starting to really figure out how to have the conversation. It was difficult because it's like stuff in the very beginning would get people stymied. And I'll give you a good star rotations, right? Ooh, man, that thing it was running around because people were just like, I don't know how to answer that star rotation. What's going on? Like, it was defeating people in the flat earth truth because they didn't know how to answer that question. They just would avoid it or not talk about it, or you know what I mean? But until people started to confront what that even meant, then it started to become like a topic to discuss, and then it was, you know, that they weren't afraid anymore. So with each victory that we had, we were capitalizing and solidifying like the arguments. Like, okay, now we know if somebody brings up Star Trolls, how to respond. Now we know if somebody brings up the Sextant, how to respond. Now we know if somebody brings Coriolis, we know how to respond. So all these like talking points that we started out with, they usually were kind of a bit obscure, kind of they were still in the works of how we're understanding, right? To talk about it with Flat Earth. And then now we're just like refined. It's almost like, you know what I mean? Like a Kung Fu master already just like went through the training, and like you've been through the battles, and now you don't need to rely on like reification models, or you don't need to pull out things that you can't verify yourself. You go straight for the ultimate move, right? And that's
the ultimate takedown. Exactly.
Perfect to the throat.
It's essentially
you go for the jugular.
That's
essentially whatever PowerPoint you feel like you hit, whatever, you know, that's the thing. You go for that move. It doesn't take. I mean, it used to take hours, man. I remember we'd have a server full like 60, 70 people in here, and it was rocking because nobody knew where it was going, and we were listening to different talking points, different people that were in here. You know, I was in here at that time, and you know, even I was being refined at that time too. It was like everybody was trying to figure out how are we gonna, like, there needs to be a really logically consistent way to defeat these guys. But it was always like they had a because at that time, like, we were starting to
get out of jail card. They had a get out of jail card every time, didn't they?
You remember that, right? Like, it was always an out, always like, well,
it used to piss me off.
After an hour and a half of debating you, they're like, well, I'm not a scientist anyways. You're like, dude, what the hell you been arguing with me about for this like hour and a half? Like, if you're not the scientist, well, get on then. Let me speak to the scientist. Like, and we did have that too. I mean, they came in the server. So,
and then there were times when we ran the server like a courtroom. And when Miggy used to come in, we used to say, oh ye, all hail for the right honourable Miggy coming in, presiding today. You know, and it was really good because...
oh man, what was it called? We had the Flat Earth Arena, and then just the different people that would come in here, but like they were coming in here pretty hot, man. These guys, and it was
confident, very confident, very arrogant, very dismissive of us. But then when they realised they didn't bring their briefcase with the right information in, they lost. I loved it.
You know what's even stranger that you brought up the court case? Even an actual court case got smacked down. Remember that court case? Yeah. I think it was around that time that you were talking about, like when we'd hold like a Flat Earth court. It was kind of a funny like show that we had going, but it was still like that. At that time, I think there was somebody trying to take somebody to court about Flat Earth, and they lost. Like,
that's right.
Provide the evidence for it.
That's right. They didn't have evidence for it. Flat Earth wins in court. Yeah, that was brilliant.
And it's strange too because we had like Kosho, we had it was just all these really crazy guys in here.
Yeah, and then I tell you when it really got out of control was when Gem Panda said that our standards on this server was too high and they should get rid of
that day too.
Yeah, man.
That was great.
You guys wait a second. Gem Panda said what?
Yeah.
He said that this server standard was ridiculously too high, impossible standards, and we should get rid of the scientific method, he said.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's when he led into you can't throw away 22,000 years of science with observation or some shit. Sorry for cussing.
Yeah,
no, I mean, just like Jin CBR had said, like that's exactly what he said. But it's he said that, and it was that was the concession. That was a great concession, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Huge. Huge. That's handed it all day.
Yeah, because we clipped it, didn't we? We clipped it. We had him on. That's there for future prosperity. We've got him on record saying that. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I said to him, "It's no wonder you don't have it. No wonder you don't have any standards. How are you going to learn anything?"
That's to the bot.
That's ridiculous.
Playlist.
Outrageous, Jim. I always wind him up about that. I tease him with that one when I'm in his server. I said, let's not forget, you're the man that says we need to get rid of the scientific member. Remember?
You know, it's funny because like those guys when they come in here, they're like, "Oh, I would go in there, but under certain conditions, I need you guys to do this, this, and this, and then I'll come in there." It's like these guys are the ultimate like
shysters.
I mean, well, shysters, but like it's like they want it so prearranged that they're guaranteed not to get banned, and it's like, well, here's the thing, buddy. Truth never fears the fullest of investigation. So if we're going to scrutinize everything you got to say, then you need to withstand that. Like you have to, like a conversation of like, this isn't a battle of like the ideas. This is a battle of what's right and what's wrong. So people are going to be listening to this conversation. They're going to want to know who's right and who's wrong by way of demonstration. Like we're going to have something on the table that people can actually look at and test and repeat the test, peer review, and look at, because like if I talk about an idea, well, you know, I think that the ceiling of the, you know, our natural Earth is super fluid helium or just some other stuff, right? That I make up. It don't matter what it is. But if I say whatever and you can't test it out, then we're just battling. Why? What does an idea work? Well, it works this way, and it's like it doesn't matter. How are we testing it?
It's just speculation. Yeah. And flat earthers generally state that beforehand. So anyone listening in the YouTube live stream now, they know when we enter the realm of speculation to hardcore, irrefutable facts that, you know, provable, testable, repeatable. They know the difference with us, but with them, it's just one assumption and presumption after another, and they're pushing that out as true facts. Take gravity, for instance. Most of the people are not aware that there are two individuals to consider now. You've got your Newtonian and you've got your Einsteinian. And Einsteinian has actually superseded Newtonian. But people on the streets are not aware of that, you see? You know?
Aware of the fact that they're when they say, well, it's gravity, and you ask them what type, they're like, what do you mean what type? That's exactly what they say. What do you mean what type? They don't even know what they don't even know. So it's like it's ignorance the highest form, right? Because you're just like, man, you want to sit here and drop a pen and say that's gravity? Like that, is that the definition? Did you even talk about the definition of gravity? Did you even say anything that's resembling somebody who knows what they're... You don't even know. They don't even know. What's gravity? Well, we don't know. Next question. That's what they say, right? It's plain to know that they don't know. Like so how
what
is it...
gravity? I have no idea. Next question. I have no idea. I have no idea. Is the thing.
Isn't the best first question on gravity, how would you demonstrate gravity?
Yeah, that's right.
We're just dropping mics.
But I'm saying...
But that's their easy... This is the thing, guys. Like, it has always been with those guys that it's easy. All they got to do is drop a pen. All they got to do is drop a mic. Ooh, there it is. Gravity. You guys don't even know. You don't even know the half of it. You're so excited to drop something and say that's gravity. When I ask you for the definition, you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, they don't even know what it is. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
We have a few new guys.
That's why.
There's a few new guys. Well, hey, go ahead, please. Who are they?
A few noobs in the chat here.
All right, guys. Here it is. We got some new people coming in from a server. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Hopefully, I got a provocative topic for you, which is the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. I'm going to start unmuting you individually. Please be cordial and let's have a great discussion. And I'll start hearing everybody's perspectives. We do like to hear what you guys have to say. So individually, I will unmute you. But welcome to the server.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay,
your honesty is welcome. Honesty.
We'll start with Bacon Pancakes. Let's see.
Hello, Baking Pancakes. I know this one. This guy, I've met him before, I think.
Who else we got?
I think Foreign Ox is next.
Alternate account. Go ahead and unmute you. Okay, you guys have control of your mics. If you want to, we can have a discussion. Hopefully. Hello? You're live on 24/7 Flat Earth. Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
So we are on about the topic of the shape of the Earth. And for an ox or alternate account, because the other guys left, it seems, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I don't know. There are many theories. I'm just interested, you know?
Okay, so you're from the UK, I take it. I take it you're from the UK, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you heard of this flat Earth? When was the first time you heard it? Excuse me.
I don't know. A while ago.
A while ago. Okay. And then back then, what did you think back then? What was your opinion, your emotional state of mind back then?
I didn't mind. I just thought it was another theory, you know?
Okay. Now, what about today now that you're here? Do you have any questions to help you along?
No.
You don't have any questions. So what is your position then? Do you think that flat Earth is wrong? It's not the truth? And it's definitely a heliocentric model hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds, 1.2 million miles an hour. Is that what you think, believe?
No, I don't think we know yet. There's not enough evidence.
Okay, you're sounding like you're on the fence then. You're in the middle, yeah? Limbo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I asked you. I asked you if you had any questions because it's to help you along the way. Because it is easily provable and we can confirm that the Earth isn't curving anywhere and it's not spinning. You know, we're not in the vacuum of space without a container to contain the Earth's air pressure, okay? So we can take it step by step. For example, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth in your entire life?
No.
No. Okay. Now that answer should make you think. You came out of your mother's womb. I don't know how old you are. I'll estimate you at 25. 25 years not to have seen the curvature once, whether you've flown or climbed up a high mountain, a high vantage point. That should speak volumes, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, that should speak volumes. Okay. Then the other thing is when you look at this.
Hold on, Jen. Jen, before you keep going, I just want to let you know that alternate account is also have control of his mic. Alternate, if you came in with foreign ox or if you didn't, and if there's any questions that you would like to ask, Jen CBR is having a conversation right now with foreign ox, but you can chime in if you want to. This is an open forum. I just want to just be courteous and wait till like either one can give you like some time to answer or ask or whatever.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah,
I actually have to go. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thanks for chatting.
That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm glad you were here. Please return when you can. Fantastic. Alternate accounts. What do you have to say for yourself? Alternate accounts?
He claims that his mic's not working in the lobby.
Okay. Well, Broken Mic Gang. The Broken Mic Gang. Again.
Broken Mic Gang. Gang.
By the way, this is a public service announcement. There are microphones at the dollar store, easily bought. You can go to Walmart and pick one up. Maybe ask a friend. They might have a microphone. Or you can look at your phone, which also has a microphone, and you can get on that and on Discord. So just to let everybody know, you can buy one at the dollar store. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's funny how the young man just left. What was his name again? 40?
Alternate account.
No, the other
one.
From England, from the UK.
Fort Knox.
Fort Knox. Well, these doors didn't last long. We broke through there, didn't we?
Some of these guys, I mean, they flooded in here like, I'm gonna speak and I'll say what I. Oh, never mind.
Fort Knox, Fort Knox, impregnable. One question. How was your state of mind? And they crumbled. I mean, simple.
when it's time to really get down and speak, who's really there to talk about it? No one.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what we usually get. It's nobody comes up. Oh, we got Treelicious in here. Treelicious, welcome. You got VC verified. I'm not really sure. I haven't spoken to you, but welcome to the chat. Treelicious, are you there?
Yeah, I was just I forgot I was muted.
No, you're not. You just
no. I was muted by myself. Yeah, so I unmuted myself. It's kind of
so. Yeah, people that are VC verified.
I've been here before. I mean, I just
Yeah, that's great. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't give me an indication of whether you think the Earth is a globe or not. So that's why I would ask the question to you.
To be honest, I don't really talk or post anything. I'm just here to listen and look at stuff. So you kind of not,
Yeah, but you must have a position, though. I mean, come on. You were brought up on the heliocentric model. You're in a 24/7 flat Earth server, being told that the Earth isn't a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. Now, emotionally, how does that make you feel? Must have some position, surely.
Mostly curious, really. Just
okay. So if you're curious, that means you're doing a lot of listening, which is fine. Do you not have a question? Because questions leads to answers, leads to apps, and you're not on the right direction. So do you not have any question? Any. Doesn't matter what it is.
To be honest, personally, I'm like, it's easier for me just to read stuff than to, listen to it. Because, I mean, yeah, even though, like, whoever is speaking, even if they're, like, a great speaker or whatever, it really can't compare to the same person writing it down,
Right,
yeah,
but and I'll say this, Jen, right before you get on. This forum is definitely dedicated to those people who can come on here. It takes a lot of courage. So at least that much I applaud you that you got on the microphone and said something and didn't give us an excuse and said that your mic was broken. But needless to say, you're on the mic. But, we as, humans, we also do like to talk to one another and kind of talk about ideas. So it's not nothing really wrong about talking about ideas, So I don't think it should be something that should be shunned. I think in all
of course.
People should talk to each other.
Talking about everything should not be shunned. I mean,
and that's why this forum even exists, because people think differently than what we think, and that's kind of what we welcome. But at the same time, we want to know why they think that way. And you might think that way because you have your reasons, whatever. But we'd like to hear, right? So, it's not something that you need to feel like you're going to be chastised for, but it's definitely something that we would say, if there's inconsistencies in what we know reality to be, that there would be just a challenge, right? It's a challenge for you to think about. So you shouldn't, I don't know, intimidated, I should say is the word, because there's everybody in here in the Flat Earth server or whatever. I mean, I'm going to help moderate, but at the same time, if you're being truthful about things, there's nothing to fear. I mean, hey, you believe what you believe, right?
Yeah, I mean, even outside of here, you can believe like whatever you believe. It's not something that, I mean, that should actually be, okay, let me just reformulate my sentence here. Yeah, it's great that having different opinions, even in this corner of the internet, which is specifically reserved for like a non-normal, I don't know.
This is the
it's
truth.
about it's about something that doesn't specifically follow the narrative, Even in this place, I really appreciated that even having different opinions is not.
Well, thank you for that. That's definitely
not the greatest with formulating sentences and talking like a normal person.
No, that's okay. I mean, it's necessary that you say that, because that's very important to be open-minded and to understand that people do have different opinions or different knowledge, facts, truths. Okay, so that's
here's the thing, though. Everybody that was born has beliefs as what they perceive the world to be, right? And most of us are taught in an institution, right, growing up, of what the Earth is, and we're all taught this information. So I'm pretty sure I would say maybe you're in that category of the high percentage of people that were taught what the Earth is. Would that be correct?
I think like everyone, like absolutely everyone. So I mean,
majority.
Maybe like I mean, less than a few thousand, like all around the world. We're probably.
So my question to you is: don't you want to know the truth about the shape of the Earth? Do you want to know that?
Why do you think I'm here?
Okay, good. That's why I asked you that question. So, where are you in this? What is your position currently? Are you firmly in the heliocentric model? Are you on the fence? Are you a flat earther?
Not sure really. I mean, in the middle, I guess.
Okay, right. So therefore, questions need to be asked. My question to you would be, when in your life have you seen the curvature of the Earth? How old are you, by the way? Sorry, if you don't mind me asking. You don't have to answer it. You're in your 20s. Okay, so you're in your 20s. When have you ever seen this Earth curvature? And where was it?
Like, personally, never.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, personally, I haven't.
You haven't. Okay. Have you traveled by plane?
I don't travel by plane like very often. Maybe like twice a year at most.
Okay, so you've never flown in an aeroplane before to a
No. I mean, not very often. Just sometimes.
But you have experienced flight. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you climbed mountains, for example?
No.
No. Okay. Have you been on the ocean on ships, ferries?
Ocean, no.
No. So you've never been in a boat.
Ferries on a lake, yeah, I have, but
okay,
like
yeah, lakes will do.
like
lakes will do. Yeah, lakes will do. Yeah. Which lake was that?
Technically, I'd rather not.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's okay. The point is, you've noticed that horizon didn't curve anywhere, especially in the plane. Did you notice that?
To be honest, I wasn't really paying attention if the horizon curves or not.
Okay, that's a fair enough answer. That would mean for you then, the next time you're on the ocean or you fly, pay attention, because it's a rare occasion to witness the beautiful flat Earth or that curvature if it's there. That's your opportunity, isn't it? It's a rare chance. So pay full attention, because I've started traveling when I was 70. And as a child back then, I always used to close my eyes just to feel my senses, to recognize to feel whether the plane was backing up onto the runway, taking off, using my senses. I do that right up to today. I still do that. And I started in 1970 doing that. Okay? Because it's a wonderful experience. And I missed the clues. Everything that I've seen was leveled horizon, but I didn't connect. I didn't think, oh, the Earth's not curving. It wasn't, because I wasn't thinking about that. But I was remembering what I saw, though, leveled horizon. So, and I've never seen the curvature, and I'm 60 years old. That's why I ask everyone, when have you ever seen it? So, yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, okay. So we flat earthers are saying to you that we're not able to detect the Earth's curvature anywhere. Okay?
Yeah.
And what we mean by that is we can see long distances, 60 miles, 100 miles, 270 miles, 275 miles, photographic record. Longest distance that a camera has taken was in France, looking over a mountain range, and it was 273 miles, roughly. There should have been 9 miles of curvature blocking that camera.
How much is that in kilometers?
450 odd kilometers. Nearly 500 kilometers, yeah. Sorry, I might have got that wrong. 500 kilometers.
What's the distance? Sorry.
It's like 1.6.
The distance is true. Yeah. The distance is, about 450, 60 kilometers, roughly.
That's a lot.
It's not a lie. No, that's a Guinness.
No, I said that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah,
lot,
it's a long distance. Yeah. And that was a Nikon P900 camera, and that within that distance there should have been 9 miles of curvature. That's not there. You see?
Do you still have that camera, Jin?
I still have the picture. Yes, I can post the picture in the server. Let me see if I can get that up so you can actually see it. One moment.
And Jin, what's that distance? Because I got you on the curve calculator.
Yeah, I'm going to post
it. You said 450, right?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, 450 kilometers, which is 273 miles. It could be a little bit more than 450, 480. But that's a long distance. That's a Guinness Book of Records shot. Inadvertently proving flat Earth is the point that I'm raising, because there should be 9 miles of curvature between the distance, the observer and the object, and the curvature isn't there, you see.
Those are the numbers.
And the Earth should also be spinning, but it's just not spinning, eh? I mean, like the Coriolis effect, nothing to be accounted for. Like
That
Earth
is
is
a great
spinning
point.
against the shot, you know, and it's like they still hit their target. That's
right. Yeah, yeah.
That's what I call a good shot.
Absolutely, yeah. So just keeping it simple for the man is that we're seeing further than the Earth's curvature should allow us to see, or would allow us to see.
Hey Kiwi, can you post the link for the Earth curve calculator for Treelicious in case he wants it? Tree, can you see the live stream voice text?
I'm actually getting.
I can, yes.
All right.
I'm getting 2 sites for him as well, 2 observations.
Yeah, there'll be some links posted there. You can bring up the Earth curve calculator. There's a little word there, paragraph underneath there, or sentence. Says accurately calculate the curvature you are supposed to see on the ball Earth. And now this calculator is not done by any flat earther. I've just this disclaimer for you. So this isn't something that we invented or somebody put out there for, Globe. This is something somebody who was anti-flat Earth did for this purpose, actually. Which is a benefit to us because it's really helping show them that there isn't what they imagine it is. So, I mean, yeah, but once Kiwi puts that out there, Sonny looks like Sonny might have put something up.
Yeah, Sonny's quick on the draw. Sonny is quick on the draw.
It's the same one, isn't it? Yeah.
Is that a Nikon camera?
That's right. It's a Nikon. The one I'm going to post anyway when I get myself together. Yeah.
It looks like an infrared image.
No, not Tim's. No, Jin CBR hasn't posted his image. Tim put another one up there. That's not the image that Jin is talking about.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to get it now. I had a Wi-Fi issue there just a second, so
Yeah, that's my bad. I thought that was the one.
No,
my mistake.
Jin's got his.
Yeah, it's coming now, unless it's the same one. I'm not looking. One sec. Just looking for the live stream voice text. Okay, here we go now. Fire. And it should be there now. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. 273 miles away. And that's a long distance, beautiful shot. And there should be 9 miles of curvature. Everything you need to know about this shot is in that little white box under the image. The camera, the distance, the altitude, weather conditions, it's all there. Have you got it?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. And that shot wasn't trying to prove flat Earth, you see. It was just the longest distance. But inadvertently, that's what's happened. It's proving, because if the Earth is of 24,901 miles of a circumference, the radius of which is 3,959 radius, then this 273-mile distance there, the curvature would be 9 miles. So you've got a 9-mile hump that would be in the way that you wouldn't be able to see this.
You know what's interesting about those metrics that he just said is that you can't say that the Earth is bigger or smaller, because those metrics are the standard for knowing how big the Earth is. So that's exactly how big the Earth is. So
I was going to bring something up right there, Miggy. Sorry to interrupt you, because one of these metabunk.org, they just state at any given distance that they just change the radius. They clearly are not, they're bold about it. It's right in front.
Yeah.
They say with their refraction approximation, giving an effective radius of 4,618.83 miles at 6 feet above the surface, and the distance to geometric horizon is only 4 miles away. Well, we see like 4 times, 10 times more than that.
The only thing that can be employed here is mental gymnastics. So beware for those who are looking at, I'd say, mainstream, because they're going to do whatever they can to save face. So, but with just numbers, right? If you're a numbers guy, then it shouldn't be what you should see. It should be not like Jen was saying, 9 miles of obstruction, blocking the thing you see in the far distance. That's just the way it has to be. It's math. It's not like you can't argue with it. It's like either there or not, right? So there's either 9 miles of curvature or there's not. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Flat Earth Society information out there as well that are saying the same thing about this Earth curve calculator, that if it's not including refraction, but the refraction, the only thing it does is it increases the radius to infinite if need be.
Yeah. Do you know what refraction means, by the way?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, you do you? You understand?
Yeah, like when you put the pencil in the water.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, yeah. So what we say is that with the curvature, that 9 mile hump, Neil deGrasse Tyson likes to speak in this fashion. The hump is not subject to your disapproval. It's there or it isn't there. Do you see what I mean? Right? And that should speak volumes. That should speak volumes there. Why isn't that hump there? Why not? Could it be because the Earth is actually a leveled plane? And then there are government agency documents, like the military, the CIA, NASA themselves, KGB from Russia, and various other agencies. And in the documents, it states that, for example, when you're flying a projectile, like a missile, in times of war and whatever, you need to consider Earth as flat and stationary. Right? Flat and stationary when you're firing your weapons. But we're supposed to be living on a ball that is spinning. And if that were the case, you would need to consider that ball shape and the spin in order to hit your target. Do you understand this?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you fired a missile, from the moment the missile left the muzzle of the missile launcher, okay, now the missile is in mid-flight, but the Earth would be spinning underneath that. So that means the target now would be moving away from the bullet's trajectory, from the missile's trajectory. So you'd have to factor that in your maps. Where would it be given distance, time of motion? You'd have to do the maps and the distance and the curvature and everything else in order to hit that target. But in the documents, it says you must consider Earth flat and stationary. In fact, flat Earth also is mentioned in these documents. There are 44 that I have. Isn't that strange? Do you not feel that strange?
Yeah, I wouldn't really expect those to. It could be like a simplification. I don't know, maybe.
Well, that's what's being said, simplification. But if the Earth is spinning and it's curving, you've got to do the maths to hit your target. What am I supposed to do? Just aim and shoot and not consider the curvature or the spin. That means we're living on a flat Earth then. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? Otherwise, you'd have to factor it in. It's also in the flight manuals for those who want to become pilots, that they are to assume that the Earth, they say that the Earth is flat and stationary. Because again, if the Earth is indeed moving and spinning, then the pilot would have to catch up to the runway, because the runway would be moving across his left to right or even front to back. You understand? He's going to have to catch up to land on an Earth that is spinning. Do you understand that? The implications? Yeah?
Actually, I think I'm going to go get something to eat for now. But
okay, that's not a problem. I understand, yeah.
Thanks for everything.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your honesty, and thank you for paying attention. Thanks. I do understand fully how you're feeling. So you're going to have something to eat. Yeah. There was a lot coming at him there. There wasn't much. We weren't overwhelming him, but his brain started to work. He was hearing things he hadn't heard before. Long distance, no curvature, Earth not spinning.
There's a lot to take in. Indeed.
It is. And we weren't hasty, we weren't forceful. Just trying to get him to understand it. Spoon feeding, in fact.
It's rough. Paradigm shifts aren't easy.
If he had been here 2-3 years ago, he would have been overwhelmed. He would have been overwhelmed, man. He wouldn't have lasted this long.
So, if the Earth is flat, why can't I see China?
Yes, exactly. That's what they ask. I
mean, I was just trying to fill the void. Maybe someone would answer it for the.
I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer it because, I mean, the ship disappears over the horizon, so you're not going to see it because of that, for example. But, you know, I mean, a ship disappears from your ability to see it, okay?
Yeah, but you flat earthers are saying we can just zoom in, so why can't I zoom into China?
Yeah, you're going to need a very big telescope to do that.
America!
Because I have to go to the eye doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, we have America. They can make big-ass telescopes.
Yeah.
Not that big.
Well, you best go buy one because that's the only way you're going to be able to see that. And even then, you've still got you've got the medium to contend with, air, you know, fog, mist, dew,
aka the medium.
Rain. Yeah, you got the weather. You got the weather within that distance. All that weather you've got to look through.
The extinction of light.
Yeah.
And let's talk about the idea of seeing to those distances. And what is it again? The inverse square law that light dissipates over distance.
That's the extinction of light. Yeah, that's the inverse square law.
All of that makes sense, and I appreciate the answer. But what about the other planets? Are we the only flat planet?
Yeah, that would be a fallacious.
Sky.
Why would someone say other planet? You would have to tell us exactly how something in the sky is similar to the ground we stand on.
Yeah, that's right. You can't be making an assumption there.
But pictures from space, NASA.
Can pictures be false? Can pictures be falsified?
Yeah, in fact, NASA says they are artist renditions, by the way, and they're CGI.
Are pictures just offhand allowed in a court of law as evidence, unless they?
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they are.
Well,
I don't know.
Not on their face.
I'm not a judge, so I don't know.
Wait a second. They need to line up with the evidence. If they don't line up with the evidence, just like an experiment, if it doesn't line up with the evidence, then it doesn't. It's cast out.
Let's talk about that for a minute. You know when they put down those little wedges, those signs 1, 2, 3, 4 at the crime scene. Those are all tags so that they can identify the evidence
and a timeline and so forth.
Right.
Yes.
So you can't just show up with a picture and be like, I have a picture from the crime scene. Be like, where's the little flag? Where's the marker? So that they can consult it with the log to see that the evidence was in fact logged. So you can't just show up with a picture of space and try to pass it off as evidence when it hasn't been vetted. Sorry, no dice.
Yeah, verified and confirmed. Yeah, verification and confirmed is necessary. Absolutely, yeah. But it is admissible in court. Photographs, definitely. Identification of somebody, blah, 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 etc., etc. Yeah, definitely.
So, why would they lie? Is everyone in on it?
I can't build a court case on motive, but if you want to, you can go right ahead.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say that I've had a lovely Chinese tonight, and Tim, I don't appreciate your racy lacism.
What? Racy lacism. Was there beer involved, or was that a calculated drop?
Chicken chow mein and crab on meat. Was it crab on crab in meat. What is it? Crab meat and sweet corn soup. Yeah, that's it. Crab meat.
Okay, I don't mind losing focus briefly on food, but let's not lose focus. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the lines drawn around the body of the corpse of the globe. We need the lines around it. You can't just show a picture. So what were we on next now? I love.
You know what's funny? You said lines around it, and I'm just replying to Flatty in the voice chat because he said, "How does Discord work on a flat Earth?" And I just posted an image of underwater cabling. It's just
lines of communication.
Lines around it, right? Yeah. How's that for calculated?
Did we ever establish how these was laid out? Because I was pretty sure that they just use big ass spools and either pull the wire all the way over.
Yeah,
but
you're right, dude.
Or did they actually dig trenches? And
nah, I overcomplicated it. Honestly, I really did. I thought about it. I'm like, he's 100% right. These guys don't give a shit. They just know where they need to drop it, and they do as long as they sufficiently wrap the cable. They know through buoyancy, because the cabling is more dense than the water it's sitting within, it's going to fall to the bottom. All they need to ensure is that, I mean, I hope that they would ensure they're not destroying any reefs, corals, whatever on the way. But no, you're 100% bang on, man. Because as well, they have radar, so it would be sonar, I guess, and they would be scanning the underfloor of the seabed to ensure that the seabed is cleared to receive the cabling. So you're 100% right, man. It gets tossed off the back. It makes perfect sense.
Much sea life was hurt in the application.
Who says you can speak? Who is that? Who's that voice?
Paladi. Anyway, I'm also pretty sure that the majority, well, I cannot confirm this myself, but the majority of the seabed is actually also just a flat plane of pretty much sand.
Yep.
There is, of course, topography down there also, but the majority of it is just like our surface is 74% water, their bottom is 70% sand, quote unquote. Let's just draw that kind of parallel. But yeah, as far as I know, and as far as you can read up about.
Pretty sick. I'm sad that we hurt Flatty's sea life.
Look, they had to know exactly how much cable was on their spools. Can you imagine if you were having on the abyssal plains underneath the oceans, if you were having to account for every 100 miles, 6,666 feet of sagitta?
For those who don't know, it's...
how could you possibly... So listen, you would either not have enough cable. That means you're running up short in the middle of the ocean somewhere, or not even to the continental shelf. So, adding for the continental shelves, which are pretty much known through soundings, even before they had any kind of radar, with sounding lines. So they knew where they were. They eventually found out like how deep they went and when they became flat, and they just spooled out. They had enough on the ships to spool out. Can you imagine being on a 5,000-mile jaunt with just enough cable to get to the next place where you can ground it, and you end up short?
When I was doing my search last night, I found two different spool techniques, and one of them is with the spool on the ship. I believe they are using this for shorter distances, but for example, from the first American to Italy undersea cable, they were actually using spools on land. So whenever that spool ran out, they could just attach the new spool to that, and the ship was just was just dragging it along. So there is two ways I figured out, and that was either spool on the ship, I would assume for shorter distances, spool on land where they can just replace the spool when it runs out with some sort of connection. Yeah, again, I'm not an expert. I really haven't digged much into it, but that was just from a fast search last night.
I'd like to hear Kiwi's explanation of the boa Sagittarius.
Anyway, last point, but Sonny, you brought up a good point because
that was a good point. Hello.
Yeah, I just want to.
Come on, Kiwi.
I just want to end the other thing because Sonny brought up a good point. Because if they have calculated that there is XX distance and they are starting to spool out, and in the end that they need 3 additional spools because the curvature they are left out with 3 additional spools that they didn't use because there was no curvature. That would be a good telling, a tell sign that something is not up to. But again, if they know it's flat and they make the calculations based on that, they would end up with using exactly what they calculated to.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Tim. I remember watching a documentary about that. The very first one, I think it went to. From New York. I think they broke the first one.
One of the first ones was from New York to Italy, I believe.
Oh, thinking to England, so I don't know.
Italy would be all the way almost to the end of the Mediterranean. That's another jaunt.
Yeah, I know that I read something about that they did. That was when I figured out the spool on land where they just attached a new set of wires when they ran out. But that went from maybe not from New York, but from the US to Italy directly.
Yeah, it's years ago since I watched that documentary, but it was quite good. Anywho.
I've been using them for
the Sagitta, whatever.
I sure did.
Yeah, man, it's in the voice chat. So the Sagitta's.
I meant for the audience, Kiwi. Come on, dude. The rest of the class is on page 52.
I know, but I'm saying it's in the voice chat. So consulting with the voice chat, tagging on to what Sonny mentioned earlier, the Sagitta is the drop. That would be the expected drop over distance, but that's the cumulative drop. So it's kind of like the bisecting distance from the top.
I thought the Sagitta was the top of the ball. That's the distance.
It's the actual. It's the actual. So there's the top would be. I would identify the top as the
distance
circle or the crown of it, but the actual Sagitta would be the drop. So that's the thing that AI and I using the Berlins or whatever the hell that calculator was. But yeah, thanks for the show call out.
It'd be like which direction you're measuring it from. That would be the only thing in perspective. You can measure from the bottom part, or you can measure from the top.
Yeah, but
bottom down,
to boot, if you look at the arc in reference to a bow of an archer, right? So if you have the line drawn, which would be obviously that line that connects the 2 points of the arc, that would be the line of the bow. So the top and the bottom, the thing that the archer would pull back on, and then if you imagine as that line gets pulled back on, the Sagitta would increase, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you can see how much more cable would be needed. Be a tremendous amount. Think about like 8,000 miles across the oceans or 10,000 miles across the oceans.
Yeah, running out. I mean, old dude outlined that the cables are joined mid-ocean as required.
Think about how much. We should try to find out. Maybe there's some document that says how many miles of cable they actually use.
Here, today there are around 380 underwater cables in operation around the world, spanning a length. 380 underwater cables, spanning a length of over 1.2 million kilometers, 750 miles each.
Well, we think satellites do this? Come on.
Well, this is what CNN reports, but I mean, are there more? Are there less? Well, there's probably more, if anything, but yeah.
Bruh. 308.
And what is the circumference of the Earth again? It's 40,000 kilometers, I believe. So that is like how many times around the world?
50. What's the radius?
41 kilometers, I think. 41,000 kilometers, I think.
Yeah, it's it's a 13,000 mile radius. Hey Google, what is 13,000 miles converted to kilometers?
13,000 miles is equivalent to 20,921.472 kilometers.
Say what?
You know, the first time I was talking, this gives you a real insight into what a dick I am. First time I was doing the hey thingy to whatever machine, I was mocking it for not having a soul.
Here's another article. Is that same one? Visualcapitalist.com says submarine cables. Oh, shoot. Here's a map.
Kiwi, ask you when the machine overlords are coming for us.
I only ask it for for calculation, or sorry, for conversions, because it's easy when I'm working on trying to ask it.
If you start getting a bit existential crisis with it, it goes a bit AWire.
Hold on, I have tried this. Let's see. Hey Google, what is the curve of the Earth?
According to Wikipedia, spherical Earth or Earth's curvature refers to the approximation of figure of the Earth as a sphere. The earliest documented mention of the concept dates from around the 5th century BC, when it appears in the writings of Greek philosophers.
Interestingly, it said concept.
Hey, you guys see a problem with these maps of the undersea cables? I do. Anyone else? They're all on flat maps. Where's the freaking curve?
Let's try this one. Hey Google, is the Earth flat?
No, the Earth is roughly a sphere.
Anyway, to sum up, those cables that CNN reported could span 300 times around the alleged globe.
Look at that. It says satellites get all the glory, but 99% of the world's data actually flows through the vast network of fiber optic submarine cables.
Kiwi,
Bye-bye, satellite.
Kiwi, can you ask Google what is elevation?
Hey Google.
Yeah, what a steep.
What is elevation?
According to Wikipedia, the elevation of a geographic location is its height above or below a fixed reference point, most commonly a reference geoid, a mathematical model of the Earth's sea level as an equipotential gravitational surface.
Representational.
Sea level.
A representational. The geoid isn't. What?
It did say level, though.
It also said
Level.
gravitational.
How do you have geoid and level? How do you have level and geoid in the same sentence and make sense? I don't think so.
Ask him, where do you find the Earth curve?
Hey Google, where do you find the Earth curve?
On the website pubmed.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov, they say, visual daytime observations show that the minimum altitude at which curvature of the horizon can be detected is at or slightly below 35,000 feet, providing that the field of view is wide, 60 degrees, and nearly cloud-free. People also ask me, how do you find the curvature of the Earth? Want to hear the answer?
Yes.
Sure.
On the website Forbes.com, they say, if you can accurately measure the distance from you to the buoy, call it D, and the height of your eyes above sea level, call it H, you can use a simple mathematical formula based on right triangles to calculate R, the radius of the
Right
Earth.
triangles?
That formula is R equals D squared 2H.
What?
There it is, guys. There it is. All right.
Right triangle. Thank you, Google.
Yeah, the
Sam,
globe.
you
The
can
globe
do it
exists
also.
in the maths. All right, it exists in the maths, on the screens, and in the imagination.
So, guys, I want to. It's funny.
Anyway,
Hold
thanks,
on.
Google.
I need the microphone right now, Sonny. Give me a minute,
go
please. I need this right now. So it's funny that she should reference 35,000 feet because I just finished creating this little thing today. I'd like to show you guys again above sea level and exactly 35,000 feet above. Hey, Google. I don't want to cuss, but F your shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand.
She heard me. She's listening.
Yeah.
She's always listening. I didn't say
Ask
the
if
trigger word.
ask if sea level is curved.
Last question. I'm done with Google after this shit. Okay.
We're asking, does government lie? Does government lie?
Oh, I'm not going to ask that, man.
Is sea level curved?
Hey, Google. Is sea level curved?
On the website link.springer.com, they say there are two main types of sea level curves: the relative sea level curve that gives the present position of the past sea level changes regardless of the changes in level during the interjacent period, and the absolute sea level curve or eustatic curve that gives the real ocean level changes unaffected by crustal.
What the hell? It sounds like they're talking about a chart. A chart.
What are you talking
On the chart, there's a sea level curve on a chart of sea levels. Yeah, there's a curve on the chart.
Crust also are the dingleberries on the bottom of a dog's ass that are left over with kids.
I'll ask for the proof in Croatian.
What the dog doing?
So we had it from Google there. We gotta repeat this. So we have it right straight from the mouth of Google that the only curve on sea level is in the sea level chart that you look up when you look for sea levels. It goes up and down. It's a curve. Yeah, in the chart. Thank you, Google. No curve anywhere else. Thanks.
Ask them, does government lie?
I think that's just implied, Godric, isn't it?
Last question. I actually got to bounce after this again. I got to sort it out.
The answer could be a lie.
Hey, Google. Does the government lie?
Sorry, I don't have any information about that.
She plead the fifth.
But yeah, Google put the fifth. Well called.
You might as well have just said. You might as well just said, "Is water wet?"
Hey, Google.
Sorry, I don't
Is
have
water
an
wet?
answer.
On the website theguardian.com, they say, water isn't wet because it is a liquid that wets things. Do you want a little more context?
No. I got to check in a bit.
How about something obvious? Do politicians lie?
Oh, come on.
Hey Google, where is the edge?
I'm gonna make a brew. Anybody want anything?
Yep, make it 2.
Ask why would they lie? Maybe Google knows that.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I don't have the answer for that. Andy was like, "We'll ask it. What's like the future of humanity?"
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
What's the latest, folks? Is there any news, breaking news or anything? Let's take a look. I did see that, let me post a screenshot. Apparently there's some plans to have some space billboards, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. So space billboards could cost $65 million. TechCrunch.com. The comments were They were pissed. And they seemed like they were global earthers, but they were like, man, why are we spending money on this? Yada yada. Yeah, people were not happy.
Maybe it's the controlled opposition that's making up unhappy people. That way they don't put the space billboards because they can.
Fuck, that's my name in the sky.
Because the S&P 500 companies have billions of free money to advertise, and why would they not do that?
Yeah, and it reinforces the outer space lie. So, of course.
Can we buy stars?
You can buy land on the moon. You can buy whatever you want. We'll take your money. Yeah.
I want all Orion to be mine.
You might have to ask him on a date first.
Not Orion person, I mean Orion.
Well, the bidding starts at 500, 550, 550, 1150. Do I hear 550, 550, 1,000, 1,000?
60.
Sir, I got 6,000 in the back. 6,000. Can I hear 6,000 going once? And sold to the gentleman named Sasha.
17.
Do I hear 1750? Do I hear 1750?
25.
I hear 25,000. Do I have 25?
50.
I got a 50,000. I got a 50. Can I get a 75,000? Anybody?
1 billion.
We got a 1 billion. Sir, sold $1 billion. We'll take your money.
How do you pay that? You print the money?
Don't worry about that. But if you want to speak about my star, you need to permission for that.
Yes, sir. We will draft up your notarized document, sir, and you will have your title to your outer space. Pleasure doing business with you, mister.
I will move my stars east to west.
Oh, we'd appreciate if you keep your stars moving, sir.
Yeah.
We don't want no traffic up there now.
Did I take the spherical stars or not?
Well, you know what? Looks like there's another gentleman who just bought the territory next to your territory, so we're going to have to do a little bit of a dividing up the line, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Is it blue color of that neighborhood star?
If y'all want to set up a fence or something, that's on you. Y'all can work that out.
But there is no water there.
It's BYOW. Bring your own water, sir.
And gravity?
BYOG. Bring your own gravity.
It will not work. How I can go there?
Hey, listen, we just take your money. It's on you how you get to your stars, sir.
How I will escape that one belt?
You'll need to mine for some hydroxide ore. Now, my company, for instance, has the best hydroxide ore extracting device ever created in the entire universe. If you sign up for a monthly subscription after 59 months, 15, never mind.
Well, he's over here talking about belts. I do enjoy me a good belt, and a good buckle. So make sure you fasten up your buckle up them belts when you hit that belt, whatever you're talking about there, Sasha.
Whatever kind of belt. Orion's belt.
I heard the black holes are not, you cannot buy it. They are protected by
protected territory.
That's a backdoor fee, sir. You're going to have to see the private room if you'd like to see the black holes. unfortunately, sir. We might need to see your ID as well. Make sure you're
My
right.
question is, why black holes are orange?
Never saw an orange black hole before. I don't know.
I saw one orange one.
Sounds like y'all are discriminating against black holes.
Orange ones too, maybe.
It is some black inside, but around it's orange.
I don't know. This sounds much too technical.
This is a family show.
NASA shows black holes look like an orange donut.
Yeah.
Oh crap.
That I mean. How black can be orange? Refraction. Why every sphere has a drop in distance, only Earth has no?
Just the sheer size of it.
But big spheres also has a drop in a distance.
Well, it's so big and so spherical that it's actually flat.
And how big it is?
Oh, don't worry about that, sir. That doesn't have much relevance.
Even if people studying that every day.
We'll just trust them.
You mean let's leave it to word big without invoking numbers?
Yeah, of course. You know, I don't need. What do I look like, a scientist or something?
Yeah, because numbers can confuse. You know, if you say big, that you know immediately what that means. It's fucking big.
Right. I don't like people discriminating my height. So I usually just tell them I'm big or medium or something, you know, that way they can't critique me on exactly how tall I am.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For
they
example,
just keep it vague.
Tennis ball, it's small. That's obvious.
Just a conceptual size of the ball. Like it could be any radius you want. Why discuss the radius? I've heard some of them say.
Yeah, well, it can change. It can do whatever it wants. You don't even need a radius.
Maybe because circles also has a radius.
Yeah, but it's not a perfect sphere, so.
Yeah, this was all figured out 5 BC, so it's already been done.
But if it's not perfect sphere, then that means that cannot have the radius.
You don't even need one, mister. The best you've done is debunk the radius.
A very sphere, then.
It's still out there.
It's limping along with a crutch without a radius.
Hey, listen, if you believe hard enough, you can achieve. Conceive, believe, achieve.
It's like the little locomotive engine that kept saying, I know I can, I know I can, I know I can, even though it's all trashed up, broken, shit's falling off of the engine. Got a wheel or two being left behind. It's kind of limping down the rail.
The caboose that could.
The guy on Awakings posted that renty video from Blackpool. I think that's the proof for the curve. And another one was the bridge, because I asked him, this is the one place where Earth is curving, and he showed me the 2 places where Earth is curving. That means if all swans are black, it's enough only white swan to show they are not all black.
All right, who wants to put their baller cap on? Come on now. I'm gonna step in the arena and catch these hands. Or I can be Southern baller. Shoot.
I'm wondering why does NASA use artists to draw space? Why do they have to pay an art department? Are they just showing us what's out there?
Well, you know, when you bring a model in, you know, she might have a few bumps on her skin and whatnot. So you just Photoshop that off. It's simple. So it Photoshop because it has to be. You don't understand? Shoot, we might even Photoshop.
No, I want the real. I don't want no Photoshop. I want the real. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's going to cost you extra, sir.
Like when Adele, they put Adele in Cosmopolitan magazine, they made her skinny, and she complained. She said, "I'm not skinny, I'm fat," because she was fat. I complained to him. See, you want the real. You want fake.
Yeah, well, they took that picture with satellites, so I mean, I think she's just a conspiracy theorist, really.
Wait, was that the Himarawe?
Yeah, that's the one.
What's up, brother?
Hey, sister.
What up?
Welcome to the server. What brings you here?
Oh,
What got you into Flat Earth?
what got me into Flat Earth? Actually, it was a YouTube recommendation. Good old, what's his name? Man, I turned my brain off. I just got off work.
Yeah,
I was
so
not answering questions.
So why do you believe in a globe?
I don't believe in a globe anymore.
That's a lie.
It cannot be a globe. It cannot be a
I think
globe.
you're lying.
Oh, well, if anything, it's a bigger ball.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah. Because we see too far. That's what all the flat earthers say, that we see too far. So it's going to be a bigger globe.
That's just flare perspective, ma'am. That they don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, well.
Man,
Go
you
to the
need to
moon.
believe more. You are
Yeah.
not a good believer.
You need to get your butt back in that church and start praying.
Oh, I'll tell
Flat
you what.
earthers are science deniers, and this is a hard science we're talking about.
Allow that gravity to bow your head.
Mm. Yeah, you got to be careful with that scientism. Got to be real careful that you don't allow yourself to be fooled by the likes of man. We have been given an instinct by the Creator. It was given to us.
Well, ma'am, your senses do lie to you. Your senses will lie. So,
yeah,
you know.
We're going so fast. It's amazing. It boggles my mind every day how fast we're moving.
That's right. Your senses they lie to you about this rotation. It is rotating it. Your senses just they ain't cut out.
Yeah. The atmosphere moves with us.
It moves with us, against us. I think the satellites just shifted out of position there, ladies and gentlemen. We're sorry about the technical difficulties. Well, we got a bunch of people popping in. Let's say hello. Vin. Welcome, Vin, from the chat. No rolls. We'll keep an eye on you. Who else do we have? A lot of usuals, a lot of friendlies.
Janae, you just missed the new Google Alexa. If you ask it, where's the Earth curve, they tell you how to get the Earth curve by measuring triangle. And that gives us the radius.
They actually said right triangles, so there you have that. Pretty hilarious.
Problem solved.
How can you use a right triangle? You have all straight sides and put that on a curved surface and find your location. Good luck with that.
By chance, anybody record that, they can play it back to us. I want to check the source.
Man, I was talking to myself, I think.
You were.
Fucked up. I hate that shit. I hate that. I was saying some good stuff, too. Damn it. I won't remember.
Did give you time to come up with a good idea.
Yeah,
oh,
but
really?
Sometimes it goes the other way, and I'm saying really stupid shit, and I had it muted by accident.
I know.
Turned out to be
I have to go on mute because then I forget. Yeah. But what was the idea, though?
Game show.
Are you smarter than a third grader? Are you smarter than an 8-year-old? Are you smarter than an 8-year-old?
Yeah, we could do something like that. I was thinking, like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire template is a really good one, where you basically give them 4 options: A, B, C, or D. They can phone a friend, yada yada. Or there's like the Family Feud style, where
top survey says.
Top survey says. Global responses. Go.
Yeah.
And so like, gravity.
I like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire format.
I think that would probably be easier than.
Or we could play it amongst ourselves, and we can do it Flat Earth Jeopardy.
I'll start with $1,000.
We don't need no globies.
Flat Earth Jeopardy. That's
to play any games because they're already playing a game. It's called scientism.
They're playing games. No, that's a good idea.
So yeah, that's a good idea. I love it.
I'll start.
We've been talking about playing a game for years now.
Yeah, I'll write up some questions and then
maybe instead of ladies' night, we could do game night.
That'd be fun.
Everybody likes to gather for Friday night, right?
Well, if you're feeling creative today, anyone listening, like go see if you can put together a few questions.
Am I doing it again?
Either in the
No. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, so if you're listening and you're feeling creative or you're bored, go put a couple questions together for us, either in the template of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or Jeopardy. I think that's a good one.
That's a great idea. Have people put them in both formats, and then we'll see what everybody likes the most.
Yeah, we can just try it out.
Yeah. We should make a special room for game night. We should.
Also, there's also like what's the other show? The Price is Right. So that could be like for Globers, like name the circumference, and it's like you take three of them. And they're like $1, $1, 1 mile, 1 mile. You know, The Price is Right. Ask them about the radius and that kind of stuff. See if they can get there.
Without going over, so you want them to. One question could be, how much curvature is found, and they'll be like 8 inches. And be like, oh, you went, you busted. Like 0. 0 is the correct answer.
Right.
Have somebody do a Sean Connery, a really good drunk Sean Connery.
Yeah,
saying "Still a globe, Johnny. Still a globe. My scotch says so." I don't know.
Speaking of which, you think that SNL would have done a Flat Earth spoof by now, like a Flat Earth Glober debate on SNL? That'd be great. They haven't done that?
Oh, boy, they don't want to do that.
Hell no. No, they will never do that.
They got pretty close with the one where they got the hippie, or well, kind of hippie looking, but the conspiracy theorists like dressed as train engineers. George Carlin's in it later on. Like it was made to look like in the 70s, but it was like 90s or something. But they're talking about the fake moon landing and shit.
I'm surprised they did that. Can you find the link?
What, moon landing? Yeah, I'm surprised they did that too.
I'm searching for it. I'm searching for it right now myself. I'm looking. Let's see. I put George Carlin, Saturday Night Live. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, George Carlin, Saturday Night Live, and then fake moon landing, I guess, would probably pop up.
I bet his monologues are really freaking good on there. Season 1 episode, Saturday Night Live, Season 1, Episode 1. George Carlin, first episode. Wow.
Yeah, but it's not going to be that old. This one's done in, I'm pretty sure, in the 90s, and then made to look old, though.
Dude, I'm serious about this game show idea. I'm actually going to draft up some questions. Don't be surprised if I come back in here and dim the lights and hit the music.
Put a DM to the admins about it, because we've been talking about this for a really long time, and they'll probably give you your own room. That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. If you don't mind me saying so.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, dude. It should have its own category in the server, and then you can create different rooms for submissions and all that. So I would present something like that.
I have so many ideas. They're like so many. Sonny knows. We got ideas out the wazoo. It'd be really fun.
I don't think I have permissions to create any rooms or anything like that.
Here's
but
the thing, Jenny, we don't. I actually think it would be easier if we just turned on an event. Like if we just were doing it, just click on an event. Ladies night, you can turn the event on. It goes green. Hey, join the show. I think it would just be like that. And
collaborate live. Yeah, you got it. I agree. But first create events, you should just do it.
That'd be fun.
So here's the question. I pulled up two of those clips, but one of them says SNL and the other one says Mad TV. Same clip.
Oh.
Yeah, organizing as a community, that's a great idea. And nobody's schedule, it's impossible to schedule with different time zones on top of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So people just have to check in, I guess.
I think it also would bring up a little bit of participation. Like, oh shoot, there's something going on. There's an event. Let me jump in and listen in. Oh, they're doing a game show. Like what? So I don't know.
Yeah, game show. Yeah, come up with the title for your event, dude. Go, man, go. I love this. I love it. Yeah, hey, man, anything at all you can think of you need somebody to help out with, let me know.
All right.
Hey, me and Crystal used to try and figure out stuff for Ladies' Night. It was so fun. We loved it.
Do you want to make it like a funny, stupid thing, or do you want to make it like a real debate? Like, depends on how you want to do it.
Yeah.
Do you want to make fun of both sides, for example?
Yeah, it can be a little bit of both, right? Like me and Sonny, we were testing out like a flat Earth court, and it was like the first time we did it, it was very like kind of comical. It was funny, but it also got to the point as well. So I think a little bit of both is always good.
I think there needs to be more humor in Flat Earth. Absolutely, for sure, without a doubt. Because it takes the edge off of, people's, their paradigm being shifted, kind of makes it go down a little bit better. Yeah.
Maybe so, but they already don't take us serious. That's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, but when you hear CB and Central Banker going at these guys, like it's worth a good laugh every time.
Oh, it makes me laugh. No, I agree with the joking around, Jenny. I've only been here for a year, and I've maybe interacted with y'all. Like I've been back interacting for like the last 2 weeks now.
Yeah, you're now. Just accept it. There'll be times you're in here for hours and hours. That's going to happen to you.
I mean, and there are people if they have like I call it a laissez-faire attitude, where they're just kind of like they're comfortable with their own intelligence, that they want to be friendly in here. Like I don't mind a good knee slap or something like that, but there's people that come in here and their very first response is, it's like, I don't take you seriously at all. And
right.
so,
You can sniff those people out a mile away like in 5 seconds.
True, Jenny. But the thing is, Gizmo, they don't take anything seriously. You know what I mean?
Right.
You start to bring up, okay, well, let's talk about the current worldview that you hold, the globe. I don't care about that. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to basically say, is like, they don't, like, if we were to just make jokes with them about things, like from our perspective or whatever, like, it would just make them take us less seriously.
You know what you have to do is you have to find out where the weakest link is with them, like, so to speak. You have to find out what conspiracies they contend with. If they don't contend with any conspiracy and they believe everything they're told, there's nothing you can do for them.
Oh yeah.
That's the science. It's like, you can't do nothing for them.
I remember one time.
Crimper, Jim Brewer, love him.
I mean, I've seen people come in here and, like, we try to, like, test their senses, and they're like, well, is that air that you breathe? Like, they go straight into the Matrix and everything. It's like, oh my God, come on, dude. But no, yeah, like, I like the educational aspect of it. I like taking it back to basic geometry. Like, you want to talk about what you're experiencing? Like, do you even remember basic geometry? Like, let's educate them on, like, the terminology. Like, do you know what an adjacent is? Do you know what a radius is? Do you know what a circumference is? Do you know what a diameter is? How do we find it?
No, they don't. No. Okay, dude.
But that's one way that I use that digs into what they know. Like if you don't know these things, then let's talk about these things. And then you say, obviously the Earth has a circumference because the satellites are flying all the way around it, right? So if the Earth has a circumference, it has a radius, right? And then you explain that their radius that they came up with was 3,959 miles, and there's a arcing formula at 8 inches per mile squared that tells us where the geometric horizon is, that physical horizon before there's a physical hump where it is physically obstructed. And it doesn't resonate with them right away, but it has to resonate at some point because eventually they're going to be like, you know what? They're right. They're right. I should not be able to see that. Let me go out there and see it for myself.
Yeah. See, the thing is that we've been indoctrinated for decades, right? I actually book. It's gonna for another story. I'll tell you, but this book found me, and the name of this book is called "How We Learned the Earth is Round," and this is from 1990. This
You
is
read
like
this the other day.
It's a total scientism book. It's for 8th graders. So
What are they saying, Jen? Why is the Earth round?
Oh, I'll read you page 1. Okay. So the picture is a classroom, and there's a child looking out the window, and there's another child pointing to a globe. There's a flat Earth map behind, and so anyway, it says today nearly, but long ago people were sure the Earth was flat.
Sorry.
It still does. And then it goes on to say, stand out on the prairie, sail onto the ocean. You can see for miles, and the Earth looks flat.
Amen.
And this is where it starts to get good for me, anyway. All right, so it's a nice picturesque of the topography we have of the Earth. There's a valley and such. It says, climb a mountain. Now, the Earth looks rough and bumpy, but it doesn't seem to curve. It doesn't look round.
Well,
the Earth looks flat because it is big and we are small. We see only a tiny piece at one time. The tiny piece does not curve, but the curve is too slight for our eyes to see. And that is why for thousands of years people thought the Earth was flat. Then on the very next motherfucking page, it has this picture of ships going over the horizon, y'all. Dude, this shit pisses me right the fuck off. This is an indoctrination curriculum right here in this book.
Didn't we establish that this book was 33 pages long and we were trying to find the 33rd?
No. Let's compromise the information. So everything you're gonna be seeing in reality, you stupid little kid, is gonna show you that the Earth is flat and stationary. But just trust me and trust the author of this book that even though everything that your senses is sensing and everything you see is the opposite of what I'm going to tell you, but the Earth is definitely a ball spinning in outer space. Okay,
that's what's happening.
Does the is there one page in between, like, you know how like the wording begins on a certain page? Is there a page for that?
There's one before and there's one after. It's a different color. It's blue.
So the blue is the 33rd page.
No, it's not. I checked for that when it was brought up before. There is no page number. Wait, there's no page number for the blue. Okay. And then the very page where it's the title page, it's not numbered, but it actually is. And the next one isn't. And when I first started reading, that's page 3. So.
Ooh, okay.
Can you read what page 33 says?
There is no.
Hold on, stop.
Ah, there is no.
Stop
Okay.
it there, because in the beginning, here's the part where it says, we know that we can't see that it looks flat, but it's too big for us to notice. But that's not true right there, because any kid can go to a child's toy store, magnifying like a binocular bought from a toy store,
anybody from child on up could see 16 feet of difference in 5 miles.
Okay, but look, this is what the book says. It says the Earth looks flat because it is big and we are small.
We're too small to see it.
We
The
wouldn't
tiny-
notice that.
We see only a tiny piece at a time. The tiny piece does curve, but the curve is too slight for our eyes to see.
Right.
And then it goes into a whole page about how ships go over the horizon on the next motherfucking page.
Derpy, derpy, derp.
Wasn't I
Right off the bat, I get mad at this book. You know,
Or an ant on an anthill.
Wasn't I the one that blew your mind about the apple and the globe being next to each other?
yes, that pissed me right the fuck off too. Oh my god, for real?
The
Like,
original sin, the original lie.
seriously? Yeah, it's like, yeah. Come on, man, give us a break, would ya? It's like you can believe what you want, but leave other people alone. Quit trying to put symbology into their brain and so you can mold it and shape it like clay and shit. That ain't right. That is not right.
But so if you work backwards from page 3, here's my question. If you work backwards from page 3, is there 4 pages instead of 3?
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see. You mean like
if you're
both
working
sides
back
or
to the
one?
beginning.
All right, like single pages, not page numbers. Is that what you said?
No, if you start from the page number, is there a page before page 1? Like, is there a like if you count the pages, you start with like 3, 4, 5. Right? Start from
Okay,
page 5.
hold on. I can solve this right now, you guys. I
and
can
then work backwards. Is there an extra?
screen share and show it to you. I mean,
Is there an extra?
You can't screen share in here.
I don't think you can screen share.
Yeah, you
Not this
can.
one. But you can screenshot and
You can't
send it
screen
to
share,
the
though.
thing.
Okay, so this hardback book, when you open it, it has like the library book envelope, and then it has the same type of page on the very back. So it has an identical page in the front to the back.
On the
Okay.
spacing, if you start at page 5 and it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, or blank, blank.
Well,
There should go 3, blank, blank, and there should be a third blank.
All right, let me try to explain this better.
What do you guys
So the singular
33
one, the very
33
first,
number.
the very first page following the blue page in the beginning of the book, it is not numbered, okay, but it is accounted for because we have blank page number 1, blank page number 2, and then it starts the text. Nearly everybody knows the Earth is round. That's page 3.
So the page before the blue page is what?
It is the book itself.
Oh, es ist so
It is the book itself.
Yeah.
So that's the inside. That's the inside
Yeah.
page. It's glued into the cover. That's the inside page.
Separate. It's separate from the cover.
I'm so lost.
No, so like when you open a book, there's space or page. There's still a
I
page.
know, but like, what's the one? Can you guys get to
The
what
first
you're
and the
trying to
last
get to?
cancel each other out. They don't matter. It's not
The book is
33, dude. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not 33. It's not. I know how to look at a book and discern, and it's not. I don't know. Okay.
I take your word for it. I take your word for it.
All right.
There's 32 pages in that book. She said this the other day. There's 32 pages in that book. We're just trying to find the 33rd page to connect it to the whole Freemason.
Well, it's scientism regardless, so you figure it out. The earliest text referencing or pointing towards I don't know, go deep dive into that rabbit hole. Geronimo!
I was just seeing if there's an established connection for it, but there wasn't. So that's okay. We don't need to establish connection for it to know the book is a lie.
Damn, that took 33 minutes too long.
33 seconds.
I did find some silly templates online. Some people,
Really?
5th grade study guides. Who wants to be a millionaire? These are so bad. Current question: what do the following characteristics describe? Create their own light, are held together by gravity, are hot balls of gas. Stars, the moon, Earth, or the sun?
Stars.
Correct. Next question. High up on a mountain, the air pressure is less because there is air above you pressing down on you. A, true. B, both. D, false. Or C, neither. High up on a mountain, the air is less because there is less air above you pressing down on you.
Be both.
Above you.
That's funny. That was a good joke. Be both is a good joke. There was never an A and a B. It just went straight to both. Be both.
It says the answer was A, true. Interesting.
Well, what's the both for?
Well, that's what I clicked and we got it wrong. This made me start over. But the questions are really bad, though. The first question is, what does rotate mean?
Oh boy.
To enlarge, to orbit, to change, to spin. Obviously, to spin. What does revolution mean? To enlarge, to change, to spin, to orbit. Orbit. What is air pressure? The temperature of air, the amount of air that is pressing down, sus, the tilting of Earth's axis, or the amount of air on the sun? The amount of air pressing down. Yeah, these are really weak.
The amount of air on the sun, Johnny. From
Yeah, seriously. Well, let's see if we can make it through this. Let's actually see if we can get through this. Next one's, what are constellations? Layers of air, phases of the moon, groups of planets, or groups of stars that form a pattern? Group of stars. Next question. What are the layers of air that surround the Earth? Air pressure, atmosphere, condensation, oxygen.
What? Wow, man.
What are the layers? Atmosphere.
You're bad. That was horrible.
All right, so here's the next question. What makes up the solar system? The moon, the sun, all of the stars, or the sun and 8 planets? Let's go with sun. Let's go with sun and 8 planets. Why do we have seasons? We have seasons because the Earth rotates. We have seasons because the Earth axis is tilted. We have seasons because of the phases of the moon. We have seasons because the atmosphere gets smaller. Tilt. Who was the first man to walk on the moon? Geez, these are bad.
The cameraman.
Albert Einstein, Jack Schmidt, George Washington, or Neil Armstrong?
The cameraman.
The cameraman. Here's the question we got stumped on. High up on a mountain, the air pressure is less because there is less air above you pressing down. False, true, both, or neither?
Air expands.
I think they want us to say true. All right. 4 questions left. What planet has a huge red spot?
You were saying, what was the answer?
They said it was true that there's less air pressing down. There's less air because there's less air pressing down.
Yeah, that sounds like a FES question to me.
It's bad. So, what planet has a huge red spot? Jupiter, Mars, Earth, or Saturn?
I mean,
Jupiter.
3 questions left. What planet has an elliptical orbit? Earth, Mars, Venus, or Jupiter?
All of them?
Elliptical orbit. You want to
Jupiter.
Let's take the hint.
I think it's Earth.
The answer is not Venus.
Earth. Yeah.
Not Venus.
They just go ahead and assume that all those other ones are perfect. The only one that they have to make be elliptical is ours because, well, we might catch something if it wasn't perfect. Or, you know, it's just part of the. Yeah.
All right, 2 more to go. What planet are scientists studying to see if it has water? I think everyone knows that. Mars. Okay.
I'll answer like a Globey.
You guys are good globals.
This one. What planet has a tilted axis and is shaped like a sphere? Saturn, Neptune, Mars, or Earth?
Saturn.
I'm gonna go with a hint on that one.
A tilted axis and what? Because Earth.
Tilted axis shaped like a sphere. I think they want us to say Earth here.
Yeah.
Saturn. All right, here's the $1 million question, folks.
Your anus.
This is so bad. What planet is called the red planet?
Mars.
Mars. We just won the million.
Your anus.
It's Mars.
These questions are a little bit tougher. I won't go through them all.
Or is it Mercury?
You should add one. Which planet has axis tilted to the horizontal?
Which?
Let's see.
But we all grew up under the indoctrination. We should at least show them like how much we know about their indoctrination. Do we ever think about that?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why we could ask them these questions and see if they get it. These are kind of
right.
Go ahead, though.
Right.
Guess what planet has an axis? Guess what planet has a horizontal axis? Uranus.
0. Oh.
Neptune.
No, it's Uranus.
Here's one. How many high tides will most ocean beaches have each day?
2.
Correct. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Nice.
Within 24 hours, 2 low tides, 2 high tides.
We got it. So it says a solar eclipse may occur when?
When the 3 bodies align.
So it says there is a full moon. The Earth is between the sun and the moon. The Earth casts a shadow on the Earth. Okay, that's dumb. The moon is between the Earth and the sun. Solar eclipse.
Moon is between.
So the moon is between the Earth and the sun. Nice. It's too
Sorry.
easy.
I know.
Which sign of the zodiac shares its name with a NASA space program? Aries, Libra, Scorpio, or Gemini?
Gemini.
That's correct. Very nice.
Goes with that whole double meaning. Twin.
All right, this one's for the movie buffs.
That's my opinion.
Sorry, Gizbo, I think you're roboting, brother. You might want to drop and rejoin, unless other people are hearing him okay. But here's a tricky one. What is the name of the computer in 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Hal.
Is it
Hal,
Pal, Hal, Cal, or Sal?
Hal. H. Hal.
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 Yeah, nice.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
The launching site of the U.S. crewed space flights is in which state? California, Georgia, Texas, or Florida?
Can you repeat the question?
The launching site of U.S.
Florida.
crewed space flights.
Florida.
Ding, 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 ding. Nice.
Used to be Cape Canaveral, then they changed it to I can't remember now.
That's actually what it says here, Cape Canaveral. Very nice.
Kennedy. I thought it was called something else.
This one's easy. Popular tourist attraction. The Space Needle is in which city? Memphis.
Seattle.
yeah. That's super easy. Okay, here's a tricky one. America's Apollo lunar missions were sent into space aboard the 3-stage which rocket? The Mercury V, the Jupiter V, the Saturn V, or the Neptune V?
Ooh.
Mercury.
I wanted to say Mercury, but all of a sudden Saturn sounds right too. Yeah, I think it's Saturn. Mercury, I think, was used for an earlier mission, not
missions.
Yeah.
They had Mercury missions, Gemini missions, and Apollo.
Lou, you got it. It is the Saturn V.
Saturn V. That's what I said.
Lou's on fire today.
Oh, you know what? The Saturn V, that was
Someone knows their glove.
That was like the ultimate for Werner von Braun. Like he's a Saturn V. Like he's the
Y'all love your
You have to know this stuff after I don't know how many goddamn years you get, talking stupid space fucking blowers.
Yeah,
exactly. Was I sounding too far away before?
Just a little quiet. That's okay.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, anybody out there listening in YouTube verse out there, too afraid to come in here saying we don't know the globe. We know the globe.
All right. Here's some more questions. I think you covered this, but how old is the universe?
Woo!
4.6 billion years old.
14 billion.
14.8 billion.
Ding, 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 ding. This one's tricky. How many constellations are there?
The Earth is now 5.2 billion years old. It's got a little bit older.
In the Zodiac, yeah, I mean there was 12 until they added Ophiuchus or whatever, and then they said, but that was done by NASA, so they'll probably say 13, and it depends on what year that thing came out.
Are we talking zodiac houses or the actual constellation?
It looks like it's talking about all of them, not just the Zodiac. Based off the answer here.
The known constellations, over hundreds of billions.
There's 14.
Any other answers?
What are the multiple choices?
This one's not in multiple choice, but I can give you a hint. I'm not a movie buff, but I know this number is featured in what is
33,
it? Back to the
33.
Future. No. Close. Back to the Future.
Oh man. 88.
81.
Billion.
88.
88.
There you go. Which planet has a hexagonal shaped storm?
Anybody know how old the damn universe is?
A hexagonal shaped storm. That is Saturn.
Mars.
Saturnalia, man. It's all about it's that cube at the top of fucking Saturn.
Yeah, what is that? Saturn? Is that Saturn? Yeah.
It's correct.
Saturn.
No, that other one though. The 88. Like for you, the 8 is basically like the infinity symbol turned sideways. They happen to use two of them in a row with the infinite number of stars. Basically, they might as well claim are out there.
Right.
That's a little bit coincidental too, in my opinion. But
No, I actually agree with that, Lou. Okay. This one's going to be a tricky one. Which planet has the largest ocean?
Planet largest ocean?
Neptune.
I'm gonna go with Uranus.
Neptune.
They don't know.
Neptune is solid water.
None of them. Oh, solid water.
Not solid water, but it's water. It's water.
Earth.
Final answer?
I got Neptune.
Yeah.
They don't know for sure of water on any of them, right? I mean,
Mars
go
has
there.
the desert.
I got the
hang on.
answer.
Mars has a desert ocean. Mars.
The answer is Jupiter.
Jupiter. Isn't
How the
that a
fuck
gas
do they know of
giant?
any ocean on
Jupiter is a gaseous planet,
giant.
though.
It's a gas giant. Yeah. Where's the fucking ocean?
When did they touch the water?
Wow. I'm blown away right now.
Okay, so which star is the Alpha Ursa Minoris?
Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. Back to the ocean thing. What about Europa? Is Europa around Jupiter? Is that what they're talking about?
That's just
Europa is a moon of Jupiter, is it not? Yeah.
Yeah. Question is, what planet has the largest ocean? The answer is Jupiter.
I thought they might have been counting it because it might have been orbiting it in their model.
It's not a planet, though. It's a satellite.
But you said the thing. Okay, next one was Ursa Major, the star or whatever, the bright star. That
Ursa
North
Minor.
Star, Polaris, right?
Polaris, correct. Alpha Ursa Minoris is correct, Lou. This Polaris. Nice.
Good to know. It's technical name.
Okay. Let's see. Which constellation represents a hunter and weapons?
Orion, Artemis.
No, what is
Sagittarius?
Someone said it.
Yeah, I said
Orion.
Sagittarius, but it was a guess.
Orion.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. Orion. Hello. Should have known that.
Which is the hottest planet in the solar system?
Mercury.
Nope.
Venus.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Because they claim the greenhouse effect makes it warmer than Mercury, which is closer to the sun.
Sure. Yeah.
Which astronaut is famous for having written his daughter's initials on the moon?
I can't remember.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz the Aldrin.
I don't even know who this guy is, dude. Anyone want to take a last guess?
Michael.
I only know of the two that supposedly were ever on it, even though there was other missions afterwards.
Maybe he was the missing cameraman.
Some
What's his
guy named Gene Cernan.
Who the fuck is
Gene
that
Cernan. What mission was that? Which Apollo mission?
It doesn't say.
Oh, dang. I think it's the later one of the later ones.
Where is the coldest place in the universe?
Space.
It's the coldest place. How would they ever know that?
It is a nebula.
It's Michelle Dollar's heart.
Okay, how far away is this nebula?
So I've got the answer here: the Boomerang Nebula.
Boomerang. Down under? Is it down under? Is the Boomerang Nebula upside down by any chance?
What is the minimum speed of a meteor when it enters Earth's atmosphere?
17,500. The magic speed is 17,500 miles per hour.
Speed.
That's what they say we need for escape velocity to leave. So what is it the same for something coming in?
A little bit more, it looks like. Just a wee bit
What
more.
is that number? 9.8 meters per second?
21,000 miles per hour.
Almost there, Sonny. 25,000 miles per hour.
Wow, 25.
What's that in kilometers?
About
infinity.
About 40,000 kilometers.
No, I know it's about 40,000. I'm just wondering if there's a number inclination to it.
Let's see.
But I'm sure they're probably estimating that number too. And they probably meant to say 24,901 miles per hour.
40,000 kilometers per hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
It sounds like the circumference of the Earth, speed of the meteor.
Whoa, did that boomerang hit that girl in the head?
Fuck yeah, bro.
How many Earths can fit inside the sun?
The number 10,000 or something like that.
9,000.
24,901.
900 times larger. Right?
It says about 1 million.
Million.
13,000.
Okay, give us a number. We're almost at 4,000 radius. So how big is the diameter? 8,000. So 8,000. Doesn't it fit like 1,000 times, right? Because isn't it like 900,000?
It says 1 million, Sonny. Just go with what the article says.
900,000 miles. Yes,
Just trust the experts, Sonny. Don't overthink.
No.
Gotta go with the area, man. Area,
Pretty
man.
fucking close. Still remembered that.
Which star is nearest to Earth?
Sun.
Ooh, Sigma. Fuck. What's
the sun?
That's not a star.
Sigma is something or
Alpha Centauri.
Alpha Centauri.
That's
the sun.
Good job, Orion. That's it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Really? Our sun is closest to us.
Yeah, they say it's a star. That's bullcrap.
What is the sun's outermost atmosphere called?
Like what element or what's its name?
The sun's outermost atmosphere.
Plasma?
Exosphere? I don't know.
It is, I guess, let me give you guys a hint. It is a Modelo competitor.
Corona?
Modelo Negra?
Corona.
There you go, Lou. The
Hey,
Corona.
wait a second. I think I've been to that
Corona.
cerveceria. For real, it's in Nava. I was just looking at a label the other day. Nava, Mexico. Let's see if I've been there. I stopped at many cervecerias. When you come into port, that's the first thing you did. Just go get your 6 or 10 cases of good Mexican beer.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, where is this?
So, which planet
We were
is
at
known as the
Magellan,
evening
right?
star?
I'm sorry.
Venus.
Which planet? Jupiter.
Venus. Morning star is Venus, is Satan, Lucifer, and Queen.
There you go, Lou. Lou's on fire, man.
Lou, you got it,
The
dude.
best baller.
Venus. Okay, thank you. Mercury's a morning star, or Saturn is a morning star.
Venus is the morning star. They call it that because you can only supposedly ever see it right before morning or right after sunset, and then
It's the first one and last one out, right?
yeah.
All right. Next up. What color is Mars' sunset?
Orange.
Purple.
There we go.
Yellow.
Blue.
Did somebody say blue?
Yeah.
It's blue. Boom.
It's the opposite of Earth, guys.
I
Come
missed the
on.
last question. I'm sorry, I missed it. Could you repeat the last one?
The color of Mars' sunset is indeed blue.
Blue sunsets on Mars. Okay, thank you very much. That's why we see it looking flashing red, like a flashing red light. I guess that's because it's blue.
I just went with something opposite of Earth.
No, it was a good guess, I guess. That's probably their reasoning, too. What is the oldest planet in our solar system?
Jupiter?
There you go.
What is it? I was going to say Saturn.
It's Jupiter, apparently.
And they know this how?
It's the biggest.
Wow. Here's like a how many jelly beans in the jar type of question. How many volcanoes are there on the surface of Venus?
1 million.
33.
33.
Nope.
633. 666.
More.
13,000.
Less.
1,337. Illy.
Actually, 1,300.
Oh, 1,300 instead of 13,000.
And just so you guys know, there is a winning at the end of this. The winner will be able to spin the wheel for a prize. So stay tuned.
We need a robot for all these questions, like for chat room games and everything. That'd be cool to have.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. We could feed it through that. That'd be fun. Whoa, Sonny. Wait, I thought you were making this up. I've got a question here that says, which planet rotates on its side?
Yeah, that's my name.
What?
Sonny said
That's the Uranus.
Yeah. Uranus. I thought it was Neptune.
Uranus. Uranus is laying horizontally.
Yeah, they say it like rolls like a wheel, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, the North Pole is on its side.
Well, that's a new twist.
You guys can stop me at any time. I've got another question.
Go ahead.
Which planet spins backwards relative to the others?
I'm going to say Neptune.
Venus.
It is indeed Venus. That's correct.
Venus. I was wrong again.
All right.
If you ever want the inversion of something in nature, just go to Venus.
Like an inverted penis.
Oh. Hey, you know what? The female anatomy looks just like the male anatomy inverted. If you look at them,
Well, all human beings start off in a female form. IJS.
Venus is the holy grail.
Until they drop.
Fountain of youth.
Yep, you're right.
I'm
calling BS on that.
That's okay.
On to the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the next question?
How old is the sun?
1.3 billion years old.
No, it must be older than Earth, and Earth is like 4 billion years old. So I would say 7 or 8.
Really?
What are they saying? 11 or 12?
5.20.
5 billion years old.
5 it is.
That's what I would say.
5.3. So those prime numbers, they love those prime numbers, don't they?
They sure do.
They carbon dated it.
Yeah, they must have done some excavations there.
The next question is going to be, how do you verify that?
See, we're making jokes. We're having fun.
We don't.
Yeah. Next
We're making jokes.
Okay. What is a highly magnetized rotating neutron star?
Pulsar.
Ooh, Lou's about to win a prize over here, dog.
You're like 3 seconds faster.
I would not have got that.
Aren't those fantastic conceptualizations? They had us all flipping and spinning and like all this crap like going on.
Have you noticed? Oh, sorry. Have you noticed how many of these questions does not concern the nature of our reality? It's about these distances we can't even fathom. Like it's pretty much just science fiction stories.
Yeah, it's just memorization, repeat.
Yeah, exactly. It has nothing to do about curvature of science, physics in anything sort of way.
Not landmass. You don't hear landmass about Earth. You don't hear about ocean mass about Earth. It's about these stars.
Yeah, it's about
how
as
much
someone
salinity
said,
is in the ocean.
it's just about how good you are to repeat the stories you have been told.
That's right.
It's just reinforcing all the lore
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Very good. The law of the universe.
Which planet has the most moons?
Saturn.
No, no.
Yeah, Saturn. Saturn. Every one of those little dust particles that they claim makes up the ring is technically an orbiting satellite.
That's true.
Saturn is correct.
Oh. Don't I have like 18 moons or something like that?
Actually, when you search this on YouTube, on Google, it says Jupiter with 57 confirmed moons and 80 total, and Saturn only have 63. What?
It's we have like 63 billion fucking moons.
Yeah, I mean, this is just I saw this wrong. It was because I thought it was a list and they would take the highest in the top, but Saturn is like third on the list with more than Jupiter at the top. So it was just weird layout. It baited me.
It baited
I'm
you.
glad you're fact checking these
Those planets are fully into the high artist renditioning. They're all they're like high level artistic renditioning. Yeah.
I mean, I hate to ask this. Can we get this segment of like questions and answers to be put on the bot for later for other?
For some
Someone
study.
would have to put it in like Audacity and make a clip out of it. But if you go to the YouTube and you write down what the
Gizmo, you don't like my voice?
No,
I'm just kidding,
I do.
I'm just joking. No, we can
I'm
feed
just
it. I can feed it through. I can feed it through. I can make the computer speak the question.
Yeah, cool.
No, not that. I'm talking about like later when you get the bot that plays like the show skits or whatever.
Oh, you want to clip this out?
Yeah, clip this part out, and then that way it for others to listen to, like, you know, to repeat, because other people will come to this place later and, you know, they'll hear us answering all the Globe questions.
Good
or
point.
do separate clips just like you were speaking them. That was really quite concise and like those breaking things. You could go like question 2, 3. Otherwise, I guess you could just pause it if you're
just quiz the
using them.
Yeah, just quiz
the Globers. Just quiz the Globers again, and then afterwards be like, "So how do you think you did versus the flat earthers?" Like, so how do you think?
I like that.
Here's a good one. There are no stars that are this color.
Purple. No stars that are black.
That's racist.
Green. No stars that are green.
Green. I'm gonna say green also.
There you go.
Trees are green, grass is green, but not stars. So no green.
They say there's blue, purple, orange, white, yellow, and red stars. No green.
Some guys in the chat on YouTube might get this one. Our Glober friends might actually get this one. But what is the term for the condition when 3 celestial bodies are arranged in a straight line?
Eclipse.
A problem for the globe.
Yeah, eclipse.
Nobody got it yet.
It's not an eclipse?
That's it, Sonny.
Conjunction.
Sonny got it.
What is it?
Tell him, Sonny.
G.
Yeah.
A scissor G.
Take the R out. There's no R in there. It's just a scissor. It's a syzygy.
You're referring to, you're right. That's why you said someone in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, there's a goofball in the YouTube chat that goes by syzygy. Lol. Okay. And maybe just a few more. What? Some of these questions are weird. Like, what is the polarity reversal of the sun?
So those will pull things into itself.
I don't even know what that means.
What is the polarity reversal?
Is that why we're all locked in?
They'd have to be talking about the sun's magnetic field for that.
11 years.
It says just the solar cycle is what the answer is.
The sun's magnetic field changes polarity approximately every 11 years.
I love that you're fact checking these, Tim. That's awesome. Keep going on that one.
Yeah, why not? I mean, just gonna see if they are feeding us bullshit outside of the narrative.
Okay, here's another one. What do scientists call a massive release of plasma from the sun?
Solar flare.
Nope.
From the sun?
Coronal mass ejection.
There you go. The CME.
Oh my!
They always
Isn't it a solar flare?
Yeah, it was a coronal mass ejection.
Those are those bands that come out, right?
Fart.
They always gotta have this weird terminology.
Gaseous fart? No.
How many questions have we done on the Earth in this segment?
There's like none in here. They're all like.
No, we had the elliptical orbit. That was the only thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they all have to do with like outer space mostly, it seems like.
Isn't the Earth a planet, but no questions about the Earth?
Right. The only one that we had was the elliptical orbit. Our Earth has an elliptical orbit. Everything else has been about every other celestial thing. Which is why, whenever they come in and we say, how do you know if the Earth is a sphere, they immediately point to outer space. Because everything they know is about outer space, not about the Earth.
Yep. Just memorizing useless freaking tidbits.
You can measure the Earth based off of what they gave us. The Earth was a sphere, 24,901 miles, with a radius of 3,000.
Agglomeration of useless fact.
Surprised we haven't had supernova for an answer yet.
Supernova.
Or black hole.
Oh, this one's funny. Like, which planet has supersonic winds?
Supersonic?
Jupiter.
Nope.
Mars.
Your anus. Those means
Supersonic winds from your anus.
It's gotta be.
Nope.
Venus?
Mm-mm.
I would figure it would be a gas giant further out. So you already mentioned Uranus and Jupiter. Let's go Saturn.
Got the answer here. Neptune.
Wow.
There hasn't been.
I was on to something with reasoning though.
They haven't mentioned Pluto a single time.
That's because it's not a planet anymore.
Yeah, I've skipped over the Pluto one. I skipped over the Pluto ones. This is so stupid.
Oh, don't skip over Pluto. We gotta keep Pluto.
Let me see.
Can't forget the Disney.
All right, here's one about Pluto. What is the name of Pluto's largest moon?
Pluto's largest moon.
Chip or chop?
What was that? Some Asian moon name?
I don't know of any Pluto moons. Anyway.
Yeah, Charon. Charon. Charon.
Oh, that's a god.
Karen.
Actually, you know what? Back when I was playing Clash of Clans, we had a guy that that was his name, and I was pronouncing it Charon, and he got mad. He says it's pronounced Karan, like almost like Quran, but I don't know.
Okay, cool.
Like CH. I don't know. That's what he was saying.
Charon, wasn't that a Pokemon? Charon?
It's Charizard.
Pretty sure it's a god in some mythology.
Is that Chiron?
Lou, do you play Clash?
I did for quite a long time, and then I put it down for a few years. I've actually started kind of building up again. beginner Town Hall 13, but they're just about to drop Town Hall 15, so I got a lot of catch up to play.
No, that would be a yes.
Yeah, it is a yes. But I'm just farming right now. I used to war hardcore and stuff. I haven't gotten into any of that since picking it back up.
I do Clash. I'm in a clan that's from Australia.
You guys could probably get this one pretty easy. How many minutes does it take for light to travel from the sun to the Earth?
8 minutes.
7.59.
There you go, Tim.
20 minutes. 20.
It is
7.9 minutes.
Apparently 8 minutes.
Apparently light has a speed. How many questions do you have to now, CB?
It's just like I'm trying to find ones that are actually good.
So you got the geometry question, like what would be the observable drop, or a question constructed somewhat like that?
I was working on some that I made myself, but I didn't get very far. You got some?
Well, you could do stuff like over a 60 kilometer, or over a 50 kilometer, or over 100 kilometer distance. What would be the expected observable drop? So there you establish drop over distance.
Right. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. That's kind of the questions I have building here, like A, B, C, or D questions. Is the horizon this, or this? Is the scientific method involve everything but this? So yeah, like at this many miles away, what should the drop be? I think that'd be a good question to sort of add to the list.
Then we can
obviously none of that stuff is online here when I'm looking. None of that stuff is being presented. Like we'd have to present.
Well, we can just Google that, and there's that simple site when you Google earthquake calculator. That way they can punch it in, and we could always just throw them that link as a here, go fetch boy. Obviously, they're going to go get the number, bring it back.
Yeah, I think with the drop into set distance, like just make sure that first person to come up with a formula for it.
Dan, your hot mic. Also, a question like that, it's not something like most people or any people really would be able to answer from the top of the head. You know, they would have to pick up a calculator and stuff like that, or at least a pen or paper,
or just guess. You know,
or just guess. That's.
I was scratching the top of my head when Tim said off the top of their head. That was awesome.
When they go and fetch like that, should we all drop like cookie emojis chat when they come back?
Okay, wait. So we're doing what? Multiple choice for drop over distance? Because we can also like head up different subjects. We can like call one like drop over distance and have like 3 questions to it. So drop over distance over 100 kilometers, or if you want to do it in miles, what would be the expected drop?
Yeah, but we covered that, Kiwi. Like people would just be guessing; they don't know. It's like, you know, I guess it would be educational after that. Once you sort of tell them that, oh, this is what it would be. After
it's more like homework, you know.
Yeah,
it
that's some
establishes
homework.
a baseline.
Yeah, for real.
It establishes a baseline.
Yeah.
Right, and
that is a good question. Though. I definitely will have that on the list. It's like how much
Is that the same thing as saying the hidden height of the distant object? Same thing as saying drop.
Exactly.
Hidden height.
Drop over distance. Yep.
Yeah.
So a building that's 150 feet, let's say a 12-story building, should be completely occluded by the cover of the earth at, let's say, 75 miles.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like this
type
is
one in the chat, Kiwi. Go ahead and type one out in the chat, and I'll just add it to the list here.
Well, this is the site that I would give them as a cheat, like footnote. Hey, do you want help? Boom, drop it. But yeah, I'll construct a question.
I have breaking news from the world of space. The
oh yeah, my bad.
Dragon, what it's called, Elon Musk's Dragon ship has just docked with the ISS. So,
no homo, right?
NASA says this thing's going 17,500 miles an hour. And they show this thing docking. It's just like barely moving an inch, just barely moving. But it's docking with something that's going 17,000 miles an hour. It's quite amazing.
Also, Charon, in Greek mythology, he is the ferryman of Hades. From the Greek underworld, he carries the souls of those who have been given funeral rites across the rivers of Acheron and Styx. So it was a godlike figure from some mythology.
Interesting.
Which is pretty much all the moons and planets and stuff like that. They come from somewhere in
What's
Egyptian.
the god's name?
Charon.
Charon.
Yeah, Charon. Okay, yeah.
I typed it out in the chat if anyone needs.
I mean, you can spell it with C or K, but yeah.
Well, nobody in here is very excited about SpaceX's fantastic upliftment.
I mean, we were super excited because we could see rats, we could see foil breaking off, stuff like that. A lot of anomalies that we wouldn't expect on such a volatile mission.
Can I get the live stream of the actually docking? Now, do they have to screw it in like they screw in like a male to female tube, or does it just
they don't have to do anything.
Gravity?
They can just say anything. They don't have to do anything.
Of course, it's a giant cartoon.
I just want to know: does it connect together because of gravity, or do they have to screw a tube on it? Like you screw like a male to female.
They just touch tips. They just touch tips.
Is it still touching? Can I get that on live stream?
Some of the Glovers are really funny when it comes to that space stuff too. Like when they were supposedly crashing that dishwasher into that cat turd like a week ago.
Oh, I know. That was fake as fuck.
Dude,
I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah, I think I was over in Geo's server, and I want to say it might have been Zanuck, but it might not have been. It could have been any one of them other guys. But they're like, why aren't you guys watching the aren't you guys watching the satellite launch or whatever the thing? Like we're like, no, like he's like, well, shouldn't you be? Like upset that we're not watching it. Like, no, that's kind of your guys' thing.
How many million miles did they say that rock was away? It's ridiculous.
No, before we get too far, I definitely want to announce our winner. You guys all agree Lou definitely won the trivia, right? Unless someone else wants to claim a winner.
I didn't keep score.
Pretty sure Lou stole the bag there, guys.
But I see myself as a winner.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, hey, Lou, here's your prize, buddy. Congratulations, you've won the game today.
So
Congratulations! You've just won a free, all-expense-paid trip to Space Australia!
Fuck yeah!
Oh, hi, Spice Oz! That's my own planet!
Wait, hold on! You're from Australia?
Spice Australia, or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos!
So, it's like Australia...
in Spice.
Fuck yeah!
Spice Dingo will eat your spice, baby.
Dingo babies.
So congratulations, Lou. Make sure you get some spaceys on your way up there.
Funny fact, Pluto was actually the original name before it was changed into Hades. So even Pluto, the quote-unquote not planet, is also from the Greek mythology.
Stories on stories, huh?
Yeah. Well, it was just a funny note, we all know that most of these celestial objects has been named after Egyptian or Greek mythology.
Did that just dawn on you right now today?
Huh?
Did that just dawn on you right now today that Pluto was named after a Roman god?
I have probably made it before, but my mind was refreshed right now. But yeah. It's really not something I dwell a lot in, you know.
I thought it was named after the Walt Disney dog.
Well.
Wrong NPC one. Oops. Where's the one I was looking for? This one. It kind of fit. I was today years old when I realized.
Was today. Yep, I'm echo chambering right now because it's funny ass shit. Yo, Lou, I made my first flat Earth creation today. I'm all proud of myself. You ready?
Sure.
All right,
This is your first meme or what?
Well, it's like it's pretty crude because it's just like here stuff is, and I don't really say anything. I just kind of point at stuff. Let me know what you think.
Hey, wasn't Pluto the god of fortune?
Okay, so
this is the moon inside the sun.
Yeah, what's the
Listen, Pluto is Hades, which is the Greek was Hades, underworld. Pluto is the Roman interpretation of the underworld god Hades. So Pluto and Hades are the same thing.
Oh, Pluto's the dog from Disney. Come on, guys.
So you're saying is that supposed to be like a picture of a solar eclipse while on a plane?
Word.
Gotcha.
Wait, but this is the moon inside the sun. What do you mean by that?
It's saying it's a solar eclipse. There's a moon in the middle there of the sun. The moon is in the way.
No, I think what he's showing is on a solar eclipse. On a solar eclipse, you can see a flat plane, because the daylight that is obscuring the horizon goes away. So you got the solar eclipse that allows the horizon.
See, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking to hear all the different ideas that you guys pull from this. Because I didn't say anything but facts in that picture. That's just it. I made absolutely no statements, no accusations, strictly facts, observations. This is why I want to know what you guys think.
Wait, but I'm kind of hung up on the PS, this is the moon inside the sun.
So if it's not an eclipse, then it's what, because of the elevation of the plane that the angle made it basically into one? Like it's like the moon is
an eclipse.
In direct line, like the plane, the moon and the sun are in direct line, not the earth, the moon and the sun.
So this is the beginning of an eclipse. It's the first stage. So the moon slides into place. I've shown each stage.
We don't know that's actually happening, though.
Okay.
That's what the ballers would say. But we don't know that's actually happening. Do we?
Well, so you've seen the lead-up pictures to this, right?
I see the one that's posted at 19 minutes past.
No. I'll go back and pull them up. No stress.
Okay. I've seen the one that I think somebody else was posting an image like this elsewhere. Glatflobe.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He shared it when I created it earlier today.
Yeah, I think it looks good. The only issue I see is like, P.S. This is the moon inside the sun.
Right.
Hold up. Like, wait. Is it though? Like,
hold on. Now, it's this one. Save that, and then we have this one. Okay, so here's the first one that we were just looking at is the before. This is the during.
Where
so you can see, I just posted it. So you can see in my observation that I want to point out is that the floor, the clouds, the light pattern changes. right? So again, you have the initial show of the light being detected on the floor, then something dark obviously shows up. I propose it being the moon, and there's this U-shaped type shadow though that happens. Then the final stage is the dark spot leaves, and we have, hold on, holy crap, give me a second, sorry. It leaves, and then we have this.
Yeah.
So I'm still looking at this entire thing thinking, yeah, it's an eclipse on a plane. So you've got the eclipse that happens. My thing with that image is, my main thing is the solid horizon line being 6 feet above the water. And then you go up to 35,000 and you have this consistent line that's there from left to right all the way through.
Yeah, so the thing is like, you've got, like, that's plenty for the meme. I think you're trying to do too much then.
Too much with that? Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to make 2 points in one thing, and
it's confusing the main point. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, like, that's a claim, and this is the moon inside. That's a claim that, like, even I'd be like, wait a minute, hold on, is that? You know, I'd probably
really
focus on that
yeah,
than
I
actually
gotcha.
what you're trying to say here.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, man.
Well, because like the eclipses thing, like, isn't that the baller story that the moon is going in front of the sun?
Yeah.
That's not what we say.
Well,
or we don't know, like.
Yeah, we just will tell you, like, why should we make any claims about it? It's not nothing to do with it if the Earth measures flat, right?
Yeah.
That's in the sky.
I have other ideas about what the eclipse is. But I thought most of us were like not on the official narrative about.
Was that UCB that sent me that eclipse video about the orbs?
No. It might have been Kiwi actually.
Eclipse? No.
I don't have a DM for Kiwi.
Oh, DM. I don't know. These are just the pictures. I've seen these pictures before. You guys were talking about these the little dots in the picture.
Yeah. Well, I am. I brought it up.
I don't know. But what does that mean? Like, we should, this is why we don't go up and talk about stuff in the sky, because what are we going to verify? You know what I mean? So we shouldn't even make claim. Look at these orbs. Like,
we don't know that their story checks out.
Hell that. Yeah. So don't give them anything.
Don't give them nothing. Matter of fact, I like the idea of this, like, Q&A thing about, like, how much of the globe do they freaking know?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
and then, like, when we give them a question, give them a little homework assignment, like a good boy, you know what the first 3 search results are going to bing back. Good boy, come back with your answer.
I mean, the real globe zealots, like out there, the anti-flat earthers, your co-shows, and everybody else that we deal with on a regular basis, most of them will smash us on that. But for your normies that come in here thinking they're gonna laugh at us,
yeah, that's mainly who it's for.
Yeah,
that's how you determine if they're an actual, like, if they are who they say they are, or if they're just amateur.
I'm trying to edit this.
Beginners, newbies.
I feel bad. They don't put any proof in these things. Even the headline here, 10 points stating the Earth is round. That's all they can do. It's just state claims and say it again. They're not putting any evidence or proof in here. So that's sad. I feel bad for the people that are actually trying to do research on the globe, really.
Elijah came in yesterday with a weird website that had all this, like, legalese information, like Judicia, or it's similar to that, or like the
Geodesy.
Department of Defense. Right, no. Well, it's called govinfo.gov. And it's like all of the legal debriefings that the government has authorized for release or whatever. And you can search terms, but like they're all court cases that like for the declassification thing.
I mean, this just is so dishonest looking into how they talk about the Earth becoming a globe and stuff. I mean, it always starts with the boats go over the horizon. And then it involves a flat Earth strawman. Well, in flat Earth, they should just get smaller and smaller and smaller and do something other than what reality does.
I love the Globers that tell us that if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon. I can't believe they fucking say that shit.
Lou, like they haven't considered what they're even saying when they say things like that. If the Earth was flat, it should be other than what you guys currently think it is. So it's like, wait a minute, if the Earth is supposed to be flat the way you say, then what the hell are we in here? Like, what do we believe?
What are we
if
doing?
It's supposed to be some other way.
What are we doing over here? What are we doing?
For real though, think about that. Like if all these articles say, well, if the Earth was flat,
That's why they come in here and try and tell us what we need to believe, what they believe about our model and why our model doesn't work. So it's a straw man.
Yeah, it's something that they created, the straw man. It's not like they asked us, well, what flat Earth are you guys talking about? That's what I find really dishonest. It's like, well, if the Earth is flat, it should be different. No, we're saying that is the way it is. Nothing changes. And I feel like most people won't acknowledge that we're saying it's flat the way it is.
Yeah, the only thing that changes is the only thing that really would have to change for them is their idea of what the stars are doing. So no longer is it heliocentric. It's now back to being geocentric. That's really the only change.
Yeah, right, Lou? Instead of the sky and the stars being under your feet, they're all just above you at that point.
Right.
I don't know what's so crazy about it anyway. I mean, these guys think that there's a sky under their feet. They think the sun goes under their feet. They think there's stars and sky and like space and stuff under their feet.
When all you have to do is look up.
One of the two of us has a crazy position here, and it's definitely not me.
Because, I mean, if you think about it, like, what are we doing for the stars? How do we observe the stars? We look up. No matter where you are, even if you want to say you're on a globe, what do? You look up. You don't look down. If you look down, you're looking at the Earth.
But yeah, as a globe earther, you have to believe that there's sky under you and that it rains upwards under the ground.
Bro, and the Nile River flows upwards.
And that's why we say it's a cult.
Yeah, it's just don't let them. Oh, you guys are so crazy. Just point out that they're the ones with the crazy beliefs. It's not
too
us.
heavy, man. It's too heavy.
Gas expands downward. Force expansion down. That was a question. I just wanted you to know that. I'm not saying weird things. That was actually the answer to one of their questions that we were doing.
I'm still bothered by that trivia question that said that Jupiter, the gas giant, had the biggest ocean.
I thought it was a ball of gas.
Are they saying that it's because it's so cold that the gas is actually in liquid state and it's an ocean of hydrogen or something like that, or an ocean of...
Dude, that's an example of them telling us that whatever they can tell us, we're going to believe it. That's a really good example of that. They told us we're actually spinning, 100,000 miles an hour to the universe. We have to believe that too.
Wouldn't it be then a liquid
joint, water ocean, or just ocean?
Yeah, right. Like, because they could say it's something else, and then whatever.
Like methane.
They can say anything, just like he said. Like they can say anything. They
Butane.
want. I mean, they say it rains diamonds in like 3 places in our solar system. For fuck's sake.
Hey, don't tornadoes and hurricanes require a flat plane in order to exist?
That seems like another unfalsifiable claim. I'd probably steer away from that one too.
Okay. Fucking weird. It's a low ass flying right there. That should be fine enough.
Yeah, so I was just reading on a like how to prove the Earth is a globe article, and it just the lies are disgusting, dude. They're comparing the flat Earth to like a disc, you know. Well, it says the shadow of the Earth on the moon can only be a sphere. If it was a disc, then it should be this. So it's like just disgustingly dishonest on the surface.
Hold on, I'm gonna let y'all go for a second. I gotta find somewhere to pull over. This plane is like huge and it's flying low as shit.
So they're doing it again. They're saying that the eclipse can only be caused by the shadow of the Earth. But
Yeah,
you have
man.
the moon. You have the moon and sun. You have the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. What's creating the shadow? But if it was a disc, it would look like this.
Oh man. They always do that, right? Let's just swap out this globe and put a disc in and compare.
What
Like, no
everybody
wonder
knows.
you guys find it all dumb.
Same model with a disc.
And then they want to pretend like we came up with that.
Yeah. Wouldn't you guys call this objectivism of Earth? Like they're turning it into an object. They're object obsessed. with
Yes.
objects.
Yeah, I would say.
Exactly.
Yeah, I definitely
they're
don't see the Earth as an object.
So they're treating
Like that.
the Earth like they treat their women. I'm just kidding.
They have to, if they could get one. Oh,
whoa! When I don't need
That one hurts them. That because it's too true.
Not in your grandma's basement. You ain't getting none of that.
And this is a good time to say there are lack of male globe as opposed to female flat earthers.
To answer Timbo's question, it's because those bodies, those objects, are never where we see them. They're not actually where we're seeing them. They're somewhere else.
The sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a hard one to grasp, isn't it?
That they're saying that, right?
That's right. That's
How
what
come-
they're saying.
They're
How
saying
come
you're
on
looking
Neo?
back in the billions of years too. Let's hear that music again. Billions of years. We're looking back into time.
How come on the ballers side, on the yeah, you know, again, the zealots, how come it seems like they have more pseudo women than they have actually women? Like
I'm gonna ask this question again because I can never get an answer for it. If the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, how do they see the universe expanding? I just can't. What are they looking at to see it expanding?
I know this one. Dark matter.
All right.
Background radiation.
Is that their answer, Todd?
Like what? It?
I believe so. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe it's the background radiation that they think they're observing. from the beginning of time.
From the Big Bang. The explosion that came from that. So it'd be interesting.
Right.
I'm not that up on the sciencey stuff, but I'm sure I could work it out if I had enough time. Like how they get this background radiation to somehow convert into speed and time. Like I wonder how they do it.
These are very good questions. But Timbo didn't know what was lurking in the Twilight Zone.
The realm between the physical and the metaphysical.
That's right. That lurky time warp area.
The bendy space-time.
That was so weird. I'm glad that plane pulled up, man. I wish I could have stopped somewhere fast enough to record it.
Maybe
they
that
also
plane
claim
was
to
being
be,
affected by... Yeah, go. Sorry.
They also claim to be observing galaxies to turn and also move away from each other and stuff like that, right? And I don't ever see them like show us, hey, 50 years ago we saw this galaxy doing this, and then hey, look what it's doing now, right? Look at the differences. How are they observing this shit? It all looks the same, doesn't it? Every year, like
always the same. We see the same skies.
This is a hard science. I don't know why you guys are arguing.
Yeah, it's proven.
I still love my question that I asked Matthew Learning. I know some of y'all heard it, some of y'all didn't. When I asked him about if NASA came out today and declassified everything, said, you know what, we lied to you, live in a dome, sorry, and here's all the evidence to prove that we live in a dome. Here's everything. And would you then believe that you live on a flat plane? He goes, no, I wouldn't believe NASA then.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's because most Globers have to claim that they don't rely on that because they can do their own experiments. They know their own science. Science exists without NASA, so we don't need NASA. So NASA says something, we have to believe it. Problem is NASA has been prepping us since the 70s with indoctrination of Earth spheres.
They say, Earth was a ball before NASA, so that's their answer for that.
They'll throw NASA under the bus, just like they throw everybody else under the bus.
They love throwing Globers and experts under the bus, don't they? Anything.
Yeah.
Right
Every
under that
single
bus.
one by one. Doesn't matter which one. If they're not there, if they're not the one speaking, the expert that is, because these Glovers that come in, they think they're the ones that have the knowledge because they got their mouth open.
Essentially, soundly freaking throws every single one of the experts under the bus and says he's the expert because he can see curvature standing on the ground with his 20/20 vision.
Are we sure he has 20/20 vision? Has this been tested?
Well, whatever. With his bare eyes, he can see it. Nobody else can fucking see it, but he can.
You know what we need? Is anyone measured how far those power pylons are in the water and what drop it would be to work out how big his ball would be if that video were to be real?
Talking about
if that curvature.
That Mississippi River one or whatever it is.
No, I think it's the other one where yeah, that's it, where he did a live stream from there and Pontchartrain. Because if that, if he's claiming that, then the globe would be pretty small.
Yeah, well, all you have to do is just measure the bridge from the water level. The water level's not bending, so just how far. And they couldn't tell us any of that way back.
No, well, that's a big part of the argument. That bridge supposedly is built the same height above the water, like the whole way, except for these places where it goes up and boats can go under.
Yeah.
That doesn't allow for like giving of weight and everything like that. Kind of like how 18-wheeler. If you see an 18-wheeler without the little box on the back, it like bows upward.
Yeah, and most bridges do, but I think they're saying Pontchartrain, the way that it's built, is not. Either way, though, what it is some type of refractive or optical effect with his camera or whatever that he's seeing. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not the bridge bending.
Maybe it's the same cartoon imagery that Hoymar tried to use with the so-called Bonneville Flats, salt flats, which are almost one of the flattest places on Earth. With
I'm sure it's the same effect that's causing it. Whatever's going on there.
Let's look at that again. Hold on a second. Curved roads, man, all curving in, converging in along a curve. Highways, amazing.
Yo.
Hey, Kiwi, I see what you're doing with that image, though. You
What do
put
you
two
think?
pictures side by side, and you just stretch that line out, one line. It's not two lines on two different images. It's one line all the way across, right?
What do you think?
I mean, if that's what you're trying to observe and explain, I would give that image without the red line and let them draw their own line across it.
All right.
That's actually
Does
not
that make
a terrible idea. Also, it would they like to try to pretend like we're being some kind of tricksters. Like you draw your own what's the good word for that? There's a good vocabulary word.
You do your own observation and draw your own.
When you draw your line there, it's sort of trickery. Like it could be conceived that way anyway.
An insinuation.
People are going to have their attention drawn to the red line, which you could draw any straight line. It doesn't is close to a nearly flat globe horizon, right?
But if you change the parabolic slightly, if you add like a slight parabolism to it, then you could make it look parallel even though it's not parallel.
But I would say that that's better that you didn't try to do the thing with the moon and the sun. This is much better. The red line could stay or go, but I think it would look clean without it, and the point wouldn't be lost.
No, I took it out. I mean, the thing is, it's a raw image, and I'm looking for that honest feedback from you guys. Because again, like you guys are the flat Earth family, man. This is what we do, or the observation family. So whatever I can do to help
And
impact.
one other critique then is make the words a lot bigger.
Bigger?
Easy to read.
Yeah.
Yep.
Put them in different parts of the sky so that where there's space for you to write in, so you're not taking away from the horizon.
Yeah, push them high and low, and then keep the focus of the image in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes Hoymar's proof of Earth curvature. Coming right up. There we go. For your pleasure.
For your pleasure.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Man,
That's a good one.
What the fuck?
Can we hear that again? That was awesome.
One more time.
Fuck. What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Joe Pesci is priceless, man. Gee whiz.
What I love is like, so you see it arcing downward, but then like the horizon is still off in the distance.
Yeah, what the hell? What? They just pasted in
That's what it feels like, man.
road or something in there in the middle. See how the highways are like converging at an equal ratio to each other?
It's like it's stretched, like shifted to the left.
A fabricated vanishing point. Yeah. You can't see it. It's going over a curve. They made that part curve. They made the roads curve. Tried to tell us this was real. When you go focus in on it and zoom in on it, it's a painting. It's like a drawing, like a watercolor. Someone painted it. So zoom in. Like foreground might be real, but that's about it. And the background could be real, but they put this other part in there. That painting they put in. It looks nothing like it's not real. Zoom into it. Hold on. Go to the original. It's hilarious.
You sound a little far away, Sonny. Just so you know.
Oh, I do.
We can hear you, but you sound far away.
All right. Let me see. Is that better?
Absolutely.
How's that?
Absolutely. Sounds like you're with us right here.
Okay. Good. Back off a little bit so I'm not too loud. So is that okay still?
Yeah, but you were fine at whatever you were saying. I know you're trying to keep the mic away so you're not like heavy breathing into it, but
No, it's okay. Yeah, it's all good. I think it's good now. So yeah, it's funny. Let's see. Yeah, zoom into that painting.
That's what it looks like.
Dude, I wish I could.
I got a picture that looks like a painting. Pretty cool.
I want to do a screen capture of this bad boy. Hold on. Zoomed in like that.
Check this out. This is an actual picture I took with my iPhone.
Let's print screen.
I didn't create like any filter or anything like that. This is all just regular photographic imagery from my iPhone.
Print screen. Snapshot.
This is when my kiddo was she was about 3 in this picture, and this is the same sunset.
Okay, here we go. I'll share this one moment.
The way Texas skies are. So
let's see Hoimer's painting. Coming right up here. Where'd you go? Yep. I guess it's no better than the first one, but maybe a little better. Yeah, zoom into that one. You can see it's a painting. There's a oh my God. There's a building. All it is a shadow of a building. It's not even 3D.
like here's my thing. So like
black.
So you see the two bridges, right? In that picture, in between the two bridges, there's a white spot that looks like a building. It's like it looks beyond the horizon, but still lower than the horizon. Like it looks like it's dipping into.
Wait a minute. In which picture? Hold on. I'm looking at
the second one. It might be the first one.
Okay, wait a second. I gotta close this before I get confused.
Yep, it's in the first one too. like out in the middle of the water. Is that water? Or is that land?
So what are you talking about now?
Like if you zoom in, there's a white speck in the middle of the road.
Wait a second. Am I in the right picture where the water is? No, I must not be. Wait.
It's both water, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's supposed to be all water, isn't it? Is it not all water?
Yeah. Water and sky. Water and ground. Are you talking about the shoreline across the water, right?
Yeah, all the way at the very back where it's like it begins to slope upward into the mountain. There's a little white speck. It looks like a building. It's in between. Like you see two roadways, and a space, one roadway, and nothing off to the very right. So you got the two narrowly close together. Look just to the right of that. There's a white speck in the horizon.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
it looks like it's below the horizon.
Yeah. That's weird.
It means it continues to go on now.
I tell you, but that's supposed he said that's supposed to be Bonneville Salt Flats, and if you go look at the actual Bonneville Salt Flats, they look nothing like that, man.
I thought this was Pontchartrain.
No. The pictures I put?
Yeah.
No. These are the ones Hoymar posted that are supposed to be of Bonneville Salt Flats.
Gotcha.
He's got a fake.
Right, but the confusion, funny, because when you brought these up, I think you were going to compare them to the picture of Sully's picture.
I wasn't trying to. I didn't mean. I'm sorry if I misconstrued. My fault. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. No, now I get it. This is a salt flat. It's supposed to be flat, but he's showing a curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, from a painting.
It's a painting. Even better.
Evidence, or sorry,
Sonny alleges that it's a painting.
Well, all you gotta
just
do
the
is
fact
blow
that
it
it's a
up.
painting tells me it's fake.
Well, blow it up. Zoom into it. Blow it up the best you can. Enlarge it, and go look at the building that's down there about lower than halfway up. About
you might be right. I think possibly it could just be again optical effects somehow too, and depending on the conditions of the day and everything too. I don't know, but you could see some strange looking scenery at a sunset. Which it.
Yeah.
Well, if you notice, the flats don't even begin until like a third of the way up from the painting.
Just look at some of the buildings in there. Zoom into some of the buildings in there. The first buildings, a little bit to the right of center from the bottom, like closer to the bottom, almost halfway up. Look at those buildings. They're just black shadow. Like there's nothing behind it to indicate that there's a building there, but it's in shape of the front of a building. That doesn't occur in nature. You're gonna not see the shade, and you're gonna see the shadow of the building, but not the entire building.
Who is that painter? Who is that painter that said we're just gonna add a bush here, but we're not gonna tell nobody? It's just gonna be our little secret.
Oh, the happy little clouds guy. That's Bob Ross.
Bob Ross, yeah, Bob Ross. We're just gonna add a little cloud here. We're not gonna tell nobody. It was always there.
We'll add a little curve here. No one will notice.
A local curve. He had no numbers to back that up, and that's all we asked for. Right? He posted, and the thing about it, we didn't speak down whether or not the picture was fake. We immediately, I was there when he put it up. I asked him, I said, "Okay, what are your elevation markers? What are the elevation heights, and what are the distances that they were taken of?" And at that point, he was scrambling, and from what I recollect, he never provided anything that gave us elevation observations.
In the social media world, whenever I get into debates on social media aspect, not Discord or YouTube or whatever, when I meet people, I send them link invites to this place. I'm like, y'all can go in there and hash it out with them. Like, there's answers I can't answer for you, but there's people that know these things, and or at least they've they've read the information on them and called bullshit. And go in there and talk to them, but be nice. I always tell them, be nice. 'Cause if you're not nice, you're going to be put in your place. So hopefully I've drawn some people here.
That image, Sonny. Holy crap, dude. It's worth everything.
Bob Ross image. Oh no, that was Blue's image. Bob Ross. I love that Blue. That is an awesome meme. I gotta save that. Yes, that image is worth
That's what Bonneville really looks like. You see those images? I showed more. See the mirror image on Bonneville?
I want to go to Bonneville.
Hell
Did
no.
you take that picture?
No. I've never even been there.
I want to go there.
I'd love to go to the Bolivian salt flats. Salar del Uyuni. Yeah, that one. Where's
Remember
my
painting these clouds as a kid?
Sonny, every time you're on, you make me want to pee.
I am a water sign. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Why won't
No, it's because all I can hear is water in the background.
Well, I moved away from the kitchen. I'm in my bed right next to my bedroom. I'm in my
don't even hear
living
water.
room area.
Bruh. It's all good, man. I'm just
Like how good of a headset are y'all using? Because I mean, I'm using my cheesy little Skull Candy headset.
Oh no, I have a studio.
Keyword being cheesy. No,
I have a
I'm kidding.
studio microphone on a separate tripod and a audio USB audio interface, and I'm using a HDMI screen as my.
I wonder if your
I don't even hear all that shit. I just hear
your
you
microphone is directional, Sonny.
Yeah, it's that's why I have to turn my head away because I got a big loud fucking mouth.
So what if you?
Else I'm too loud.
What if you were to make it directional so that the mirror on the microphone would just pick up the frontal, like pick up you versus the background?
Oh, it is, but then I have to turn myself to the side, and that's sideways where the screen is, and it's freaking. I'm not going to do it. So yeah,
I understand.
it is a cardioid mic. That is the type of mic it is. And see, right now I'm talking directly straight into it, so I have to keep my voice down, right? Because you probably can hear every little inflection.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. Not from my cheesy ass mic headset.
Okay. Well, you might do a special case. I don't know. All right. I guess it's pretty good then.
About anybody else's headset. My headset's fine. You're good, dude. Turn it up. Crank it up, fucker.
That's all right. That's cool. Good to know. I have a little indicator tells me if it's green, blue, it goes into red. Let's see. Check.
Peeking.
Yeah.
It barely went into red. Barely went into red.
It has a built-in amplifier and a pickup. That's good, man.
48 volt.
Yeah, you're an audiophile, so you know.
Yeah,
You know
I'm a musician just by necessity as a musician.
I'm using.
Sonny, did you ever see the movie Pump Up the Volume?
Probably. It was many years ago, I think.
I got a good mic for the computer too. When I was getting this set up, I got the Blue Yeti Pro on a shock mount and the pop filter and on a Rode PS1 boom.
That's cool. Mine's similar to that. Mine's called a Tonor is the company, and it's suspension mic with a regular standard microphone inputs into the audio interface, and then USB.
Yeah, I could probably get better because if I right now I'm just running on USB, but I can plug in with what's those big audio cables, the nice ones for like analog, and then into an audio interface.
The regular standard microphone input.
Yeah. Whatever that wire is called, I've got that too. You can get better quality.
I had to have that in mind because like the snowball I had, it fell over. Like if it falls over, Like this, it doesn't matter. This thing's solid. Like,
well, yeah, the snowball is kind of a budget, like cheap thing from Blue.
Yeah,
like that's yeah.
It fell over too many times and broke the USB play thing. The little input that's inside of that round shell inside broke it off on the inside, and from then on, it was just no way stopped. So I like these standard things. They're like studio quality. So that, like, I move things from one part of the room to the other. It's just the way I roll. Depends on how I'm feeling.
Can anyone else confirm? In Utah, there's a weird law that says you're not allowed to drive without shoes on.
You sure it's not the extraterrestrial highway? What?
Yeah, no, in Utah, I heard that there's a law that says that, like, if you get pulled over and you don't have shoes on, like, get a ticket for it.
Oh, a lot of places, California, it's illegal to drive with no shoes on. Believe it or not.
California, we drive.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's most places. I think it's illegal here too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just
weird.
weird.
You should, and I don't think flip flops are supposed to count either. Like, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have like actual shoes.
That's weird.
I wonder how many accidents.
First thing about flip flops, you'd be better off barefoot than with flip flops. I could see
No
that.
kidding. Can you see how many accidents probably are caused by flip flop wearing? Your feet get all tangled up in your flip flops. Holy shit! It's bad enough just walking with them.
I'm wearing flip flops right now.
I have to wear like I have to put my feet in my sandals. That's the kind I have on right now. But they're cheap rubber.
Like, it's never going to be an issue really unless you get into an accident, and then it could be just for like the insurance. Like, they have to say who's at fault. Well, this person was breaking the law by not wearing shoes.
But he actually had 15 different drugs in his system at all lethal doses for every one of them.
Well, you'd have to be on drugs and not be wearing shoes while you're driving.
It must be from the Kool-Aid that caused that death. Another Kool-Aid caused death. Fell off a ladder. There's another one.
Sorry, that was a non sequitur.
Yep, a big old wide horizon out there. Amazing. It was raining. It was all wet outside this morning here. Temperature dropped. Ocean temperature dropped. That allows the marine layer to come in much further in and much thicker right at the surface level.
According to my Sky Safari Pro app, Venus is in conjunction with Saturn. For all those little people that say they know the Earth is a globe and want to talk about the sky. Can we call that like geobaiting?
What was that? Sounded like you were
We're baiting them into a geographical discussion. Geological.
Sound like you're falling off of a satellite right now, but can't.
I probably am. I'm going out to the
Anyway,
country, so I'm probably losing signal.
going out of the country, eh? Huh?
Yo, guys, just want to welcome Tariq to the chat. TVI is joining in. Just went through verification with Flatty and Squad.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. It's good to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you also. Welcome to the server.
Thank you, bro.
I was just gonna end with a light note on kind of the tail end of this conversation we were having. That one of us should do a Rodney Dangerfield on the globe. Like, I'm the globe, but get no respect. Someone that knows how to do Rodney Dangerfield. We need one of those. Okay. Public announcement. Thanks.
I see Deep in the chat. What's going on, Deep? No roles assigned, and you're off mute. Available for chat.
You are live. Come on, buddy.
I see Deep. I see Lou is open on his mic. What's up, Lou?
Yo. Just looking to whatever. I was gonna drop a couple of my old drone pictures that I took. I haven't taken any in a while, but I was thinking I gotta definitely bust that out probably within the next couple of weeks. Catch the fall colors from the sky. We get all the maple trees. Everything's all orange and yellow and red are getting there right now. We'll be at the peak in probably a week.
Heck yeah.
Beautiful sights.
That's hilarious.
What happened?
This is kind of a
Rod Dangerfield GIF I found.
Oh.
Oh, is it? Why isn't that popping up right? Damn it, wrong one.
There you go, Lou. Where's that at?
It's Wisconsin. That's not whatever. That's not the one I wanted to share. I'll leave it up there, but
If I had the money to live comfortably anywhere in the world, it'd probably be Wisconsin. Beautiful state.
it's not bad. If you don't mind cold winters, It's a pretty nice place.
That's why I say comfortably. No, I went up there not too long ago to go watch a Packers game with a friend. He had family up there near Madison.
Yeah, you went. So did you go to actually to Lambeau or?
Yeah,
to the game. Yeah,
yeah. It was the playoff game that they lost, the 49ers Packers.
Oh wow, that was a big one.
Yeah, it was the second coldest game in NFL history, or third coldest, or something like that. They had trouble getting people to show up, so they dropped all the ticket prices because it's Lambeau and you got to sell out at Lambeau. It's like, hey, you want to go? And I'm like, no, dude, I can't. My wife's pregnant. He's like, all right, well, let me know if anybody wants to go. It's like, okay. I'm probably gonna robot, but anyway. So I texted my wife at the time and said, dude, I just got invited to Lambeau Field games. Like, you should go. No, I already know this trip. And for like 45 minutes, she argued with me, you should go. You really want to go? Like, okay, I'll go. So for $240, I got to sit in the end zone on the front row and watch the Packers play on one of the coldest games in NFL history.
Yeah, playoffs. It's really tough. You normally to get, especially at Lambeau, like normally really tough to get in there. Like it's all season ticket holders. Sometimes they sell off their seat or whatever, but yeah, there's not like really many extra tickets out there.
Nope. It's one of the reasons why they have so many fans showing up to away games.
Yeah, exactly. They have the biggest traveling fan base.
Yeah, that was an awesome experience, man. I enjoyed the hell. And then came Wi-Fi.
Testing. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
You are.
Well, I hope it's that guy that's roboting me. But I just want to say, I was just listening to the Lars Larson show. I was even about to call in today and talk about flat Earth, but I didn't. But just a few seconds ago, he mentioned the IRS and how they've, started arming like thousands more agents and hiring more agents and like giving them like more authority than they did before and like turning them into sort of like a paramilitary force. But then he mentions that NASA has done the same thing. He said, just casually mentioned, I don't know anything about this. I got to go to work in a few minutes, but I'll research it later. Whatever. But like he said that NASA has armored vehicles and personnel with rifles, I guess. But he was like even saying like to himself, like to the audience, like, what the hell do they need that for? They're afraid ET's gonna invade or something. Like, and then he's like, I don't know. It's crazy. Then again, what do they need any of their funding for? Certainly nothing practical.
Yeah, that drone footage is a killer, especially that the stars, two main bright ones, one on the left, one on the right of the moon, all rising together, and nothing's going on the ground. They're all moving together in the sky, though.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of like just a blanket of stars with the moon. You know, like they're only slightly farther away from it. That's kind of my favorite argument about this time lapse is the parallax argument. Globers love to try to claim parallax proves like their points and stuff, but I would argue here clearly like parallax would be a flat Earth argument, at least in this video in this time lapse, because yeah, if you understand what parallax is, you know, it's like it's the same effect as when you're driving along in the car, and the cars that are going, you know, parked on the side of the road, say, are zipping right by, but things that are houses are a little farther away. They seem to be a little bit slower in your field of view, and the mountains in the background are much slower, but they still move. You know, the farther away something is, the slower it appears to be in your field of view as you're moving. Well, yeah, with this, so by parallax, I mean the distance to the moon is much closer than the distance to any of those stars, and the distances of those stars are huge distances apart from each other. Some are close, some are far. So all of them, they should be moving across the sky at different speeds, but they're moving together at one speed.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite odd ratio wise, like how they would move all together like that. And that's never changed. That part right there, the never changing part.
This one here was taken by a similar drone to mine, but from another user car. I forget what state he's in. It's in the Southwest somewhere. Sunset time lapse. Takes a second to load these things, but taken in high def. At the last second in this one, he flies up with the drone to try to catch the sun again. So just to be aware of that. Yeah, and he does for just a second. And here's how easy it is to turn anything into a globe. Hold on 1 second. Where's Earth Glob? That's what I called it.
You know, Lou, that was something I brought up the other night too. Like when talking to these Glovers, like we all go out and it's one thing to see everything for our own eyes, but then you come back in here like have no proof. We have no proof. So what do? We go out and get cameras and we take our own pictures and videos. Like where's their pictures and videos? All they do is show us YouTube links and website links. Where's their own personal pictures?
There is a share of them that do have like nice cameras that take pictures, but then they freaking manipulate them and shit and lie with them. They're fucking shit.
Right. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I mean, they're like, "Oh, do you go outside?" Yeah, we go outside. We take our own pictures and our own videos, and we don't edit them because nature is beautiful the way it is. Right. Right. I couldn't agree more, Gizbo. You're right, dude.
I mean, these pictures, like some of them that I posted here, there's a lot of different effects that I can get with the drone. So, like, for example, this one that's called Earth Glob, that's not, natural. The one that's right underneath Moonrise Time Lapse, that's some type of panoramic shot. I think it's pretty cool, though.
Hey, Lou, did you see my pictures earlier? I took some of lake nearby my house. My sunset pictures. I gotta brag about those. I took those on a hike.
Yeah, I saw were you talking to me? I saw what you posted earlier.
Yeah. I'm like, by no means a professional photographer, but like every time I look at them, they look more and more beautiful. Just how simple they were.
That one right there is with my Galaxy S21 Ultra, my phone. I'm not a, like I said, not a photographer either, like you said, but I thought that one looks really cool. The like earth glow. That's pretty well after sunset. That's like an hour after sunset, I think.
That's pretty cool because I mean, that, like obviously that's something that you would only see up in the north. Like I'm guessing during the wintertime.
There's leaves on the trees in that one. It happens actually in the midsummer where we have these really late sunsets. Just twilight kind of lingers around for a long time.
Gotcha.
Oh, here's one I took with my old phone, so it's not as good a quality, and it's off topic. But I think it's a good picture. I love the fucking black chemtrails.
Dude, that Bob Ross meme was so hilarious.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. I had to save that one too when I saw it, obviously.
That was probably an engine on fire. This one I took, it was so in my neighborhood that I live in, the homes kind of look like mountains. Pretty cool. And then that little ball in the sky, that's the moon up there. Nice little crescent moon. Shouldn't say ball in the sky. That little whatever it is, the moon. It's just the moon.
Here's a weather picture that was one hell of an ominous looking sky. Like, freaking, what the fuck?
I love it. This one was at, I work at a hospital, so this one was on the 8th floor of a hospital on a different night.
Yeah, that's pretty. Both of those. I like the freaking pyramids. You in Giza?
Right. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
No, that was that was in my neighborhood. I live in Josephine, Texas. So then the other one where I said I was at the hospital, it's in Plano, Texas. Check out this one. So I took this one. I was on Mount. I forgot the name of the mountain. I was in North Carolina looking off into Tennessee, and this was one of the sunsets that I got to see. Notice how the sun is behind the mountain, but yeah, it looks like it's behind the clouds. Like it mirrors up above the clouds. It was pretty cool. Like a hologram projection.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I got some too.
I got one here that I'd share it, but I only saw it in real life. I didn't pick it up with my camera, but with my phone. But I was working on a church that was on top of a bit of a hill. But they're like sister churches. It's a big one. It's Holy Hill in Wisconsin, like St. Mary's, whatever. It's like an old school, like fancy fucking church. It's like really, but that's on a big ass hill and it's really tall. It's got this observation tower and stuff. But the two, I believe, are like 14 miles apart from each other. And I was able to, with my own bare eyes, like see the other church from this church.
It's interesting.
Not every day though. It took the right conditions. I only saw it like with my bare eyes, like maybe 2 days out of the like a month and a half I was working there.
There you go. You want to see the attempt of a pentagram in the sky? Voila. They was trying to do something. Putting a curse over the city of Pittsburgh.
Here's what winter looks like for you Southerners.
Yeah, you get fucking 2 inches of ice out here in the South, and people are all of a sudden they don't know what they're doing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I've joked like there's places where it's like the first snowflake hits the ground and everybody panics and just drives into a ditch.
Here you go. Before Doppler and after Doppler.
Here's my 3-screen setup for my computer. little bit much.
There's before Doppler. A couple seconds later, after Doppler. I got thousands of images of the sky with all their paintings they do up there.
Here's a coin that my that I have that it's supposed to be some kind of collector commemorative coin that my grandma got for me when I was like a little kid. I don't know what it's freaking worth, but you guys are gonna laugh.
I'll look in just a second. I'm looking for a video.
Drop the link to my shared folder, all my chemtrails, if anybody's interested.
Dude. I feel like I passed the video. Hey, y'all want to see a Glover getting gas during the gas shortage that we supposedly had for a little while? I like that fire pit looking thing. That's pretty cool. Got some pretty reds in there.
She sprung a leak.
You know, either she's not married or she was going to be divorced when she got home. Oh, here we go. I want y'all to notice in this video how flat the horizon is. It is indeed flat. So I keep asking, like, don't you need a flat, level plane in order for a tornado to thrive or a hurricane to thrive? Like, it gains momentum going across water, and then as soon as it hits topography and changing elevation, it dissipates. What is that, man? Looks like the moon.
It is through the trees a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now. That's pretty cool. I like that. You edited that.
Nope. It is zoomed out a little bit.
Yeah. I'll be back on in a little bit. I'll let you go.
Everyone settle down.
Everybody dogpile platypus.
Quick! I heard Platypus said nasty things about all of your mothers. No? Didn't work, Lou. We're going to have to try harder.
Yeah. He says he's got to go. He's not going to bite either. So.
I'm still waiting for Platypus's diss track after I dissed him in my rap.
Fuck yeah. Platypus, when are you going to start rapping?
Rapipus.
Oh boy. I see why he doesn't rap.
Yeah, I think we all do.
It's gonna be like that Bill Nye rap about what was it? My sex junk.
What the fuck was that? You could tell even the audience were like, they were super keen to be really supportive, and as soon as they came on, they were like, oh, for fuck's sake, I can't support this. This is too shit for even like an LA audience to support.
For anybody who hasn't seen it, I mean, I'm not going to suggest that you watch it, but you might want to watch it.
Yeah, just as long as they don't have an allergy to cringing, then they'll be fine, I guess.
It's my sex junk.
But the woman singing it as well, I say woman, triggered, whatever, is so... I couldn't tell if the woman was like taking it as a joke or taking it really seriously, because surely you'd have to think that was a joke. You'd have to.
No, I'm pretty sure she was pretty into it. That was, for her, that was a big deal.
Nah, you're probably right. That makes it worse. Oh dear.
I mean, for anybody involved on that stage during that performance, right? They have to take it seriously, or there's no way they would be in it, right? I mean, how much? I don't think they got paid very well.
Well, TV performances do pay quite well, to be fair, but I don't know what they would pay
for that.
For that. Pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. Hey, speaking of what we're talking about, bad music, did you know that RC Meister used to be in a band? I don't want to say the name, but he used to be in a band that actually went on the Warped tour.
I remember him saying that, actually. I think I was listening in more that night.
Right, yeah. He actually linked me to the band and a couple of the music videos, and it's kind of exactly what I expected. Kind of just like... And he said that they were talentless, and actually, when you listen to the stuff, it's actually okay. Like, for that era of kind of new punk, let's just say.
Warped Tour is like skater music. Was it like emo, basically, or what? Or what?
I would say that it was kind of in the similar sort of vein to like Avril Lavigne. Like, it's definitely not metal, but it's definitely not pop. You know, it kind of that middle void of alternative-ish.
Okay. Yeah.
It was all right. There were some catchy songs in there. I was pleasantly surprised because he said it was really, really bad, and it actually wasn't really bad. It was actually okay.
It was better than Sex Junk.
Way better than Sex Junk. Yeah, way better.
Good. Still not a fan of Meisty.
He's all right. I think the thing with all these guys, you have to take them as they are zealots, and that's just how it is. Like, they're not bad guys. Like, they don't mean you harm. Well, some of them do, but most of them don't mean you harm. They're not bad people. But they're very strong belief in something that we don't believe in.
I know that's true for many of them, but there are plenty of them too that literally do intend to deceive, have no problem doing it. Meisty may have had. Thing is we kind of push their buttons too. You know, when we're as rude as we can be sometimes, like, it doesn't surprise me that they come back with whatever flying fist they got, you know?
Yeah, I get you. Having said that, though, I know this is a very childish thing to say, but it's like they kind of started that. Like, if they weren't, like, heavily toxic to the Flat Earth people when we were, like, a couple of people, then it wouldn't have, like, they wouldn't have then started that culture, you know? So I do kind of feel like they're reaping what they sow a little bit. Like, do you really think that Quantum Eraser was born like that?
Yeah.
I don't. That's the man who had enough one day and snapped. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've heard that originally he wasn't so much like that. It's just kind of.
And I'm pretty sure Oakley was like that as well, because he was debating this for like, I think he was always a bit shouty, Nathan Oakley, but he's definitely got more shouty as well as it's gone on. Time's gone on. Is what it is. You know. Is what it is.
Ah, yes. Here's that one. It's got this one fucking fly in the house. God damn it. What the fuck?
Sorry, say again?
I got a fly bothering me. I gotta fucking find a fly swatter.
Is it McFly?
You know what you do? You know what you do? You get a little spray bottle that sprays a really straight stream, and you put a little neem oil in there and some distilled water and maybe a little bit of isopropyl. And let's see, that's about it. And 1 or 2 sprays, that thing's dead in just a few minutes. Hit it. You can hit it midair. It's great. Keep rearranging their flight plan.
You should get one of those fly like things that trap flies. You know, fly paper.
I don't have like
Put
a
it over
fly
the globe that
problem.
you have in the
This
corner.
one just followed me in the door and it's bothering me. I gotta fucking kill it. I don't need. I'm not
Find
hanging
something
fly
sticky.
strips around the house and shit.
Find something sticky. Find an adhesive and put it on your globe, and then smash it on the globe.
Yeah, don't worry. Wherever it gets away to, it's just going to lay eggs that turn into freaking, what are they again?
Maggots?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Neem oil's the best. Yeah, those yellow strips, those yellow tapes, those can work.
Yeah, no, that's That's some trailer shit. I'm just gonna find a flag.
Oh shit! I know. I'd never have that shit around my house either. Might as well have police tape.
This one right here is, if you zoom in on it, that's the Milwaukee skyline back there. I think I might have a better one for that though. Yeah, this one's a little more clear.
I was having a thought earlier, and dangerous for me to do that. But we're talking about the star trails in geos, right? And one of them talks about, I think it was SC Montreal brought up that there were 11 of these different motion vectors. And then one of them said, well, they're all basically insignificant apart from the rotation of the Earth. And I thought about that a bit more. I thought, that's probably right for like the extreme distances. Say, because I don't even know what I know what the speed is for the galaxy's orbit around the Great Attractor, supposedly, but I don't know how that works in terms of how that would affect star trails or whatever. But so you look at the rotation; it's once per day, right? And then you look at the orbit, and that's once per year. So that you would then surely see, because if you're going around the sun, and it takes 365 days to do so, well, you've got 360 degrees in a circle, so that's 1 degree per day, right? So you should see not only star trails from the rotation of the Earth, but also a 1 degree shift in those rotations every day. And that would surely come up in the star trails.
That'd be something I'd have to really think on that. Like, I don't know.
Because I've only just had the thought. I don't know if I'm thinking about the problem incorrectly or whatever, but it seems to me if that's the case, then those star trails should never form perfect circles. But they do.
Yeah, what you're saying seems more right. Yeah, like with all these motions, rotating while spinning, or spinning while rotating, whichever way you want to put it, whatever, like shouldn't create these circles like that. Oh. I wouldn't think either.
And I'm not even including the other like 9 or whatever they supposedly are.
Yeah.
What's the general time of the photography, the shots of the star trails?
I think they're 24 hours in order to make a full circle.
Yeah, but with those photos that they do, they can't be 24 hours.
Oh yeah, because it would be day during. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. That's the answer. But even half a degree would be measurable.
we point out different things almost every day that are just inconsistencies with their model, and they're always like, we have a perfectly working model.
Yeah.
Where's yours?
Maybe we should just come up with any old bullshit. Just anything at all.
That's what they want.
And just relentlessly stick to it. Doesn't even matter if it's right or wrong. Yeah, it works. Even if they point out something that doesn't work about it, just go, yeah, it works.
Yeah.
And if they get like, oh, well, what about this and this? You say refraction. Just do the same thing they do.
Well, gravity. And then, and then get them on the back pedal of gravity. Yeah, we'll just fuck it. Let's just steal gravity like they stole the word woke. Like fucking. Well, have them be the ones that start saying, okay, well, prove your gravity.
And then you can start saying to them, oh, you don't believe in gravity.
Yeah.
Just fucking straw man.
The science denier.
Yeah. Yeah, these tactics are really boring, to be honest. It's definitely my least favourite thing about this whole debate. The debate tactics.
I know you were seeing me over there at Geo's quite a bit for a little while there, but I don't think I can take it anymore.
I thought it was entertaining. I was going on for a little while and just listening in and got a chance to have some short conversations on there. I thought it was good because a lot of the people that left here are on there still, so it's good.
No. Let's be clear. A lot of the people who have been banned from here are now left with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. It was almost everybody there. I did. I know almost everybody over there. There's a history with every single one of them. Flat Earth and Globe Earth alike. Most of them had problems with rules or honesty or shit like that. Both Flat Earth and Globe Earth alike over there are pretty much our rejects.
Yeah, I got you, man. I know.
So, I mean, it's kind of fun for a few days, like going over there and like, oh yeah, I remember why that guy's banned. And then, but I just can't keep doing it. I'm back.
Yeah, it's funny how Jeremy's always begging them to, like, please, guys, don't interrupt. And then they're all interrupting him while he's begging them to stop interrupting.
Yeah.
It's terrible, dude. It's so bad.
I mean,
the other thing that keeps bugging me, too, is freaking Jeremy constantly, like, fluffing Kosho. Like, well, I don't know, guys. We're going to have to run this through Kosho. Check us on that. Kosho, do the math for us. Do the math for us. Tell us if us flatties are doing it right.
So Kosho's like their Matthew Learns.
Yeah, kind of. I swear, man, every time I change his name to like Flatthew Learns or something, within 2 days he gets changed back, and I'm like, why? Flatthew Learns is a much better name.
Why?
It's like that monkey just going, why? Geo's is a funny battleground.
Wow, you're in a place called Foxtown. Hey, is that you, Lou?
Ulu?
You big old geezer. That says Foxtown, huh? Interesting.
Oh yeah, that's the brew pub where I met up with Austin when he was in town, where we had a burger and a beer.
Oh, sweet.
That's cool. I wouldn't want to get within an arm's reach of you. That's for sure. I'm glad I run fast.
Mikey, oh, sorry, he's losing a bit of an oak.
I'd be like, stay away from me.
Get an oak or something.
Oh, that cheese.
Yeah, I climb ladders and move materials and work construction for a living all year long. I'm 6 foot 220. So yeah, you just don't get within grappling range. You'll be all right.
No, I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't. Definitely not. No.
Don't get.
I probably weigh. Let me see. I probably weigh like 40 pounds less than you.
Well, I'm 6 foot 2 and I'm 120, so maybe we should have a wrestling match if I ever come over.
Wow, 6'2", 220. Well, that's about normal. That's still not. That's not husky or anything.
Actually, I might be a bit more than that now. I'm about. What's 120 kilos in pounds? Maybe 250. I don't know.
What is it? 2.2, right?
You ask Americans to make kilogram conversions, you're asking the wrong fucking people.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm about 250.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's an extra. Actually, when I was in this picture, with Austin, I was probably more like 230, but I've dropped 10 since then. It's been about a year. But yeah, that extra 30, 40 pounds you got on me, it's a lot to push around. It's a lot extra.
Yeah, but as I say, none of it's muscle, so you should be all right. It'd be like watching a bodybuilder wrestle against a sumo wrestler or something. Just throwing salt over my shoulder.
Did you say 120 kilos?
Yeah, about 120.
That's 264 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh, but see, every inch you put on, that you could take on a lot more weight at those heights. Believe it or not, that's the strange thing. Because it increases kind of exponentially almost.
Well, it gets to a breaking point, doesn't it? And then it's like
it would. Mm-hmm.
Because at every point in your body, like your whole, it's weird. I've thought about this a few times, and I understand how to describe it mathematically. But in terms of just the idea of it, for every inch that you are, every single inch below that has to bear all of the weight of everything above.
Right.
So it's like you get to a certain point where your ankles just wouldn't be able to support the weight of anything past point X. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that number is, but
that's why it's good for me being lighter, because I'm getting at the age where the joints just are wearing out, you know. So I'm glad I'm light. It's probably saved me loads of problems, other than I do have some chronic pain, but I'm able to still function pretty well. So as long as I can keep functioning, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, and it gets harder to lose weight when you get older as well, doesn't it? It's actually easier to put on weight than lose it as you get older.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about that. I never had any, like, I was always like, I could eat anything and as much of it as I wanted, like, and I would never put on a pound, like, out for so long. I mean, first off, I was like an inch taller at one point. I don't know when that fucking happened, but yeah, I was always like, I mean, right around 200, like usually, like 210 maybe is like kind of my prime, like. But yeah, I'd like to lose another 10, maybe 15, 10 pounds would be perfect. I'm at 220 right now. Another 10.
See, that's just a difference in stature. Like, honestly, I've never weighed that much. The most I've ever weighed is 185. I'm 6 foot. I've only that's as much as I weigh, and
yeah, I got
for me that was chubby.
Kind of like what Crypto was just saying. I got like kind of a husky build. Like I've got tree trunks for legs. My
Big
calves are,
bone, bone. They said he's big boned.
Yeah, I got big old fucking legs. Like
he's got like elephant legs there, folks, from Wisconsin. Elephant legs. He causes seismic tremors when he walks around his neighborhood. Just kidding. Joke.
Whenever someone talks about like having tree trunks for legs, for some reason, and I don't know why, I always think of this. I think it was a Mr. Olympia from like 2018, and you've got Jay Cutler and one of the other guys up there, and they just start slapping each other's legs for no reason at all. But these legs are just fucking enormous. Like he slaps it and it doesn't even wobble for like a millisecond because there's no fat. It's just full muscle. But yeah, that's what I think of when I think of tree trunks for legs. Big ass bodybuilders. So Jesse was bringing that thing up the other day, Lou. I don't know if you know about that or heard about it. And maybe Sonny. I don't know if either of you heard about Jesse's presentation. I didn't want to interrupt it at the time, and to be honest, there was 4 or 5 people arguing it anyway, so couldn't really be asked. But he claimed that he's actually measured curving water in an arc in front of him using a theodolite. So I don't know if you've seen that claim.
I think I don't know. I think I was hearing somebody say some crap like that last time I was in there, but that's probably hard to believe. Is how like isn't like a theodolite like only designed to be accurate for like 400 yards at most, something like that. So how much curve is he finding in 400 yards? After that, it's the wrong tool for the job.
Yeah, it might not be a theodolite. It's what are they called?
One of those total stations they're always talking about.
Is it a total station that's got like it's got a central pivot where you can pivot up and down, left and right without changing the actual. You can change the angle without kind of.
I'm really not sure. I can't really. I'm not a surveyor or anything.
Talking about Jesse that comes in here sometimes.
Wasn't he bringing that up in here 2 or 3 months ago?
Yeah, he talked about apply it every day for a few weeks and then disappeared.
Jesse Gordon is the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just don't know what everyone's thoughts are on that because I don't really use the equipment. I've never used the equipment that he's talking about, so just thought I'd bring it up as a topic of discussion.
It's meant for making plotting out buildings that are like 300 feet long, not miles long. So you're using a 10-inch long object to try to measure miles, and anybody that builds something knows that doesn't work.
Okay.
We're gonna have to start calling him Jesse Tossinese. Just it.
Is that Glap?
No, that's the napalm sound-alike.
Oh, Yolk Smasher.
Yeah.
Yo, I don't actually know if I've spoken to you before, Yolk Smasher.
I don't think so. I don't talk a whole lot, but I'm here a lot.
Fair enough. Have you used a total station before?
A what?
A total station or a theodolite?
No, I haven't. But I know they're meant for buildings, creating buildings.
I use them all the time for setting out houses before we pour slabs and stuff like that. So I wouldn't recommend using them to try and find curves because I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, so I guess
we use them for dropping land so we can get levels and heights. That's about it.
So again, I don't know much about them, but isn't it a total station is similar to a theodolite, except for with a theodolite, you have to like level it yourself, and that thing like auto levels with some software basically that probably presumes curvature and everything. It like kind of links them all together. Isn't it like GPS and shit, right?
Yeah, so you can unlatch it and it auto level, or you can level it yourself.
Yeah, but there's the button that automatically factors in curve, isn't there? It's like, well, you can't measure curve by presuming curve. That's not how it works.
And I think from what I remember, he bought one and then trained himself how to use it. Like he's not a surveyor or anything that knows the actual details. I think he just read the manual and started using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also shot it from one mountain to another. And if you're not using water as a base, I don't know, it just doesn't make much sense to me that it's going to be accurate.
It's too far as well.
Yeah. He can see that mountain going straight up and not like leaning away from him, shows that there's no curve. You would physically see mountains curving away from you.
Well, that's a question. I've heard a few flat earthers claim, and I've heard the Globers that are quick to be on it. Like, would it though? If you do the math, I don't think you would have noticeable lean in anything that you're in any building or mountain.
Well, I can see Mount Baker from my house, and it's 70 miles away, and it's a couple thousand feet of curve. So, I mean, it'd be hard to see, I guess, but you can just tell by what you're looking at that it's not curved.
Well, yeah, but with regards to the lean specifically, I mean, if you're talking about a mountain that's, say, 300 miles away or whatever, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it anyway, but 300 miles away, what's that? I mean, that's 1% of the total circumference of the Earth, something like that. So, I don't know, what's that, 3 degrees? Would you see a 3-degree lean? I don't know. Or would that be 0.3 degrees?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a great at that math, whatever, especially mentally, but it's just knowing the proportions of that they claim the ball to be, and just with some basic common sense, like if you like you were just doing crypto, yeah, like it would be minuscule. Like for your eye to catch it would be impossible, even in their model.
You'd probably be able to measure it somehow, though, if it was there. Like, for instance, if the building was leaning away, say it's a building instead of a mountain, the building was leaning away, then there should be a noticeable difference between the distance to the bottom and the distance to the top. But then I suppose that would also depend on where you were in relation to the top of the bottom.
It's pretty difficult to see something that's just tilted half a degree or less than a degree, away from you or towards you. Also, you would have to have that. What do they call it? The orthographic view, side view of two things that are a very, very long distance apart, and also it had to be very, very tall and very, very vertical, and then. It would still be impossible. I'm telling you, like you're not going to see it.
It's funny because we had this same conversation the other day with Matthew Learns. We said, "How did you, And he said, "Well, if you take two plumb bobs 10 miles apart at 10-foot long plumb bobs, the string." Measure between the top and the bottom. I said, how the fuck do you measure between the top and the bottom when you're 10 miles away? And he said, one of those guys did it, like a Downley or Red's Rhetoric or something like that. I said, how do they measure the difference between 10 feet of plumb bob, top and bottom, in it from a 10 mile difference? Like, there's no instrument that can measure that.
Yeah.
The only thing they can do is calculate it, and then they call it a measurement.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the kind of thing that Main Surveyor would have said.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Main Surveyor.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because I remember watching his debate with Whitsitt and just thinking, all of this is presupposed. Like the whole thing is presupposed. And then he just calculates out the angles based on the presupposition and then calls it a measurement. Okay. I mean, you could do that. If you already know the Earth's a globe, then that, I suppose that makes sense because you're just working with what is true, right? But if you don't know the Earth's a globe, then you can't use that as evidence for the Earth being a globe. Doesn't make sense.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they say before everything. They'd say, well, we know the Earth's a globe, so we know it's this measurement. So if we do these calculations, we can work this out. You go, wait, let's go back. How do you know it's a globe and how do you know the measurement?
Yeah.
So everything they say after that is just bullshit.
Yep. You know, we've been talking about the star trails for a couple of days in the other geos as well. And their argument always used to be, if you've got two different rotations of star trails, then that proves that the Earth's a globe, right? Okay, cool, but first of all, show the two different sort of rotations, so they did, and then turns out that there's a whole patch in the middle where they're not rotating, they're going straight, which then raises all sorts of other questions. And then at that point, when that was being pressed upon by a couple of the others, they started saying, oh, well, this can only work in the way you think of it on a flat surface, and it works in the way we think of it as a globe. So then they've gone from saying that these rotations prove a globe to saying whatever you assume is what you get at the end, which means it doesn't prove a globe. Don't really understand how they miss it, but...
The other day, Crypto, you were going somewhere with that guy. You were saying Eratosthenes proved the Earth was flat. Where were you going with that? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I mean, Eratosthenes doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, but they say that Eratosthenes proves the Earth's a globe. And where I wanted to go with that was to show him the argumentation. So they say Eratosthenes proves the Earth a globe because you can take the distance between 2 points, you can measure the angles, you divide the angle by 360, and then you know what portion of the ball that distance is. You then times the portion of the ball by the distance, and you get the total circumference, right? So, but of course, you've presupposed the ball. Now, if I wanted to quote unquote prove the flat Earth, all I'd have to do is I'd have to say, well, I know the Earth's flat, so therefore the divergence must be measuring how far the sun is away, right? So if I can measure how far the sun is away based on the angle differentiation, then I know that the Earth must be flat because the angle the rays are diverging. Again, it's fallacious. I'm trying to show
where you were going. Yeah, it works both ways, so it's not proof of either. Yeah.
It's not proof of either, but he will. This is what I wanted to get him to say. That's not proof of a flat Earth, and then I would say, "Well done." You know, it isn't, but it's the same logic being employed to quote unquote prove the Earth's a globe using the same method. I do want to do my own Eratosthenes at some point, and really, really flesh out some of the kind of more nuanced points, because I think it's one of those things that's just not very well understood. Anyway.
Back to that picture of me in Austin. One thing that's funny about that is that's 3 or 4 days after I got like a really bad concussion last year. My eyes are just fucking pinpricks in that, just totally fucking. And I'm out at the fucking brew pub. Hey, he was only in town for a couple days.
Yeah. Was this during his little tour of the US?
Yeah, he was here for the NBA Finals, which the Milwaukee Bucks, which is where I'm from, the Milwaukee area, they won the finals last year, so he was here for that.
Oh, cool. Was he a bit starstruck to finally meet Lunatic?
Yeah, a little. He was nervous at first.
Yeah, I could tell. Poor guy.
That's where also it was actually that night too. I went home and then he went and started doing his thing in front of Pfizer Forum or whatever, and that's where the black girl in like the Looney Tunes or Betty Boop or whatever it is, like she's like, the Earth is flat, and then she ran away like Chicken Little, like the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat. It was freaking hilarious, but that was that night.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Sorry.
You've never heard the clip? Come on, where's CB? He's got to have it. Oh, fucking. Oh my God. There's this like short black girl down there at the finals wearing like a Looney Tunes shirt. Yeah. And like he tells her that the Earth's flat, and she like gets a shocked look on her face. Like, wait, the Earth's flat? Oh shit, the Earth's flat. And then she goes running away through the street, just screaming, the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat.
If only they all reacted like that, it would be brilliant.
We got to find that clip. It's such a good one. I don't know who's got. I know somebody in here's got it. Come on.
We'll find it.
It's going to be on Witch's channel somewhere.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, I just swore quite loudly. Some absolute prick just broke a red light and he smashed into me. Fuck's sake.
Just now?
He's like saying sorry. It's like, I don't think sorry cuts it, bro.
Wait, you just now got into an accident?
No, nearly. There was it's normally 2 lanes going either side, but they've shut off one of the lanes to do like repair works or whatever. And so they've got like a temporary traffic lights. I don't know if you get that stuff in America. They've got some temporary traffic lights, and so everyone's traveling down the one side, but he's just broken the red on his side. and then as I've gone, because it's green, he's nearly fucking smashed into my car. Absolute tosser.
Well, and from everything I've seen, you guys drive like ridiculously close to each other all the fucking time over there too.
There's no space. You have to. But yeah, no, I mean, that guy wasn't an English guy. He was obviously like an Arab or something. Arabs are just the worst drivers ever. It's horrendous. If you've ever tried driving in Saudi Arabia,
that's a racist stereotype.
No, it's not if you've ever been in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's like the Asians in LA and the Asians in Los Angeles.
Yeah, not only do you guys drive too close, you drive on the wrong fucking side of the road. Dude, it's just an accident waiting to happen.
Oh, Lou, that is a racist stereotype, and I want you to take it back.
It's actually Helio who he typed it out, so he's the one who's going to get it banned.
Right. Yeah, no, Arabs are horrendous drivers. I'll say it to any of them. And that